Welcome into the Rick and Bubba Show's Kickoff Hour. We're rolling. We are set for another day, and we thank you so much for being with us. Not just any day. We welcome another crew of golden ticket seat holders. They come to this no-name studio today. Look forward to meeting all of you. If you're headed this way, travel safely, and we will see you in a couple of hours. Blazing Silverman, he's your intern today. He's getting everything dialed in. He'll be screening you up this hour, getting show prep stapled up, ready for the guys, and we're off and running. Over to my left, it's Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right, it is Michael Holmes. What's up, boys? How are y'all?
Hey, man. How are y'all?
Fire it up.
Yes.
Somebody holla.
I started to, and I didn't want to hurt y'all's
Yeah.
ears.
No hollering.
Greg talked about you yesterday. Saw our buddy Phil Boozer. Am First.
Oh, I
Credit
forgot
Union.
you were playing. How about him?
Yes. They have put on a great golf
Yeah,
tournament.
they always do.
And
So you're just making a tour of golf.
yeah, it was fun.
Yes.
It was fun. And I'm going to tell you what, y'all would be proud of me because, it's all about aligning yourself with winners, right?
Oh, absolutely.
So put yourself with two PGA pros
Well,
and go win us a tournament.
If I
and-
played golf, I would definitely.
yeah,
play
why
the damn
not?
First one.
Why not?
My question is, why are two PGA Tour pros playing with you?
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
That's
no.
the question. How did you pull that off?
Well, they're good friends of mine, Jerry Ingram and Bob Ford, great guys. But saw Jody, saw everybody at they put on a great tournament.
Good job.
Robert Trent Jones is the golf trail, man. It's man, they got some courses, and we were in the Birmingham area at Oxmoor Valley, and
Anthony Land's territory.
Yeah,
How
yeah,
about
and
that?
had a good time. But it was one of those afternoons too where you just look around and you're like, it's just beautiful.
Yeah.
I mean, there's we've had a run here of days where there's not a cloud in the sky, and now it'll heat up a little bit in the middle of the day, but overall it's just gorgeous.
Yeah.
So anyway, I had a great time. I told them I would tell y'all, hey, we had a couple times. And, look, Phil tried to get into some stories about you, and I was
Listen,
like, no,
me and
hang
Phil.
on.
Phil lives by me, so he's one of these people that makes us drive,
Yeah.
and he's done it for years
Yeah.
too. But Phil and I met when our children were younger, and we
Yeah.
were on the youth board.
Okay.
For Pleasant Valley Sports.
Oh, I can't imagine
and,
that.
Man, we got some stories.
And I think did he say he went to high school with Betty? Did I get that right?
Bubba.
Or was it Betty or Bubba? I can't remember. Anyway, he's the history with this show and the staff
Yeah, he's
members.
a Jacksonville guy. He went to
Yeah, it goes way back,
Bubba.
back.
Yeah, Phil's a great guy, and the people at Am First, they do an outstanding
Yeah.
job, and they put that tournament on. Like I say, if I played golf, I would
That would be
definitely play
it.
in that
That
one.
would be it. But if those of you that have ever played in a golf tournament, and Greg, I know you haven't, but you've watched it, you have your crew. And if it's a scramble or whatever, that means you kind of using whatever best shot is in that group each time you move forward, going to the green, and it does take pressure off when you're just with A-list players.
Well, sure.
you know.
But here's the deal. I mean, let's be honest. You're on like a little mini tour.
You really are playing a ton of golf.
you-
And I love that. I
He'll
think
go
that's
to
great.
a charity event in a minute.
Yes.
Well, look,
He's going to play the Waterbury Open, see if he can get on the tour.
Well, we're all at different times of our life, and now that all the boys are grown a little bit,
Now
it
you're a
opens
professional golfer.
it opens up your mid afternoons a
I hope
little
you didn't
bit.
drink too much. but
No, but it used to be I didn't have 3 or 4 hours.
that's a good point.
I mean, you couldn't blink without.
so you're
doing
going to be a
something.
golf pro again.
No. Rick said he's playing with me next week.
Yeah.
I can't wait. Do you know that's the biggest thing I get anywhere in the golfing world? Now, why don't the Burgesses play golf?
I know.
And I said,
would like to look
I
at
said,
Rick,
buddy,
y'all.
they don't have the patience for it. Rick, all you could see
I
was your
miss
head
that. I
wiggling.
miss that whole thing. I'd like to
Yeah,
see you do
Rick,
it
I'd
again.
like to see you get on the rug and do it, buddy. Nobody
Yeah,
can
hey,
see you.
get on the rug, Rick. Get on the rug.
Rick's come in ready
I
to
wish I
go.
could play
But here
golf.
goes.
I
There he
do.
goes. Rick, see, you're
That's not bad form.
Rick, that is not bad. Take it back now. Rick, that's not bad, buddy. Rick's taking it back.
Swaying too much, but hey, that's fine.
Hey, look,
That's a great start.
Hey, that's a great
Most people
start.
don't get over the ball and
That's a-
look like that.
Oh,
You're
Yeah.
an athlete. You're an athlete. We know that. Goodness
We got a lot
gracious.
to work
Used
with
play a
right
little
there.
ball.
Rick, I'm gonna tell you what. I'd like for you to search. I'm not seeing any Beth Moen's game.
Oh,
I've
my
ch-
gosh,
I've
would
checked
you
all of
hush about
college
that
don't
football.
look too
We
hard. You
might-
may find it.
I've
might
checked
get
all
out
of
of it.
I've checked the NFL schedule. I've checked Major League Baseball
don't look.
wild card schedule.
Please don't look.
I've looked everywhere. I don't see a game of her. Now, there's been some Arizona Classic going on. I think she's been broadcasting all week. Maybe they gave her the weekend off. I don't know.
I'm playing the turn with Courtney Cat.
Okay. All right. So we're rolling.
Maybe
but,
they'll let her go.
But, man, what a great – saw a ton of people, too. And I know we all get this in your tennis world. You come back going, man, I saw a bunch of people. You had the crap run. Man, we had tons of love for the show.
Yeah.
same thing in the golf world. You get out there, and they had 203 golfers. It says the biggest golf tournament yet. And
because you were in it.
And they had great – it's all about food too, right? And great lunch, great dinner. Just a fun afternoon. The folks put on a great golf tournament, those that ran it and everything. And so
When's
anyway.
your next one?
This afternoon.
Are you I thought you were being serious. I'll take a couple days off. I'll tee it up again on Tuesday.
Right. Yeah.
Shooter McGavin.
Here we go.
Shooter. There's the old shooter.
This coming weekend, I mentioned Beth Mowens.
Yeah.
Just thinking
Won't
of
you
college.
marry Beth Mowens?
Well, y'all don't know. Y'all don't know about
sugar
Beth.
up.
Y'all don't know about Beth Mowens in my world. So y'all just move along. You don't know I have to search every week for.
Well,
Beth
you don't
Mowens.
have
Don't
to.
search
Yes,
too
I do.
hard.
That's
Why do you have to search
Because that's what
for
we
it?
do on
I guarantee if
Fridays.
it went away, that one that was just trying to swing a golf club wouldn't care one bit.
Well, buddy, we do that on Fridays. That's kind of what we do. We do a Beth Mowens.
But
PSA.
evidently she doesn't have a game this week, so quit looking.
Well,
Yes, stop.
I was gonna say college football got some games. I wish this one meant more right now, but both have been disappointments, and that's Oklahoma, Texas. You
Yeah,
kind of wish that
I
had a little
know.
bit more flavor to it.
Is that the Red River Shootout?
Well, they don't say shootout anymore.
Because we don't have enough sense to
No.
realize that they're not actually shooting each other.
I know.
Because we don't know that. We thought they were.
Right. These times are central. That's the ABC.
And it made us think we could shoot people.
That's the ABC game at 11 a.m. Central.
How about this? That game means nothing.
Nothing.
Well, neither
Nothing.
one of them are really.
Hey, bragging rights. Calm
All
down.
right, little bragging rights.
I'ma tell you one.
Red River rival something.
11 a.m. Tennessee and LSU.
I like it.
You got Missouri, Florida at 11 a.m.
I don't care about that one.
TCU, Kansas. That's
Don't
where
care about that.
college.
I actually
is that
want to
where
look.
college game
I actually
day
want to
is?
look at that because of Kansas and them being undefeated for the first time in like 114 years.
Did I see the other day that their best running back's hurt? Is
Who?
that true?
Kansas?
Oh, I know about.
I don't know. I
Look
may
at
have
me.
made
I know
that
about
up
the
'cause
Jayhawks.
show prep.
It's something about-
Thompson won last night.
It's something about that. Okay, that cartoon Jayhawk on the side of their helmet makes me not want to pull for it.
Right. Yeah.
Something about it bothers me.
Arkansas at Mississippi State. Those are all your 11 a.m. games. Then you got
It's a
your two-
lot at 11.
Ooh, I like that.
You
You
got
got
your
Arkansas, Mississippi State. Where's it at?
Mississippi State.
Oh, I like that.
That'd be a lot of
Let's see. We got Auburn and Georgia at 2:30
That
on
ought to be a
CBS.
good one.
You got.
That baby will come down to the wire, I bet.
I'll be at Protective Stadium. UAB
That's right,
plays at
pumping it up, the
2:30.
Blazers.
There could be a firing about 5:30 after that game.
But
Auburn and
nobody
Georgia.
really expects them to win, right?
No,
I
but
don't
it could
think
get
so.
real ugly.
Yeah.
That's my point.
Yeah, you just don't want if it gets embarrassing. What you're saying, Helmsy, yeah.
Now,
They could be meeting
Middle
them in
Tennessee's
meet 'em in
coming.
the end zone.
Middle Tennessee's coming to play the Blazers, right?
They are.
And they beat Miami
They
earlier, so
did.
they must have a pretty good
I'd like
did.
to see more of what happened to him. You know, he got was it Herm Edwards
Mm-hmm.
got fired in the end zone. I'd like to see more of that and us mic them up.
Yeah.
Let's just get the
Yeah.
whole experience.
You might
Yeah,
as
and
well.
I know how, and that's how the media
Talk
will
about a good
portray it.
sound
He
bite.
actually was told in the end zone, we need to meet.
Yeah.
He didn't get
Oh,
fired.
sure,
in the
I
end
know,
zone.
I
But
know,
they've,
yeah.
but to your point,
Yeah.
that would be kind of neat.
Yeah.
But the meeting
And what if they didn't even let him go to the locker
He-
room?
that
like Kiffin at
was-
the airport. No, you're leaving now.
that
one
was
is
the
the-
start of him getting fired.
Yeah.
Is hey, we need to meet in the office so I can fire you. It's
Right.
essentially what that meant.
Right.
You know, you talk about Kiffin, and I can look this up, it don't matter. But you think about it.
Mm-hmm.
He was the head coach of the Oakland Raiders or
Right.
whatever they were then. He had to be real young. I mean, he hadn't even been
Oh,
a
yeah.
coordinator, had he?
Yeah.
I mean,
Golly,
you talk about getting thrown in the fire.
Yeah.
It didn't turn out well.
No.
But my goodness, you got a head NFL job, and he had to be real young.
Yeah.
Because that was been a while.
Going to break, we'll run through these real quick. Ole Miss Vandy, that's at 3 on SEC Network. Washington State, USC, 6:30 on Fox.
Vandy's going to beat Ole Miss, by the way. That's my upset.
Oh, wow. South Carolina, Kentucky, 6:30 SEC Network. Texas A&M and Alabama. CBS has the primetime
I'll
7
be watching
p.m.
that.
game.
I'll be watching
That's going to
that.
be a good one. And we have the Mormons and the Catholics playing in Las
Hey,
Vegas. BYU and Notre Dame play in Las Vegas.
Sin City.
That has been the bit funny headline. Is that so? You've got the Mormons and the Catholics playing in Las Vegas. Who thought
Now,
that?
why are they playing in Las Vegas?
I don't know. I don't
By
know.
the way,
but that's-
Kiffin was 32
Wow.
when he took the Raiders job.
Good night. Think about that.
Yeah.
Think about what you were doing at 32.
Well,
and
that
you-
guy with the Dolphins looks like he's 15 years old, the one they got now.
Oh yeah.
The one that got to us, Lamb.
Craig.
He looks like somebody's kid wandered on the field.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Our friends at Lear Capital sent us one of those free Kennedy silver $50 that they're offering for free to our listeners. Now, with the price of silver going up, this free silver $50 has value. It's a smart time to invest in precious metals, and Lear Capital has 25 years experience, an exceptional Trustpilot rating, and a risk-free investor's pledge. There's no purchase necessary. Just chat with a Lear specialist about investing in precious metals and get your free Kennedy silver $50. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com. Hey, business owners, have we got some good news for you? It's the A to B fuel card, and it's accepted anywhere they take Visa. You can use your A to B fuel card for maintenance, repairs, and more. A to B will even watch out for misuse and suspicious transactions. But A to B is more than just saving you money. They can help you track all your transportation costs and offer 24/7 support. Apply today at atob.com/Bubba. For a limited time, you'll get a $50 credit. That's the letter A to letter B.com/Bubba to apply to get a $50 credit. Here's a question. Is there anything more precious than the security of you and your loved ones? Of course not. That's why we use and trust SimpliSafe Home Security. SimpliSafe protects you with cutting-edge security technology powered by 24/7 professional monitoring agents. SimpliSafe has affordable plans starting at less than $1 a day. Customize the perfect system for your home at simplysafebubba.com and claim a free indoor camera plus 20% off with interactive monitoring. Go to simplysafebubba.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsor. Well, if we're being totally honest, maybe we don't always make the best food choices. The CDC says we should eat up to 6 cups of fruit and veggies a day. Now, there's zero chance of that happening. So that's where Field of Greens comes in. With Field of Greens, you have more energy, you feel healthier, and it can help you lose weight too. Join us and take Field of Greens too. To get you started, we got you a 15% discount on your first order and another 10% off when you subscribe for recurring orders at fieldofgreens.com with promo code Bubba. Fieldofgreens.com or go to rickandbubba.com. The U.S. Navy chose EnviroCleanse air purifiers to help stop COVID, flus, and colds from spreading on board ships and subs. Now it's cold and flu season, and EnviroCleanse mineral technology is available for your home, for you and your family. This is how you stop colds and flu from taking your family down. And it neutralizes allergies by destroying toxins, pollen, and mold. It's made right here in the USA. Just go to ekpure.com. Use the code Bubba for 10% off plus a free air quality monitor. That's ekpure.com, code Bubba. If you need a new sofa or chair and you want to update your living space, look no further than Allform. We have an Allform sofa. And folks, the Allform sofa pieces are made in America. They're easy to assemble and they're scratch and stain resistant. They come in a wide variety of shapes and configurations, and they ship right to your front door with a 100-day risk-free trial. If you don't love it, they'll pick it up for free and give you a full refund. Allform is offering 20% off all orders if you go to allform.com/Bubba. That's allform.com/Bubba for 20% off, or rickandbubba.com for a link.
Mom, Dad's doing a crazy dance on the patio.
Ooh, really bad dancing. Sweetie, are you okay?
Vicious mosquitoes everywhere! Save yourselves!
I'll call Cooks before you pull a muscle.
You don't have to live with mosquitoes. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Helix Sleep mattresses are made right here in the USA, and folks, they ship right to your door for free. If you don't love it after 100 days of sleeping on it, they'll pick it up for a full refund. But based on how we feel about our mattress and what the 12,000 five-star reviews say on Helix Sleep mattresses, we know you'll love yours too. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off all mattress orders. This is their best offer yet, and it won't last long. That's helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off, or visit rickandbubba.com under sponsors. Raycon's everyday earbuds offer quality sound at half the price of other premium audio brands. They have optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit, making them comfortable enough for all-day wear. And with 3 different sound profiles and 32 hours of battery life, we can listen to whatever, whenever. It's no wonder Raycon's everyday earbuds have over 49,000 five-star reviews. Go to buyraycon.com/Bubba to get 15% off your order. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba. Our friends at Lear Capital sent us one of those free Kennedy silver $50 that they're offering for free to our listeners. Now, with the price of silver going up, this free silver $50 has value. It's a smart time to invest in precious metals, and Lear Capital has 25 years experience, an exceptional Trustpilot rating, and a risk-free investor's pledge. There's no purchase necessary. Just chat with a Lear specialist about investing in precious metals and get your free Kennedy silver $50. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick.
It is 23 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to this Friday edition if you're listening live. It's the 7th of October. Hard to believe, isn't it? And we are rolling here on the Kickoff Hour. Rick is here. Bubba and Adler will join us shortly, and that'll complete the entire crew. The main show starts right after top of the hour. So we look back at yesterday, how our days went, and then looked ahead to some college football coming up this weekend. Greg, I know you give it nothing, but the Prime Video Thursday night football NFL game was the Colts and the Broncos.
And it sounds like it was now.
Yeah, it went to overtime, all right? And the Colts ended up winning like 12-9, not one touchdown the entire game or in overtime. Go. Oh, I'm sorry. You up? Oh, yeah, you good.
And for those,
You're on the wrong mic. What are you doing? Are you okay?
I don't know.
Are you all right,
That
buddy?
was weird.
What happened?
Seriously, are you okay?
What? Check it out.
Oh, my goodness.
I don't know why.
I know
I've got
Maddie's
this
sick,
one.
but
Okay,
calm down.
yeah.
Good
Wow.
gracious,
Got the flu.
buddy.
Hey, how about that?
Yeah, we'll get it Tuesday or something.
So I've avoided it at this point. We'll see. Caroline's starting to get sick. I'm sure everybody in the house will go down. But,
You just grabbed the wrong mic.
I did. That was
you all
strange.
right?
I've never even used this one. I don't know what
I'm gonna
happened.
write that
And for
down.
those of you that were watching in YouTube during the commercial break, Speedy brought up the game last night. I wasn't acting as well. I guess it could go both ways, but I wasn't acting like some drunk guy staggering around. I was actually giving y'all the demonstration of what the running back for the Colts looked like last night after a hit. His last name Hines, and that's what I was doing. So if you were watching YouTube,
You talking about old Happy Hines?
you probably thought, "What on earth is he
you
doing?"
thought you looked like Speedy yesterday at the tournament.
And the fact that I listen, and the fact that I grabbed the wrong mic makes me look drunk.
That's
Right,
true.
right. I am
Maybe.
concerned.
Right.
So there.
You're running.
Couple ways to go, boys.
Couple ways here, couple ways
You know,
there.
I get a text from your dad. Probably, I don't know. We text a lot,
Love my
actually, and I love your dad, and he's always encouraging. But he sent me a text and
Poet
asked me
laureate.
to ask you about a certain story, something that happened to you, and so we could go that route.
Do what?
Or we could go from questions from the audience. Also
clearly we
known
like
as
that one.
QFTA.
Oh,
Got a couple
boy.
of those in email yesterday. So Tammy, she sent us like 20, and we've been
Tammy,
going through
Amy.
those.
Mm-hmm.
And so we asked for more, and we got a few. So we can do whatever you guys want to do. You want to do a question from the audience, and then your dad, or or do you even want me to get into this? Has to do you and a shoplifter.
Huh? I don't know. I talked to my dad
You remember that time you got
yesterday a
caught
bunch.
shoplifting?
I talked to my dad a bunch. I don't remember.
All right, let's do this.
I did do something when I was younger, and my dad
boy.
made me return it.
We've
when I
only
was real
got-
little,
we-
and I had to go to the store manager and say, "Hey, I took this."
Oh, no. You hated that.
Yeah.
We've only got a few minutes in this segment, so let's do this. This is the text I got.
So you're a thief.
No, I was young.
He
you
said-
know how, I mean, and I just
Ask Speedy
stupid.
about the time he chased down a shoplifter
Oh.
and caught him in a parking lot.
That doesn't surprise me.
That's what he said.
Why? How did that come up?
This was random.
Do you remember?
What are you grinning in there for, Alex? What are you doing?
Do you remember chasing down a shoplifter?
Look, listen.
He
This is at 5:25 yesterday, and I held it because of just us doing things. And
Why is my dad sending you show prep?
But listen, this is what he said. Good morning, Michael. You guys are sounding great. Hey, ask Speedy about the time he chased down a shoplifter and caught him in the parking lot. He'll give you the details. Have a blessed day, my friend.
Dad,
And
what are
then
you
the
doing?
shoplifter beat him up.
So
No?
you got the floor.
What are we doing this for?
Well, I mean, he said
It
ask
was
you.
just one of those things where I was just being a good Samaritan and all that. I wouldn't.
Well, you better be glad he didn't turn on you.
Well, hey,
What was he stealing?
was
What was he
ready.
stealing?
I can't even remember.
When
I'll
did
be
this
honest,
happen?
there's a
When
lot
did
of
this
things
happen?
like if somebody's
Long
trying to
time
hurt
ago.
Okay.
somebody and all that,
Yeah,
but I don't
it's
know
been
if
a
I
minute.
risk taking on a shoplifter. I mean,
Depends on what they got, I guess.
I don't know.
You did now.
Somebody's assaulting somebody, maybe
Sure.
you get in there and help them out. But if he's running off with a pack of baloney,
Yeah. I will tell you, I don't know if y'all remember this. It's on a best of the archives. I was with some buddies, and we were finishing hunting, so we were loaded down with weapons and everything. And we came up on a situation where it was a car theft or something going on, and the buddy I was with took it upon himself to find this person, hold them down, and waited till cops got there. I was like, oh boy, we're off in it now.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So this was many years ago. You
Yeah.
had to deal with some
Yeah.
shoplifter.
Yeah, we've all.
I've never had to deal with a shoplifter.
So I met. I think I told y'all this story, but you know the new
like
thing.
Bigfoot, I'd let him pass.
The new thing now is, I mean, these thieves. If they just took more time on working hard, they would probably be pretty successful because they're pretty creative trying to steal stuff. You
Yeah.
know, and you would go, why aren't you this creative on finding a job?
I used to come across people stealing power.
Yeah.
And the ways they would do it, I thought
Right.
this is a really smart person.
Yeah.
Now, evidently, they're not using it
Right.
for good. They're only using it for evil.
I was at a really big sporting goods store, and I told y'all that it's been a minute that I started hearing screams of somebody stop him, somebody catch him.
Oh no!
And these folks, what they'll do is they'll stand in line like they're waiting for the cashier to check them out, and then all of a sudden they'll slip through and then take off, so it doesn't look like they're just walking through the door.
Yeah.
And there was a good Samaritan that was on the receiving end of this person running out and took him down. He took him down. He dropped all the merchandise, and then he kept running. And so they called police, but they got the merchandise back. But I was like, wow, so that happened. You know, it's just crazy nowadays.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, that did happen. Thanks, Dad.
Hey, when we come back, QFTA.
Okay.
Rick and Bubba.
Hey, folks, our friends at TheraBreath have some good news. If you have bad breath, try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. Over 25 years ago, he created an oral solution for his very own daughter and her struggle with bad breath. Now, today, that expertise is available to your family with oral health solutions and a range of clinically proven products. The stuff works, and TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. TheraBreath has a gentle yet effective mild mint flavor that is, and listen to this, alcohol-free, free of gluten, and is certified kosher. Plus, no added dyes or colors. If you need one more reason to believe TheraBreath is effective and worth a try, they offer a money-back guarantee. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drugstores. Just look for that bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can also find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath. Confidence in every capful. Nowadays, we're taking premium audio with us everywhere we go with Raycon. Raycon's everyday earbuds, they look, they feel, and they sound better than ever with 3 sound profiles to match whatever we're listening to, plus noise isolation and awareness mode, so we can choose to be immersed in sound or tuned into our surroundings. When we need to, you're there. You can listen while you travel or during a grueling workout with optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit. These earbuds are comfortable enough you can wear them all day long, and they do not budge. With the Raycon, you also get 8 hours of playtime, 32 hours of battery life, and I love this. They start at half the price of the other premium audio brands. No wonder Raycon's everyday earbuds have over 49,000 5-star reviews. See for yourself what the hype is all about. Right now, you can go to buyraycon.com/Bubba. We'll get you 15% off your Raycon order. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba for 15% off. buyraycon.com/Bubba. Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to rickandbubba.com, look under the sponsors sponsors button for a link. Inflation is rising, COVID hurt the economy, and some say a recession may be coming. Remember what the last recession did in 08 to your retirement? Yikes. I think we all do. A Federal Reserve survey broke some bad news dating back to the 50s. Whenever inflation and unemployment have hit today's levels, history suggests a recession may be near. Well, our friends at Lear Capital know that investing in physical gold and precious metals can be a brilliant strategy against what's possibly coming. Smart investors all over are investing in gold and precious metals, and they're doing it for two reasons. One is that gold can be a great hedge during a recession. The second reason is that the closer a recession gets, the more your gold could be worth. So talk with the team at Lear Capital about owning precious metals for your savings and retirement accounts. And right now you'll receive up to $10,000 and free bonus coins based on the value of the gold coins you purchase. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com or RickandBubba.com.
Folks, a big welcome to our new friends at WizKid Clean Pods. You're going to love these cleaning products. First, they've developed formulas that defend surfaces against the buildup of dirt and grime in between cleanings, reducing cleaning frequency, saving you time. And of course, this reduces the amount of chemicals used in our spaces. You bring the water, Clean Pods bring the clean. These are concentrated cleaning products in water-soluble pods. And you're getting your homes clean with a smarter, cleaner system, which means less plastics in our oceans, rivers, and landfills. These are high-quality spray bottles with high-quality cleaning pods that get the job done. So get yourself some WizKid Clean Pods and embrace the smarter, clean philosophy. Get 10% off any purchase plus free shipping with code BUBBA at cleanpods.com/Bubba. That's cleanpods.com/Bubba. Use the code BUBBA or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. So we're halfway through this hour, and at the top of the hour, it's the main show, and the crew joins us, Rick, Bubba, Adler, for the main show, and we thank all of you for being here. If some of you are already on the road headed this way because you have golden ticket seats today, drive safely. We look forward to seeing all of you. Someone will win $50 from Dr. Dudney in a Fun Zone Friday. A little happy there. $50. Who don't like that? Huh?
Oh, yeah. Your dad's checking back in with me this
morning. Is he? I'm checking my phone.
He's just reminding me of why he sent that text. He said that we were talking about the guys charging on the field, the Rams game, the lawsuit, and just people like that in general, and you had to deal with one of those, and that's what he was talking about.
That's right, Dad. Sure did.
I love hearing from your dad.
That's right.
Sure did, Dad.
He always gives me really good information, but he encourages me. It's like an encouragement sandwich.
Yeah,
he hits me with encouragement, then he gives me the meat of what he's wanting to tell me, and then he hits me with more encouragement.
That's good stuff, is it not? And by the way, Dad, your books are headed your way. Larry the Leaf and the Thieves. But hey, if y'all, so Larry the Leaf, he's had a couple books out. This is his latest one. Amazon's got a really good deal going on right now. I sent him a couple of his books for someone, and coming straight to his house. It says 10 p.m. by Sunday, Dad. I don't know. I don't know what to do with that. Anyway, pretty good. I was surprised by a little special they got going on. All right, so what's up, Helmsy? What you got?
Look, QFTA, questions from the audience.
Oh, boy.
This came in email yesterday from Brian. Thought this was a good question.
Okay.
How hard is it to be at the studio and on point, ready to go when the show starts at 5 a.m.? Mm-hmm. And is Monday a killer?
No.
I'll go to you two.
To me,
because I've had time to think about this, and I know my answer to this, but I want to hear from you guys.
Is it difficult? What do you think?
No, he said Monday's harder, I guess, or something.
He just said, how hard is it to be at the studio and on point, ready to go when the show starts at 5 a.m. Central Time? Then he asked a follow-up, is Monday a killer?
Me personally, I've done it so many times, it's not a problem now. Monday's in fact, Monday may be a little easier for me than as it gets later in the week.
Right. I don't have it's hard for me to complain because we don't have Greg's drive. But
there
the
was a
hardest
time when I
part
was
of really, to be honest with you, the hardest part of our job is just getting up and getting going before you even get in the car. Just kind of getting up, getting going, depending on what kind of night you've had. But once we're here, man, it's I love it because our chemistry and we're just having fun. You know, it's not like.
Yeah,
it's not like
getting
work.
here is the worst part.
Just the hey, I got to get here. I'm out of the truck now. I'm walking in, and now here we go. Let's have a good time.
Yeah, I think it's pretty. I think for me, it's easy. Where I struggle is being on point and ready to go at 5, 6 o'clock tonight.
Oh yeah,
after you've been that's the struggle
the worst
to
part.
me.
Oh yeah,
I agree.
Because we've had showers, we've had coffee. We're seeing each other. We're energized. We're hanging out, and then this is the easy part of the day to me.
Yeah. We wear a lot of different hats, and probably one of our most important hats is being a husband and a dad, and that responsibility. I know Greg has the grandkids. You have very active kids. I do as well. So the dinner time, nighttime activities, getting through those, and then getting back, But for those of you that I actually work for a living, y'all have more things to complain about. We don't. Once we get here, we have a blast.
It's hard to complain.
Yeah. But good question.
All right, a little different.
Speaking of our kids, Coach Burgess and Thompson won last night.
Yeah, on
Who'd they play last night?
They played Oak Mountain.
Oh.
Yep. So do you believe they only got 2 more regular season games?
Well, you know, we talked about this when we did the sports
by.
show. We get all hype about football season starting, and as soon as it starts, it's over. It seems like.
It does. It's crazy.
That was a good question, Brian. Go to Jonathan. This is a completely different angle here. He wants to know if we had to pick, and I'm gonna change the question a little bit to make it work here.
This is what the helm's all over again, buddy. Just read the questions.
He said, "How would you rank all these?" And we're not going to rank all these, so I'm going to ask you to pick 2. Just pick 2 of your favorites. If you had,
I like that better.
If
you're kind of stepping out of bounds.
You don't like
that, but I know how you don't want me to list like 10 things and go,
right.
Okay, you rank those from 1 to 10.
That won't happen.
You don't like lists.
I'll get up and leave.
You don't like top 25.
You may even get to play with Bank 9 here because this is what this is.
Okay.
He wants us to rank them, but I'm going to ask it this way.
All right.
If you had to eliminate all but 2.
Oh.
For your favorite Bank 9 clips, Made Me Eat My Beard, The Great Lady Fall, 10 Foot Tall Bigfoot, James Canup, Llama, the wrestling guy, which is not in Bank 9, is still real to me.
It's in there.
Is it?
I say this is going to be hard.
Cornhole Tournament Fundraiser.
All right.
So there's 1, 2, 3, there's 7.
So I need to give you the top 2.
So if you had to eliminate 5 of those and only keep 2, which 2 would you keep?
Good night.
I think
this is a QFTA.
Right, can I ask
from Jonathan Weaver?
It's only off that list too. All right.
Correct. Made Me Eat My Beard.
Beard's in.
I tell you, that's a good one.
I'm going with beard. Now, where I'm struggling is the second.
Hold on, just so you know.
Bar it out on drugs.
Oh no,
half head.
He didn't include half head. That's not part of the question.
Hold on, I missed,
don't what the hell's this and add one.
I mistyped it there. That's on me.
One thing led to another, and before I knowed it, there was knives and guns and everything just went haywire. They cut my beard and forced me to eat it.
Yeah, that's I'm keeping that.
I am too.
All right, that one's gone for me.
Yep.
That
gone. You're not keeping it.
Look, if we got to get down to 2, I got to make some tough decisions.
I know it's tough.
All right.
Greg and I are keeping that one.
Okay, well then y'all guess what? You only got one left. Then.
I know. I'm surprised y'all when I think my second one is.
All right, go ahead.
Great Lady Fall.
She's gone.
Okay.
I'm not keeping that.
I'm not keeping that one either. It gets on my nerves.
Yeah, it's kind of hard.
10 Foot Tall, the Bigfoot.
I've heard it so many times. I'm tired of hearing it.
Yeah, me too. That's out for me.
So this is the rough talking guy.
That's it right there.
I mean, when it originally happened, it was great.
He had beautiful hair. I come out here and rough talked him and run him off. And I said, get away from here.
That's pretty solid, but I'm going to let it go.
Get. And he went right back out that path again.
You know, also
He
I
looked
think
like he had 6 fingers on
scary,
each hand.
That looks like
it's too long.
Sounds like
it's too long
it is.
for me.
All right, so that's out for Greg, for all of us.
Can I? No, it's not. Can you put a dot by that one? Let me come back to it.
I like how you're doing that.
I'm not canceling.
Okay,
it.
all right. Speedy considering it.
Yeah, just
the next one's James Canuck looking for a city.
He's out.
That's out for me.
He's out.
You want me to put a dot, Greg, just in case?
He's out because, again, it's a little too long for me.
All right.
Yeah.
That's out.
It's classic when he gives his speech.
Yeah, no, it's no. All these are
I'm
good.
not talking about the singing.
right?
I'm talking about his speech. Is just
Can we say
priceless.
that right now?
Oh,
Yes.
no,
all of
saying
these
we
are
don't
good.
like 'em.
I'm not saying that one of them's bad.
Oh, I like them all. I would hold them in my arms like this.
This
walk
next
around
one, this next one is probably going to be my second one I keep.
Ooh, look at me.
The llama.
Golly, I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah.
The llama over and attacked me, knocked me down in the wood pile.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That's
Tried to stomp on me. If I'd had my gun on me at the time, he wouldn't have gotten over. I usually carry it.
All right, I'm going to keep that one.
I am too.
I'm
keeping
how I
that one.
judge
I'm done,
things.
and you got one left.
How I judge things is if every time I hear it, I could just keep hearing it.
I know.
Yeah.
That definitely falls under. Put a dot beside that for me.
Got it, Greg. Greg's got a dot for consideration. All right, the next one, the wrestling guy, is still real to me.
Ooh, that's hard to beat. That is hard. A little overplayed.
I really need Rick in here right now. I don't know what it's in here under. Real.
Well, Greg can just say it.
Two. No, that's
I'm gonna be honest.
Trump.
That's my second pick.
Okay.
That's my second pick.
Uh,
Because I love.
I'm taking. That
I
one off
love
the board.
those type of situations probably more than anything. Of course, he's kind of ruined it now. He goes
Which
to
one's
these
it under?
wrestling shows.
Same guy?
Yes, he has a booth set up now. He's like a celebrity, so that kind of ruins it.
I wish you wouldn't have told me
But
that.
of course, now these wrestling events are really sharp. I mean,
What's
ain't
it
like he's in
under?
the big time. But you'll go and they'll have like former wrestlers and they'll have their booth set up and you get their autograph and stuff. He's actually got a booth.
That's funny.
Yeah.
I
disturbing,
really
but
want
it's
to
funny.
play that, and I don't know what it's under.
The other one is the cornhole tournament fundraiser.
Yeah, out.
Out.
So it's out for everybody. All right, so Speedy, you have
To me, it's down to it's real to me and rough talk.
This thing was 10 foot tall.
I'd rather have Hank from Hendersonville than the.
Oh yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one.
That's not on here.
I
though.
know, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, but no,
instead of
that's-
cornhole, I would rather have Hank from
Yeah,
Hendersonville.
I agree with you on that 100%.
Well, we
You
can.
my theory is for this putrid smell,
Wow.
people that are overweight, wanting to lose weight, come down here. You won't eat for a week.
I got to tell you, if that was on the list, that would probably be my second
Yeah.
one.
It
And
would be in the
kick,
running.
It would kick Llama
Right,
guy out.
right.
Yeah, they're
Because
necking
Beard is going to stay for
Beard's
me.
it.
Right.
I won't give
Let's
that
not
up.
forget about this one.
Oh,
that's a good one,
I
too.
heard about the lamb.
Oh, that's a
They was a lamb. So I just started growling like a lamb.
Got all of that.
Boy, that
And
is hard to
cannot
beat.
forget about this one.
Good morning, Mr. Adams.
Oh, no.
I'm sorry. All right, so I've got to make a decision. It's
You
real
do.
to me.
You do.
Hey, go ask Rick what it's real to me.
Go ask Greg or Rick.
I'm looking at Alex, asking him to go ask Rick what it's real to me is under in the instant replay. For some reason, I need to hear it again, even though I know. So, Greg, you've got your two. It's real to me and Llama.
Yeah.
Those are your two.
That's my two. Out of that particular.
And I'm going eat my beard and Llama.
So, Llama is good.
That's a good one.
It is.
I normally carry it.
Right.
But I will say, if Hank from Hendersonville,
What's it
If he was in
if
the
he was
running-
in it, Llama would be out.
It's
But
just
it's
real.
putrid smell.
All right. No, it's okay. No,
It's real.
it's real. All right.
There has to be
No.
an upgrade in
All
technology.
right. So, Rick,
there
when
is.
you punch in real and do that, what do you do to see everything that's real?
I mean, we hanging on to these babies.
Okay. All right. Well,
If
it's
y'all,
not in
if
there.
it's a piece of equipment y'all actually use during the pigskin roundup,
I know. Oh, I know.
it may be.
What is this?
Greg.
I like all of that right there.
What's that?
I like all of that right there.
I'm voting for
That's
that one.
Bubba.
It is Bubba, but I
I
don't know.
like all of that right there.
Okay. All right, Rick, act like you're doing it. All right, Rick's in here punching it up.
I usually don't have any problem with it.
I know, Rick. What's going on? Oh, wow. Oh, it's two spaces after real. That's weird.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's still real to me.
Do what?
Put real in the word two, it'll still work.
Okay. Got it. All right, here we go.
It's still real to me, damn it.
All right, so that gosh, mighty, it's that
I like
versus
it.
this?
This thing was 10 foot tall. He had beautiful hair. I
too
come
long.
out here and rough talked him and run him off. And I said, get away from here.
It's still real to me, damn it.
I wished I had his whole speech when he talks about how they've
I'm gonna
sacrificed
go,
their bodies and all that.
I'm going
when
rough
you get
talk.
all that, and then it's real to me.
I'm going rough talk, Bigfoot, and llama.
Yeah.
There it is. There's my 2. Boy, what a playoff. Man.
Yeah.
Hey,
So
you know what we
many.
need to do? We need to do like a March Madness bracket.
Yeah.
And I'm talking about start way back.
Yeah.
And just
We
work
got
our way.
a bunch.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jonathan Weaver.
I didn't know that we had Bubba in there saying I like all of that right there.
When did he do that?
I remember that. He was quoting, was it Jesse Jackson that supposedly somebody filed a harassment suit?
Oh, I thought that was Shakespeare.
Yeah.
Well, it did sound like.
Rick and Bubba.
Ad paid for by the Sentinel Group. Attention Marines, military personnel, families, and contractors who were stationed at Camp Lejeune. Were you present at Camp Lejeune between August 1953 and December of 1987? You may be entitled to significant compensation. For nearly 34 years, those in the Marine Corps' base Camp Lejeune were exposed to contaminated drinking water, resulting in devastating injuries, including several forms of cancer, adverse birth outcomes, Parkinson's disease, and more. North Carolina's procedural laws have prevented victims from getting the justice they deserve. But passage of the Camp Lejeune Justice Act of 2022 would allow you or a loved one to file lawsuit seeking compensation for illnesses and injuries linked to the toxic water. Call today for your free consultation. 800-611-3437. Let our experienced attorneys fight to get you the compensation you deserve, and you pay nothing unless there's a recovery in your favor. Call 800-611-3437. That's 800-611-3437. Again, 800-611-3437.
Attention! This is a special alert for all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an overpriced auto warranty or no warranty coverage at all. Due to the increase of new and used car prices, repair costs, and the price of gas, people are keeping their cars longer than ever, which is why CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on covered auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can save thousands for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. You could save thousands on future auto repairs. Our specialists are standing by for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-840-1546. Vehicle Protection Plan pricing is at an all-time low. Plus, drivers who purchase this coverage today will receive rental car options, free roadside assistance, and free towing. Call 800-840-1546 now for your free quick quote. That's 800-840-1546. What do you have to lose? Call 800-840-1546. Again, 800-840-1546.
Today on Hey Culligan, soft water, cleaner environment. What do you say, Greg?
Hey Culligan, are you saying if I have a Culligan high-efficiency water softener, I'm also helping the environment?
It sounds like you're saying it, Greg, and yes, you are, because with the Culligan high-efficiency water softener, you'll use less detergent, soap, and harsh chemicals, and that's good for the planet.
Now you're saying it.
You bet I am, Greg. Soft water and a cleaner environment is already on the way. Let us help you out with a free in-home water test from a local Culligan water expert at Culligan.com.
New Sunday on CBS.
Police, put the gun down.
From the executive producers of NYPD Blue comes a new series, East New York.
I love this neighborhood.
Starring Amanda Warren.
We all together are going to find the killer.
Richard Kind.
A little bit of everything in East New York.
And Jimmy Smits.
Welcome to East New York.
Thank you, Chief. I'm glad to be here.
East New York. New series Sundays on CBS.
Well, if we're being totally honest, we don't always make the best food choices. The CDC says we should eat up to 6 cups of fruit and veggies a day, but if you're like us, we don't always have the time or energy to make that happen. So that's where Field of Greens comes in. With Field of Greens, you'll have more energy, you'll feel healthier, and it can help you lose weight. We all want a simple nutrition plan where results so powerful that when we take our next physical, the doctor compares our old lab work to the new lab work, and he says, hey, keep doing what you're doing. This wonderful product is powered with a full spectrum of essential vegetables and fruits, plus science-backed herbs and prebiotics. It can help you stay healthy, plus it's organic. So join us and take Field of Greens too. To get you started, we got you a 15% discount on your first order and another 10% off when you subscribe for recurring orders at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code BUBBA. That's fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code Bubba.
Folks, a big welcome to our new friends at WizKid Clean Pods. You're going to love these cleaning products. First, they've developed formulas that defend surfaces against the buildup of dirt and grime in between cleanings, reducing cleaning frequency, saving you time. And of course, this reduces the amount of chemicals used in our spaces. You bring the water, Clean Pods bring the clean. These are concentrated cleaning products in water-soluble pods. And you're getting your homes clean with a smarter, cleaner system, which means less plastics in our oceans, rivers, and landfills. These are high-quality spray bottles with high-quality cleaning pods that get the job done. So get yourself some WizKid Clean Pods and embrace the smarter, clean philosophy. Get 10% off any purchase plus free shipping with code Bubba at cleanpods.com/Bubba. That's cleanpods.com/Bubba. Use the code Bubba or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
7 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning into the Rick and Bubba Show. You know, we always say this. You help produce this show. You're a big part of this show. I hope you feel like you are. I see a lot of people just running around town where they're like, I feel like y'all are family, and we're like, well, that's the goal.
That's the ultimate compliment.
And if you don't think that, y'all have brought tons of content to the show each and every day. Today, no exception, because we're reading your questions on the air and breaking them down.
QFTAs.
Yep, and have had a lot of fun doing so. You can always email us by going to rickandbubba.com, clicking on contact. All of our information is there, but it's kind of easy. You just put our name and then at Rick and Bubba. Pretty simple. This portion of the Rick and Bubba Show is sponsored by cleanpods.com/Bubba. You know, we're all particular about our cleaning supplies that we use. It's like we get a certain brand and we stick with it. It just is. The research has said that. So whatever you're using, though, we have something better, and it costs less. And it's an all-American company based in Dalton, Georgia. It just keeps getting better because they've helped use their technology to create something special that everyone can use and needs, and that's cleaning supplies. But they've made it better while saving you money. And to help you out, they're going to let you join the fun by stepping up to offer the show fans 10% off all products and any order plus free shipping. So stop wasting your money on cleaning supplies, everybody, for windows and glass, bathroom, kitchen, flooring. Instead, give cleanpods.com/Bubba a try and start experiencing the smarter, clean way to clean. This high-quality spray bottles, too, that they send. They'll send you'll have thousands of sprays because of how this works. What it is by saving you money on all your cleaning supplies and concentrated water-soluble pods, and you just mix it in with the spray bottles that they have, and it's a great way to clean and save money all at the same time. Give it. It says right here, give them a 1 or 2 or 3, whatever you want, and you can join. And they give you the Clean Pod products, and you can try it at your home or office by ordering. And you're going to save 10% on any products, and any order plus gets free shipping too. So the offer is with cleaning supplies, glass cleaning, multiple surface cleaning, bathroom cleaning, floor cleaning, you name it. It's there by going to cleanpods.com/Bubba. You can find a link at rickandbubba.com as well. 10% savings, free shipping as well for watching and listening to this show. Terrific product, terrific company, right out of Dalton, Georgia. Come on. All right, so as we're rolling on here this hour, we've had a number of different topics that we have discussed. We have some updates, too, throughout the show. This one here is kind of weird. I'm trying to get my mind around this one. It says a New England Patriots fan says that they're suing the Patriots.
Uh-oh.
The Patriots says they say that they've ruined his Tom Brady signed flag.
How'd they do that?
It says that the New England Patriots caused irreparable damage to a U.S. flag signed by Tom Brady by improperly displaying it in the team's Hall of Fame in Gillette Stadium. The flag's owner, contends in a federal lawsuit. Wait
How
a
did
minute.
they
Wait
get
a
the
minute.
flag from?
After the flag had been on display a couple of months, Brady's signature, written in blue Sharpie, has significantly faded, which reduced the flag's value by as much as $1 million, according to the suit filed against the team Wednesday in Boston. A Patriots spokesman said Thursday that the team had no immediate comment. The flag, described as a priceless piece of sports memorabilia and historical artifact, flew over the now closed Foxborough Stadium on December 22nd, 2001. Daniel Vidal, 42, of New Hampshire, bought the flag in 2020 as an investment.
I don't get it.
Vidal lent the flag to the Patriots Hall of Fame in June of 2021 after being assured that it would be cared for properly.
So he's saying he donated to their display, and they didn't keep it. I don't know how.
The flag was
what,
yes,
room temperature. I don't know.
I don't know. He said he wanted it
faded.
He said he wanted it back a couple of months later because he thought it might skyrocket in value as Brady, who now plays for the Buccaneers, was contemplating his retirement and all that kind of stuff. So it looks like to me that he let the Patriots, I guess, borrow it for the Patriots Hall of Fame in June of 2021. It says he lent the flag, so I guess he wants it back, and when he got it back, it was all damaged. So now he's suing the Patriots. Wow,
So,
try to get through that.
Tom Brady signed flags worth $1 million.
The suit alleges breach of contract, negligence, misrepresentation, and fraudulent misrepresentation, and seeks a jury trial and unspecified damages.
Yeah, I have nothing to add on this. I don't really know.
He says that I've tried to do everything to settle with the guys, but they won't. So he's suing the Patriots. So he let. I didn't know Tom Brady signing a flag would be worth millions of
I
dollars.
didn't either. That's my point. Sounds like he's gouging a little bit.
That's insane.
Speaking of football, did you see on this day in history in 1916 Georgia Tech beat Cumberland 222-0?
No, I did not. What was the score again?
222-0.
Didn't know that.
Most lopsided score in the history of college.
Yep.
Netflix, and that's all he needs.
But how does he see like a local station if he wants
don't.
to see it?
He don't.
He doesn't need to. He's
but
in
he doesn't
college.
care.
He don't care.
Also, I mentioned the website, and we had a hard time getting them here to the studio because I knew there was going to be a huge demand for this shirt because I actually wore an old version of it, and I guess it got put on Instagram or something. I can't remember. And people started going crazy saying, I got to have that shirt. I got to have that shirt. So the one I had, I'd gotten from David Nasser, so I contacted him, and Nasser said, well, we don't do the shirt anymore. If y'all want to do it, just make it a Rick and Bubba shirt. That's fine with me. So we did, and I love the material that it's made out of. I'm wearing it right now. It's that comfortable. What do you call this?
Color Comfort.
Is that what it's called?
No, it's not a Color Comfort.
Yeah, no, this one's
the blend. It's
That's
like
the
it's the
blend,
tri-blend or
the
something.
tri-blend. It's a little bit
I
different.
wish all of our shirts were that material.
Yeah, man, I love this. But anyway, this is the shirt. We have it in blue because the women said they don't just
the women. Rick, I like blue.
Well, what I mean is,
Oh, goodness.
But this
You
is,
seen his shoes?
but this is good for you, Panera Bread. This is a good thing for you, is because the women, even though that it is anybody can wear blue, but because of the women, they said, we know how you operate. You're just going to go put a black one out there, and we'd love for y'all to have another option in this shirt than black. So we have blue too, and it's the one that has Jesus loves you, and then has in parentheses, and I'm trying. So in that there's
no truer statement.
There's no truer statement than that.
Gracious.
Because the only way that we can love some of you is through Jesus, and we're a work in process in progress. So anyway, go to rickandbubba.com. These are there. They're right there on the front page, and they are going like hotcakes. So you can grab those there if you'd like to have that. And it's a great conversation starter when you're out and about. Also, those of you that wanted the Can't Have Nothing shirt, but you didn't want it Hunter's orange, we now have it in a gray with the Rick and Bubba logo on the front, and the Can't Have Nothing is written in blue on the gray. And those are doing well at rickandbubba.com too. So check those out if you don't already have those. Bubba, you know there's moments when we talk about when you maybe got fired up about an organization and you got in it and you started kind of watching how it was going, and then there was the moment when you said, I think I'm out.
We've talked about
David,
that a lot.
remember
of time.
David
Yeah.
We talked about the Branch Davidians. Maybe you got caught up in Big David's hype, and you start thinking that he was what he said he was. And then there's that day that he declared.
And you were fired up. You thought you'd really turned a corner. You got on a new train. And then when he announced that everybody's wife was his, that's where I get my jacket and I pick up.
Hey, honey, honey, we get back to, I know in the compound, we get back to our room tonight. Let's pack up.
Yeah.
I think I'm out. I don't know about this.
I really am not into turning you over to him.
The horrible Jim Jones incident. Everything's going well. Man, what a fine speaker. What a great guy. I love this new island we got.
Hey, what's that jug of stuff you putting in the Kool-Aid?
Hey, is he saying we're going to drink this and all die? Hey, is there a boat? I mean, the Islamic State video that has come out now with jihadists who are in training. Now, you might have been thinking, now, first of all, I would think a red flag to be part of ISIS would be, hey, we're killing people.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right,
We're killing innocent people. We're blowing things up. We're trying, by the way, still trying to claim the Las Vegas shooter. Still. They're not letting that go, by the way.
Well, you know what? We hadn't really come up with anything else right now, so everything's in play.
But there's a training video out now. Now Jerry Seinfeld had the greatest line ever on terrorist training is he doesn't understand the monkey bars.
Right.
He's like, do you having to go down monkey bars? Does that come into play a lot if you're a terrorist?
Yeah.
He never understood the training videos of them all going down monkey bars.
Yeah, driving through a checkpoint, I never understood why monkey bars were so important.
Let's say that it was not a red flag for you that when you said your belief system means anybody who doesn't believe what you believe, you're supposed to kill. Let's say that didn't get you out. You said, hey, I'm still in. I think this may do it. It would for me. The trainers are kicking the trainees in the groin to teach them how to take a kick to the groin.
Yeah, they're standing there with their, kind of a wide stance.
Oh, my goodness.
And they have their hands behind them, and the trainer is going down the road kicking them in the groin to show how tough they are.
Yeah.
I'm out.
Are they anticipating a lot of growing kicks?
Yeah.
I mean,
I
thought they shot people.
In the heat of battle.
Right.
When you're out doing whatever you're doing there in your Terrorist of the Month training,
right?
Building bombs, driving cars, building the latest caliphate or whatever they're doing. Is there a problem with being kicked in the groin? I mean, is that something we need to practice?
Well, how about this? Maybe the video we have it all wrong. Maybe the guy who is training is actually the one. Maybe those guys standing are the trainers, and the guy kicking is a trainee, and he's preparing in case he ever meets Harvey Weinstein.
Good.
But anyway, so I think with you guys, I don't know how many times if I blow myself up and I shoot people and drive vehicles over people, I'm probably not facing a lot of growing kicks, am I?
Probably not. And look, how about this? You just hit on it. You're going to put a vest on me and make me blow myself up anyway. If I got to go through this, too, before I do it. Now I got to stand here and let you kick me in the crotch.
You see this line where he's kicking people?
You hate to lose so many guys who are really prolific on the monkey bars.
Right.
Yeah. Really.
They can work the monkey bars.
All right, so you're looking. All right, look, we see he's now kicking. In the picture, it seems like there's a shoe. There's another guy. Let's say that this guy's the start of the line way out here. See his shoe?
Right.
All right, he's now kicking in the growing. If he's coming left to right, he's kicking number 3. You see down here number 8 or so?
Yeah. I know. He's glancing over there a little heavy. Isn't he?
I'm thinking to myself, I think I'm out. See, he's near woods. I think I'll walk off in those woods about the time he kicks that guy in the groin.
And at one point, you look at number 1, he's already recovered, and you're going, gosh, he's done. It ain't even got to me yet.
Guys, what about when you're down the line and number 3, which really looks like it's 4 maybe, is taking the kick there?
Rick, they say the whole thing is to instill fear on their enemies at how tough they are, that they do not respond to pain.
Well, there you go.
Well, that's
we all know they got cups on.
Yeah.
Well,
if they're not responding to pain.
Pass the gravy, please.
6 minutes now past the hour. Hello and welcome to a brand new hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We are excited that you are with us and ready to go forward. But first, our national anthem. It is 8.5 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is the number, and we look forward to chatting with you today. Fun Zone, it is Friday. Wheel of Meat will spin today because we have not gotten around to it. So that will happen on the program today. The Elite Eight will be dropping in 8 new people. Will be watching the Rick and Bubba Show today, if all 8 actually get here. But there's 8 seats that were reserved, and here they come. So they'll be watching the program today. We'll get to do a little grip and grin, say hello. Look forward to that. Blazing Silverman's got your phone calls. Rick and Bubba University student earning his degree in common sense. That now a superpower. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler have already given you a kickoff hour along all the Rick and Bubba platforms. Where are those platforms, Rick? Well, you just go to rickandbubba.com. You'll find them right there. Every way to look or listen, either live or archived, can all be found right there at rickandbubba.com. Let's bring him in here, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master at a King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome into the little party we call Rick and Bubba. Your 2 fat buddies on the radio. Come on in and stay a while.
Let's go. Bubba, how are you?
Yeah, I'm good, sir. How about you?
Well, ready to go. We got things that we will bring to you today. We mentioned some of those there starting the hour. We have somebody keeps telling me that Tucker Carlson interviewed Kanye West, so there's highlights of that out there. That'll be a fun ride. Also, as predicted yesterday, Kirk Franklin, after a caller, he's had to do some splaining. We'll get you exactly what he says about the song, where it appears he's telling the world that the lion and the lamb will worship the goat. We'll talk about that. It was pretty much what we said, but there's some other things that need to be clarified from that that we'll get to. We have that update for you today. We think, and the guys on the kickoff hour, they've already talked about it, Bubba, we think, which could be a nice little unexpected gift for you on this Friday, we think that Beth Mowens is not on the board for this weekend.
Wow.
So it looks like all college football fans get a safe.
But Rick promises to do his impression anyway.
Well, no, I think when she's not on, Rick doesn't get to do his. Isn't that how that
I'm actually having a girls' weekend with Courtney Cat. So we'll.
I'm looking everywhere just to make sure. But
yeah. Well, because when we call an all safe, we want to be sure we're right.
Yeah.
I mean, don't give people false hope and somebody get blindsided.
Yeah,
let's
double check that. Can we get a confirmation?
I've actually triple checked it, but I'm going to continue to check other sports and just make sure.
We think that the waters are all safe for for college football. I don't know. So anyway, right now we don't see anything. So we'll talk about that a little bit, and there's many updates, and it's always interesting to see what you, the audience, will bring, and it's always interesting to wonder, what's waiting on us when we let total strangers come into our workplace and sit down for a couple hours.
You never know.
You never know what that'll bring.
Yes, we have referred to them as the Grade 8, the
Yeah.
Elite 8.
Yeah.
I don't know officially what we settled on.
Yeah, I don't know when we turned to elite, but we were going with great. Wasn't there even T-shirts made for us that said grade 8?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah,
but you know
the
what?
Elite 8's from the NCAA.
Yeah, they both were.
We like either one.
I love it. I love both of them.
Aren't they both the same? If you're the Elite 8, aren't you the Grade 8?
Yeah, I think, it's interchangeable almost in my mind.
Well, isn't elite and great kind of same
Unless
thing?
you have it on a shirt, it's hard to change.
I think that was the point.
But
Speedy was making. We made a pretty big deal about that for 2 days. People brought shirts in there, and then in the promo yesterday, I heard Bubba saying Elite 8, and I thought, wait a minute, is he? I thought it was great.
Everybody knows what we mean.
And then Speedy heard it this morning and said the same thing to me. I said,
Well,
"Yeah,
there's
Bubba's
certain
changed
words
it
that
up."
work.
Yeah.
You got more than one.
Yeah.
It's acceptable.
Yeah. Well, see, right now, if you're
that fell
Maybe not
under-
in this case, but in some cases you do.
Yeah, that kind of fell under, hey, you know what I mean.
right. Well, if you got a shirt that says Grade 8, it means you're elite.
That's right.
There you go.
You're disappointed.
Only elite people would wear a Grade 8 shirt.
Right. What if it said on the back, also known as elite?
I can see them when they heard Bubba say that. I can see their faces while wearing their shirt.
Well, Greg, no, here's what it is. Kanye West has a shirt that says Elite 8.
There it is.
So anyway, we'll
And a mouthpiece.
Right, and here we go, boy. That world right there. So anyway, we got that coming today, and as I mentioned, the wheel of meat will spin today. That will happen.
Gotta happen.
So you got that. There is no Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this week, at least not a new one. So you can go back and catch some of the old ones, maybe some that you missed. So look for that this weekend. If you say, I normally listen to a RBU this weekend, if there's any you missed, go back and grab those. Those archives are available wherever you get podcasts and on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel. So we'll come back and let's get started. Let's get it started. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Keep up with everything that's going on with the Rick and Bubba Show, things we're associated with, where are members of the show going to be. Hey, where is Speedy? Hey, is he going to be bringing the hype this weekend? Yes, he is. Find all that at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Here's a question. Is there anything more precious than the security of you and your loved ones? Of course not. That's why we use and trust Simply Safe Home Security. Simply Safe protects you with cutting-edge security technology powered by 24/7 professional monitoring agents. Simply Safe has affordable plans starting at less than $1 a day. Customize the perfect system for your home at simplysafebubba.com.
There, they are something.
Well, that's impressive, but how do they stand up against a drone strike?
Well,
They're
right.
right.
Or just a weapon.
Yeah, that banana cup's not going to help you there.
I was going to say cups don't help this.
No.
It relieves a little bit. I mean,
I don't know.
maybe
You ever see on
keep you from
Jackass
throwing
when
up.
they did that?
Won't
They
you
put
put
a cup
one on?
on.
Let me and Greg try it.
On that movie Jackass, they put a cup on and tried it. It don't help you a lot. Man, these guys they were falling like flies.
No,
Still give you that nauseated feeling.
No, if somebody's going to kick you in the groin with a military boot on as hard as they can, that cup ain't going to do a whole lot. All cups do is glancing blows. That's it.
Yeah, it's tough.
Yeah,
Curveball in the dirt.
So basically, they're trying to show you how sharp they are. Is what they said in their statement.
Well, let's pick something else.
Yeah.
If we were all at the meeting, guys,
How about
we want to show
stab
them.
me in the-
What
in the
about
thigh?
monkey bars with somebody on your back?
Right.
Something else.
We want to show.
yeah, no, that is a test.
Today, guys, we want to show the world how tough we are. Okay, I'm in. What are we going to do? We're going to like wrestle, or we're going to we're going to go after, tear something down. Now I'm going to come down and kick all of you in the groin. Can we?
Greg, you bring up a great
I
point.
propose another idea.
I think I would rather somebody stab me in the back. I think I would choose that over
I could
this.
take a knife to the thigh.
I really think I could.
I think I could too.
To the thigh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would vote nay on all of those, but
yeah,
Bubba said none.
You know, another thing on those training videos that always get me, they shows them crawling under barbed wire.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, is that
Yeah. Do you encounter a lot of barbed wire? You got to get in there?
usually I see barbed wire on the top of the fence. You know,
I guess they're training them to stay low.
But
Maybe
what
that's
I'm talking about, even if you have it out there, that's in one of those one military versus another. In the terrorist world, you're sneaking up on a bunch of innocent people and killing them anyway.
I mean, you know.
Yeah, I don't know. This seems a little.
That's good training.
If
right
the
there.
end plan is buy a truck, drive into people, that seems like a lot of wasted training. All right, so we were, there's all kinds of different. And Adler, is that correct?
Yeah.
Who walk across the plaza to go work out few days a week, and it's at a place called Planet Fitness. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's just, I mean, it's literally right here.
It's no judgment. It's a judgment-free zone. I'm sorry.
Right, and I know that they, I know, Greg, that you always drift to those areas, but you know, but the
they only knew
they did an advertising campaign with us one time, and I remember us discussing. There's something about they want you to be able to come there and not have to deal with what we used to call meatheads. You know,
all the screaming and hollering and
gym rats where they get gym rats where they get in there, you know, and all that, and
throwing weight around,
and they call it something. What, lunkers?
No, it's not lunking, Bubba.
Lunkers.
They have a lunker alarm.
If you're a lunker and you're doing something, that means you're lunking.
Yeah,
right?
I gotta agree.
No, it's just a lunk. Like if you're a lunk.
What is that?
I think it's kind of
what
like.
do lunks?
It's not like,
what
it's
are
not
lunks doing? They're lunking.
It's not like dabbing.
It's lunking behavior,
well,
right?
no, that's like saying if you're a hunk, you know what a hunk is. Like
If a dancer is doing what they do, what are they doing? Dancing?
Well, a hunk isn't hunking. A hunk doesn't go around hunking.
Oh, yes, he does.
Okay.
If you know the right one.
Is that lunk alarm or lunker alarm?
It's lunk alarm.
Lunk alarm.
LUNK.
Lunk. Yeah, like
I'm
hunk.
thinking about bass fishing.
And that's for the guy. Do they also sound the horn if a woman's in there doing it?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's a lunkette.
We'd catch you judging anybody.
Yeah.
Have y'all seen the commercials with the example of a man lunk, and then there's the examples of like women lunks too that are like.
No.
I've seen some of them.
How about this? I experienced that when I was trying to do a little better. Like I mean, to the point I was like, is she having a baby? What's going on over there?
She having a
you told me
baby.
about that.
Yeah, and I was kind of like, I don't think I can continue with that going on. I don't think I can't. No, that's not good.
No.
But anyway, so.
But now understand something real quick, Rick. He feels free. Okay.
Who does? Adler?
It's post daily documentaries. All right, so now he can like live a life around lunchtime, and so now he has said to the both of us is, hey, I'm in. I want to start going over there. So
you went back and joined Speedy and Greg's little workout routine. You weren't with them for a while.
He joined the lunks.
Right. And you found some time that you weren't out helping others.
Y'all are the clunks.
Right. "21 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba. Thank you for being with us. And looking forward to chatting with you today. Blazing Silverman's got that covered for us. All right, so I don't watch a lot of NFL unless it gets to the playoffs and then the Super Bowl. So I don't have any idea what's going on, but I can look at highlights and scores when they're coming in. You know, when you're dealing with professional sports and you've got elite players that are getting older, and you start trying to guess, we didn't know that Tom Brady's would retire from his marriage before he would the professional football, but anyway, when you start looking at, when people go, all right, I think this person's still got a season or two left in them, and
right.
I think I'm going to take them there. You think about Joe Montana when the 49ers thought they were done with him, and he goes on to Kansas City and still had a few good seasons left in him.
Yeah, carried them to the playoffs.
And then sometimes you think, okay, well, that team got rid of them at the right time, or they left. Am I overreacting that it appears the Russell Wilson Denver thing's not jiving yet? I mean,
I don't think it's jiving. It
Yeah.
may not be Russell Wilson though.
Yeah.
They've had, they had the Super Bowl winning season with Peyton when he retired, but they had really spent a lot on free agents.
Yeah, and
now they're kind of harvesting the benefits of selling out to win that Super Bowl year because it takes a while to rebuild. And I don't know if the Seahawks doing any better without him.
I don't know. I just see that the Colts, which my youngest son who pulls for the Colts would say, look, if the Colts beat you, you've got to re-examine everything right now. But since they had their problems when the star quarterbacks started not unable to play, and then they've never really recovered from that. But that the Broncos only scored 9 points and the game went into overtime.
Yeah, not one touchdown in the game.
They lost 12-9 and did not score a touchdown against the Colts.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean that's
they were shut out in the fourth quarter completely.
Yeah, so I was just wondering because that was one of those things when you saw in the offseason, you're like, oh, that's kind of intriguing.
Right.
But I've never really kept up with how it's going. But that doesn't look good.
Well, I think expectation-wise, for an NFL offense, you have to score 24 points a game.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just minimum. And I think for your defense, you want them to hold the opponent under about 21. So if you're not reaching those low-hanging bars, then I think you got a problem.
Yeah, to me, if I'm the Broncos and we hold the Colts, to 9 points because I guess they beat us with a field goal in overtime.
Mm-hmm.
So it's 9 points at the end of regulation, and we haven't won the game, and then they go on to beat us in overtime by grabbing 3 more before weekend. I mean, that doesn't look like that's a high flying offense for the Broncos.
I didn't. I watched maybe 4 or 5 minutes of it in the second quarter. And it just looked like to me, I think, what does he have? He has Judy, right, with the Broncos.
I have no idea.
I believe so.
Yeah, you're right.
But he just doesn't have a ton of weapons, it doesn't look like. It looked like to me that he would drop back and then start running for his life.
And to Bubba's point, they've scored 16 points, 9 points, 10 points, 23 points, and a loss, and 9 points last night.
Yeah.
So even in their wins,
that's ugly.
Even in their 2 wins, they scored 16 and 11.
Yeah. he had 2 interceptions last night.
I'm just going to keep it on the small screen, but here is Russell Wilson's worst throw of the evening, if you guys want to see it. At the very end of this clip, I mean, this is not good, gang.
Wow.
That was about 30 feet off.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he looked like he got hit as he was throwing.
Got to understand, too, right there, they're not kicking a field goal. It's 3rd and 13, and he thinks if I throw a pick, it's just as good as a punt. There's a lot more to that play than him just throwing off his back foot. And
had a guy hanging on him.
But this right here, the fans are laughing at their own quarterback, which they're just like, wow, that was bad.
Yeah.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is
that's a great point, Helms. I'm sorry, Rick, I interrupted you. Sorry, man.
That's right. But in he is getting older. I mean,
33.
Yeah,
and in football years, that's like Brady's the only one.
I just didn't see, and it could be me, but I just didn't see a ton of weapons running all over the field.
I don't think there is.
But seeing Matt Ryan with the Colts was even stranger to me. It just
that was.
I thought about
strange.
Brody and you, Rick, and how much he loves the Colts. The whole night was weird.
Well, but you go back to it again, and what we're learning again. All right, let's say that Russell Wilson has not lost anything with his age. I would say he probably has. I mean, just naturally, not everybody's Tom Brady, and so that comes around every blue moon. But it also goes back to what we try to tell everybody all the time concerning football, and I guess this is another example. It is the ultimate team sport.
Yeah,
and you can be elite, but if you're elite and the rest of the team or most of the team isn't,
it shows up.
The system helps you be good too.
Yeah.
And because if he did great on good teams at Seattle, and he's not doing well on the bad team, because that's all we're saying is he doesn't have the weapons. So apparently the weapons are just as important. Because you can't really just take a great quarterback, put him on a bad team, and all of a sudden he's moving up.
Tom Brady doesn't do well in Tampa if he don't have all the weapons around him.
Correct. Yeah. Which is probably one of the reasons he looked and picked that.
Yeah,
exactly.
Well, they spent a lot of money.
You remember when Russell Wilson was in college and became a free agent before free agency was cool. He said, I went and looked for the team I thought had the best offensive line.
Yeah,
I didn't really want to get jacked every game.
Well, at the time, Peyton Manning,
where he went,
listen, when Peyton Manning, he had like four decisions to make or 4 choices to make in that one big decision, and he picked Denver for a reason.
Yeah.
But to Adler's point on this video, but I know how fans are, which is why I asked the question. Yeah. For fans, we got Russell Wilson. And it's going terrible.
Yeah.
So it must be Russell Wilson.
So the Broncos,
and it may be some of his. I'm not letting him off the hook.
No,
he may not be playing well. I don't watch it enough to know. That's
he's
why
taking responsibility. He's taking responsibility, which what makes me love Russell Wilson. And so when you hear that, the fans jump on him because they don't understand he's just being the ultimate team guy and taking the responsibility.
Yeah. The drive I saw, twice on the drive he had to scramble and run for 12 to 15 yards on his own, using his legs to even get the first down.
Yeah.
And the Broncos went to 2-3 with that loss, and Seattle is 2-2.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess the point that jumped out at me, and that's why I asked, because I don't watch it to even be able to say, well, let me tell you something. I saw him. He's struggling.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
Yeah.
The reason why I asked was when I saw that 9. That 9.
They obviously have offensive issues.
That's an ugly 9.
Yeah.
And now I hear it's been that problem all
Yes.
season.
Yeah.
And
I was more intrigued with Al Michaels and Kirk Herbstreit too on the call. I
Really?
still can't. That's a weird
hard to
combo,
get
but
used
they
to, yeah.
they do a pretty good
I like
job.
it.
Though.
Well, in this is not. I'm not who they're after
Right,
with all the
right.
deals they cut, because professional football has to fall into my lap for me to even care. But for I will say, if you're not a fan of Thursday night pro football, which I'm with you, Greg, I never have been.
No, I can't do
to
it.
make me even less a fan is it be streaming Thursday night football.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Now,
that really added to it.
Right, that makes it even
Now
though
I got to get the fire stick cranked up.
right. Now I got to get the fire stick cranked up. But
Update it.
but
Have it ready to go.
But to show my age, it's crazy successful.
Yeah, that's all we want. We
Yeah.
stream everything at our house.
Yeah,
Period.
I stream a lot.
How about this? Their numbers they got on it are great.
Yeah.
Everybody involved is getting what they want out of it.
Yeah.
Bottom of the hour, 866 We Be Big is our number. The only people that are not getting what they want out of last night are the fans of Denver. But Amazon and NFL, they're all happy. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yes, I
Yeah,
found
Rick,
some
he
time
wasn't
out
doing
not
community
helping others.
service.
Hey, by the
Charity.
way, guys.
Are you working off a DUI? Is that what that community service is?
Hey, I got an email from the teacher saying who
The dude?
I did think the teacher was a dude. Yes, initially.
Jordan.
All right, Jordan, fire it in there.
Okay, I thought Jordan was a guy. I got to the classroom to talk to some kids who I thought were much older, and they were a lot younger, and it was a female teacher. I had some misconceptions going in, but it went great. She emailed me saying the kids are raving about how much they learned and how much fun it was and how awesome yesterday was. So thank you for coming. So I did good. I know it sounded like a disaster, but it went well.
All right, Jordan, fire it in there.
All right, so you go with them to go work at a place where they don't like lunks.
Right.
Judgment-free zone.
And I understand yesterday there was a complaint filed against you.
For the first time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't.
What
we
happened?
weren't
Y'all
lunking
be
either.
loud.
We were not lunking at all.
Y'all
Rick,
speak
they were
loudly,
lunkers.
though.
Yeah.
You stupid lunks.
Now look,
lunkers.
hey, look. When we swing open that door, I mean, we're loud. I mean, we bring a lot of
We're loud
volume.
people.
We've talked about it
Yes.
when we go to staff
Yeah, but that's
lunches.
not lunking.
I mean, we shut down a restaurant just last week because of how loud we were.
But let me be clear, they don't have a rule against people who talk loud.
No, and that was not the case because normally that's us. We come in, hey, how you doing? And we get out there
He's
and we
overdoing
talking
it as
and we
usual.
stuff. I'm not. No.
It's one who grunts, drops weights, or judges. So their loudness could be judging.
How can
and
you
it could,
hear me
They
judging?
could think that they're grunting.
But this time,
Can I just one second? Because you know,
They'll-
you
they'll be
know, I
loud.
have to know what we're talking about.
You can't drop weight.
How do you judge
You'll do
somebody
that.
in the gym?
Now, that's a question for
Rick,
them.
this
I
is
don't know.
Rick.
I don't get involved.
Like that ain't much. That ain't much.
Please do
That
it
like,
again.
that ain't much. Hey,
Like you're over and you're working.
I
out.
would think.
hey, good work. Good work on the treadmill over at L.A.
Yeah, is that all you're gonna do?
Is that what? Is that what?
Well,
it is?
I think there would be several things that would fall into that category, but being loud definitely would be one of them.
well, but we've
That's
never had a
judging?
complaint over that. And in this
They need to
particular,
do something about that guy that stinks.
yeah,
That's
this
judging.
particular time.
That's judging, Greg.
Now
That's
we're here.
judging.
And when you're
Now
saying
we've
things
arrived.
like that and you're loud doing it,
right.
And-
What
and
did y'all
look,
get in trouble
and
for?
I'll
we
just
were
say
in
this.
we were actually doing a workout when we got
Right.
called
We
out.
we at this particular time we weren't being loud.
Didn't know y'all were lunks.
But one of the employees came over that
said
we
that
know
wasn't being loud.
and said, "Hey, by the way, just want to let you know, getting a look up from the assistant manager over
Oh,
here.
wow.
You kind of
So she was just looking at y'all for no reason.
No, the assistant manager was looking over at us, and it looked like
You
a
thought
new
it was
guy,
unfounded.
a new guy, and we looked around
So
like,
it was
"What do you
a
mean?"
dude. You was a dude, and y'all thought y'all weren't being loud.
We didn't think
I
so.
didn't think I was.
Now
weren't
every
lying.
now and then Greg will go like that.
Not true. We were doing none of that. I don't know. I
don't
think
know.
we clanged the weights a little, maybe.
Was that?
Yeah.
Can you
Well,
not? Can you not clang the weights?
Yeah, we'll rack it, maybe clang a little bit. We were on the Smith machine at the time.
But to me, when they say no judging, no dropping weights, no whatever, dropping weights is when you have like the whole bar and you're like, yeah, and you just like,
Yeah.
you throw it in the
You
air
do
and then
that, and
drop
then you
it.
just-
Yeah.
you-
I
how do
mean,
you
we're
do
not
it?
doing like, yeah, man.
Remember we used to do that.
That's typical lunk behavior right
And
there.
then you drop
You
it.
look,
remember
you look
CrossFit when
awfully
you go here?
comfortable.
Drawing attention to yourself.
Yep.
You
Being
look,
loud.
you look very, very comfortable in that what you claim to be an impression of a lunker.
Okay.
I will say this: we haven't been called out until
He joined y'all
till you came back.
Oh wow!
He brought the lunkness.
Was
out.
it a no lunk zone until little big man came back?
I think that shirt he had on the day before, just looking at him, made him feel like he was a lunk.
I did hear you confess to one of the employees that you were judging someone.
Well, I said I was judging somebody, but I also said I was judging Greg, so I don't think that should count.
Well, Rick, you got overcompensating, overgreeting, donkey. I mean, you know, it's a bad combination.
Wow. Yeah. We've got an compensating, over-greeting a double.
I tell you what.
Y'all together, y'all probly do.
We make a lump.
Yeah.
When you put us all three together, we're one lump.
Like a snowman, three of you stacked up.
So here's what you're never going to get from us, though. I don't like people cheering me on while I'm working.
Oh, gosh,
you can do it.
I can't stand
I know.
that.
I don't want to hear that.
Give us one more.
I don't know how to approach that. I know people mean well by that, but I really don't like it.
Speedy does that.
Speedy definitely does
No,
that.
he's
an encourager. You're an encourager. There's nothing wrong
Yeah,
with
but
that.
he'll just do it like, hey, get one more.
Attaboy.
He don't do that. You can do it. Come on, come on, come on. He don't do all that.
Attaboy, attaboy. You'll say attaboy way too much.
But
attaboy.
you are making stuff up.
1, attaboy. 2, attaboy. 3.
Hey, I like to encourage.
Attaboy.
Keep
You're
it
an
up.
encourager.
There's
nothing wrong with being encouraged.
Start
An
hollering.
encourager, Rick, with overgreeting ability, though,
Turns into
lunk.
Yeah. You don't even know. You can't control it. Lunk. You can't control it.
Well, here's what I want to tell that guy.
It
Hit
just
the alarm
springs.
then, if you're big about it. Hit the alarm.
Oh, here we go. Now,
Don't
here we
send
go.
you don't send your crony over there to tell him. Hit the alarm.
I will say, as soon as we got
They
called,
have an alarm.
As soon as we got called on
I
it,
couldn't tell y'all could get loud at all.
they made fun of that
Well,
for
sure.
the rest of the time we were there. Hey, don't want to do anything
Yeah.
over here.
There it is.
I actually stopped the girl. I told her I caught him judging someone. I said, I'm sorry.
It is 35 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us as this big ship rolls on. Double steel, I had a blues man on the back and a musician at the wheel. Rolling downtown in the middle of the night, and yeah, we laughing and we joking and we feeling all right. The Rick and Bubba Show from Sweet Home Alabama to the world. To the world, baby.
Bad.
What do we say? I'm nationwide. All right, so Upside.com, a lot of you have found this app and you're using it and you're loving it and you're sending us emails about it. And Upside.com, use the code BUBBA25. Rick, what's up with the code? Well, when you use the code BUBBA25, when you get this free app, that means the first tank of gas you put in there, you're going to get at least 25 cents or more back for every gallon on that first tank of gas. Then you just, now you're ready. And then you move into using the app on anything you buy, and it finds you, savings you got, and you get. If you're doing like credit cards or loyalty programs, this far exceeds that. You're going to get a lot more back with this. So go to Upside.com and let us know how you love it. And you'll get 3 times the money back with it than you do on these other opportunities that I just mentioned. As a matter of fact, I'll give you a number. Current users are earning more than $1 million every week.
Come on.
I mean, that's a lot of folks using it. That's a lot of savings going on. You find it, you'll see that 4.8 star rating in the App Store. Go download the free Upside app and use our special promo code BUBBA25 and let the savings begin and get that money back. Also, there's a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Bubba, we update. Fauci! Bubba, the CDC.
I'm going to say this is good news, Rick.
It is good news.
The
It's great news.
CDC is now cutting daily COVID-19 reporting as pressure has mounted on U.S. officials to leave it behind after President Joe Biden declared the pandemic over last month.
But this is Fauci, High Priest of Health. I want to warn you there could be a variant in the winter.
Instead of daily reporting, they're going to give us weekly numbers. All of that will begin October the 20th. The CDC announced the move Thursday, saying it will increase reporting flexibility.
they find themselves in a little bit of a quandary. You know, where we're coming from, you call it a quandary.
Right.
Quandary.
And that is that
I.e.
Biden,
quagmire.
Biden declared the pandemic over. Fauci even said the pandemic phase was over. He said that back in April, which is true. It is not a pandemic anymore. Doesn't mean the virus is gone.
Doesn't mean you can't die from it.
Don't anybody say that.
Yeah.
Rick said the virus is gone. No, I'm just saying that it's got all the variants, and we're just living with it now like we do the flu and colds, and just like everybody said it would eventually get. Doesn't mean it's fun to have it. Doesn't mean it won't make you sick. And as Bubba said, doesn't mean that it won't kill some people, just like the flu kills people and pneumonia kills people. But anyway,
what were our flu numbers? Do you remember how many people die a year? Wasn't it about 50,000 a year from flu?
It got a little cloudy this last time because there were many people claiming that some of the flu people got thrown into COVID.
Right, I'm sure they did. Yeah. But I mean, pre-COVID, what were our flu numbers?
I want to say it was in the 30,000s a year.
I thought it was a little higher than that. Anyway,
well, I think you're
50,
thinking automobiles, but
30 to 50, and automobiles have come down. By the way,
they have.
Yes,
they
and
sure
that's
have.
good.
That is good. So anyway,
crumple zones are working.
But here's the quandary that the Biden administration finds themselves in. I need to declare that my presidency, even though this isn't true, but it doesn't matter what's true. It's a matter of what kind of commercials you can make. I can use propaganda to say, well, while I was president, the pandemic we ended it.
Yeah.
But then you need the pandemic and the fear to try to get some of the voting stuff that's shady.
Right.
You need that to do some shady voting. So you're in a little bit of a quandary here.
And let's also clarify something. We mentioned it on the air when it all was reported out. The CDC has admitted through their own massive testing that ivermectin actually helps against COVID.
Well, not so fast.
Actually helps against
High Priest
COVID.
of Health has got a disagreement with you.
Says,
whoa. Fauci can have his own opinion. The CDC, the Center for Disease Control, which is our top governmental agency dealing with infection, says ivermectin helps against COVID. So all you people that were making fun of people getting horse dewormer down at the co-op, which is not the place to get it, by the way. There is a human version of it that I would highly recommend. It has been around for a long time. It has been used in third world countries to help cure river blindness and other things. And Rick, it was declared, like drug of the year back 10 to 15 years ago.
It won a Nobel Prize.
Yeah, won a Nobel Prize for it.
Yeah, it did.
Let's hear Fauci. He's still not buying.
He's on Colbert this week.
You know why?
Yeah.
He doesn't have the drug patents for ivermectin, and it's cheap. And he wants you to buy the expensive stuff that he spent money to develop.
If you're somebody that's trying to defend Fauci,
there's the dirty little secret,
right,
my friend.
If you're in the camp of defending Fauci, that he's not riding dirty, as Bubba points out, this one will hurt because of the CDC now not agreeing with him. So if you think, why is he out to get ivermectin? And I think Bubba just told you why. So here we go. Here is the High Priest of Health himself, Fauci, on with Colbert.
But some of the sort of the confusion that came out over the last few years. I think I've asked you about this, but I want to check in one more time. Did ivermectin do anything?
No.
Okay. Humans do take it, but not for this purpose.
Right. It does not help with COVID, and it could be dangerous.
Okay. Hydroxychloroquine, did it do anything?
No.
No. So people who hoarded that?
No.
No reason to have done that. Okay.
Right.
Just checking.
You got it.
For a friend.
You got it right.
Okay. We have to take a quick.
That's pretty funny, but did you see him? Did you see the old High Priest of Health?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you know what he basically said? These are two drugs I don't make any money off of, so I'm against them.
Yeah, I have nothing to do with it.
I have nothing. What about when he said it could be dangerous?
Yeah.
Could be dangerous.
You just said people.
Well, anything
people
could be.
take it for other
Well,
things.
yeah, no, I love this. The vaccine wasn't dangerous. The antivirals that we threw out there real quick because we needed them, do they not show they could be potential? Everything that we come up with, none of it is 100% safe. None of it. Yeah. Because human beings are so complex and we're so individually designed that there's always risk that there's going to be a side effect, either long-term or short-term, for any one individual or multiples.
Mm-hmm.
After that segment, they walked to the pharmacy next door, and Fauci got his booster shot as part of the show.
How could he not be boosted already? I mean, he's had so many boosters.
It's
really in the needle?
The fifth one is really the one that protects you.
Right. Yeah. Booster 8 now out. No,
I didn't realize he was such a tiny little man.
He's a tiny little fella. I can tell now why he couldn't throw a baseball. That's not much of an arm there.
No, he looks pretty normal to me.
Big deal. He might even be the perfect. He might even be the perfect size.
He looks like he does good. pretty short. 165.9, pretty average size.
So there we go. Bubba, you know what's happened, which I think is really sad. This whole, if there's one thing, the pandemic did a lot of terrible things. We saw it, from the front row. All of you did. But one of the things it did too, I think it has done more damage to take away the people's confidence in the medical field. And I'm not saying that's a good thing. But there's been so much when this thing got politicized, the damage it is going to do ongoing. Because there was a time when when you're talking to your doctor and you're at the hospital, whatever, and you're like, I totally trust everybody I'm talking to that they're giving me what's best for me. This has all been highly researched, highly tested, and I'm not saying that's not the case. So don't hear me saying that. I will say unapologetically, because it's just a fact, that the medical field they're not undefeated. Throughout time, our researchers and the pharmaceutical companies have made mistakes.
Yes, they have.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
Let's
not act like that's not true.
They've had some marvelous wins, and they've had some horrific mistakes.
Right, and that's all right. We're in a flawed world with flawed people, and we're all doing the best we can. But when this thing got politicized, the damage it has done to the integrity of some of the people in the medical field, to where now people don't trust you, that's part of the damage done through all this.
Yeah. And
it's a byproduct.
The head of the CDC, they came out a few weeks ago and said we're revamping a lot of things because our sole purpose was to prepare the United States of America for a pandemic, and we failed miserably. And part of that was, as you said, this political football that came out, and it was in the middle of a highly and hotly contested presidential election, which made it even worse. But right now, I think most people are very skeptical of the CDC, and they need to, double check anything that they say, and that's probably a good thing. We probably should have been doing that all along.
No, you're right. I think back to Casio Kid and the Monkey.
But now, even with any treatment, like when I was in the hospital, I'm always asking, what are the side effects?
I know. Right.
And see, I used to not be that way. I used to just want to get better and move on. I didn't even really think about side effects.
Yeah, you need to. 14 minutes to the top of the hour. 866 We Be Big is our number. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I was judging this other person.
That was you, Greg. That was you.
Greg, that's your part of the snowman.
I will say this. I mean,
it's made up of 3 balls.
It is.
It did. Yeah. It did kind of cold us a little bit.
It did.
I mean, it was the two of us.
I have to say,
we were a little cold.
I have to say, unless this was a pre-light warning, I have to say, if the light doesn't go on, then the behavior hasn't been deemed.
I think the employee that kind of likes us a little bit because we
said the light is coming.
I think, hey guys, you got something coming here. Just they're eyeing you. Just be ready.
Right.
Wow. He did. He pointed. He said, "Those two and Little Sweet, do something about them."
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
He did. I was trying to make you went one more.
Little Sweet, you can do one more. I was doing.
Drop the weight.
Okay, I'm not Little Sweet. All right.
Rick, again, I know I keep going back to this, but
Please,
y'all don't
for Halloween,
understand
dress
that
up as
Marine
Little
shirt he
Sweet.
had on that first day we went.
Well, next time he wears a shirt like that, give me a picture.
I wasn't ready for
Rick,
it.
I gave them to Hams for his kids. Same size.
Yes.
Oh, my God.
And the sleeves,
They're workout
look,
shirts.
the
They're
sleeves are real
workout shirts.
short. I think it was a women's shirt.
It's not a women's shirt. All right? It's not a
Will you
women's
please
shirt.
dress like that
It's
for
a
Halloween?
kid shirt. It was a kid shirt.
It's a Little Sweet.
A Little Sweet would be a good Halloween costume. I will give you that, Bubba, okay?
On a little horse.
I'm thinking about it.
That is a
There's
good
his
one.
horse right there.
That's a good one.
Little sweet.
Look, yeah, there it is. That's perfect.
I was doing
And you got to hold that big can that he holds.
I was doing a weird throat clearing thing when I was doing because we were working out hard.
I
We were
think
doing
I
bench.
I slammed
Y'all
the
were
weight one
lunks.
time.
We
You were
doing,
lunks.
We were doing incline bench,
I
decline
wouldn't want to have been around
bench.
y'all.
You know
I
what?
slammed
You're
one.
a snowman whose name is Lunk.
With our powers combined.
Yes, one big lunk.
I say, like I said,
Give you a
hit the
corn
handle.
cob pop, my button nose.
We have had the lunker alarm, but they were kidding. They have
Yeah,
said it
yeah,
also.
yeah.
But
Like-
it was
like we-
somebody that was just messing
We
with
have a
it.
good relationship. Like we'll drop some weight and look over at him like, yeah, go ahead and sound it off. You know, just kind of messing with him. We're playing around, but we know.
Is
That
it-
guy
this was
yesterday tried to
Do
be
you
real.
think there's a new guy?
Yes,
there
I do.
That is a little bit of a hater, and
Maybe.
doesn't know y'all's behavior yet, and he deems it lunk
worthy.
lunk
Look,
lunk
buddy.
sensitive.
Yeah,
maybe
maybe so.
Look, I get the campaign, and it's a good one. You know, I get their angle, but buddy, calm down. Don't. It ain't that serious.
Well, we weren't really loud.
There he is.
Bottom of the snowman speak.
But you know what I'm saying? Hey, buddy, you're really not the keeper of the room. You know,
Here we go.
that's just it's a good marketing thing. It's outstanding. I love
Lunker the snowman.
Was it very?
that. They really don't. I don't think their intention is to really go up to people and go, hey, y'all need to cut it out. I just don't think
I've
it
never
is.
seen that.
Right.
I mean, most
But
people know how to call
they're
themselves.
trying to market to people that say, I don't want to go in the gym where everybody's a bunch of.
Yes,
we used to
and I
call them
like that.
meatheads. We used to call them
Meatheads.
meatheads.
I do,
Yeah.
but
I totally understand the angle.
Did
Oh,
Speedy
yeah.
get y'all a membership?
no, we actually had to pay for it.
pay for
We
mine.
did. He may not.
I pay for mine every month.
Speedy, you act like you don't pay. Like when you walk in the door, you're like, "Hey, we're here, everybody!"
And everybody little sweet getting on me.
Everybody like looks at us like, "What's wrong with this bald guy? And why is he with Lil Sweet?"
And I see
Little country sweet.
Hey, and I see he brought his mean drunk uncle with him. Rick and Bubba Show, we're back. 866 We Be Big. If you want to reach us, getting some phone calls in. Got a wacky world update for you.
How bizarre.
With this professor, it has been canceled. Brent Christopher Alsop, because they found him passed out in the student center. He had driven to the campus under the influence of alcohol, and then they go to his car and they find hydrocodone,
Codeine.
Xanax, amphetamine salts, all in his automobile. And again, how he was caught was he passed out in the student center, and they found him passed out there.
You know, I have a feeling this is probably not the only thing this teacher, professor, whatever his rank is there, has done, Rick, if I just had to take a guess.
He's been there. This is, of course, in Georgia. He's been there for 10 years, and it says that he teaches in the business school, or should I say did.
Yeah, really.
And I'm not sure.
Maybe not no
He's
more.
not teaching at the business school right now while the investigation is going on. But picture you're a student, and you're in Mr. Alsop's class, Professor Alsop. It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour, Rick and Bubba Show. You can call us right now. We're going phone calls at 866 We Be Big. Blazing Silverman is there, and he's ready to take your phone call. And anything you want to talk about, you dial us up. You can get in right now. I see that lines are available, and then we'll chat with you. Also, another point made on the things that happened that were unnecessarily damaging our military and our hospitals, depleted of people over vaccine mandates that we now know were uncalled for and unnecessary, and it cost us. We got caught up in the politicizing of a vaccine, and it cost us some really, really valuable people unnecessarily. That's the part that stings.
Yeah. And again, the people
unnecessarily.
The people on the front of this acted like the vaccine was going to be like a vaccine we knew, like for polio and smallpox. It was going to be almost a 100% deal, and this one was not.
Right.
And again, because the speed that it was done, the degree of the virus, how far ahead of our immune systems it was, because clearly it was manufactured, and we can keep playing that or not, but it was so far ahead. And that's one of the reasons now, Rick, that it's not hitting us as hard, because we've all had it once or twice now.
Yep.
And our immune systems have caught up to it. So it's not 6 steps ahead when we see it, it's just 1 or 2.
Yep. And I even saw this, which is great news. I even saw this where mom and dad live in a retirement community. You know, they thought they had like, I'm talking about 4 cases. And of course, when it happens, when you're dealing with the elderly, they're like, well, here we go again. But you know what happened? It just went. It never happened.
And we got to be wise about it. And you know, that's the thing. And you pointed this out earlier. When the vaccine became available, we just started giving it to everybody, and it should have been to the people who were most at risk, the elderly and those with that. We should have really focused on that, not school kids.
Right.
School kids are not. It's not a problem for them.
I mean, you realize we were able to even have the Eddie Munster promotion, and everybody come to
I
it
know.
with no problem.
I know. Mm-hmm. How about that?
To the phones we go. John is in Dadeville, Alabama. John, welcome
Beautiful
to Rick and
Dadeville.
Bubba. Hey, John, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, good morning, gang. Look, you know that part of a horror movie where they kill off the bad monster, but then they come back and say, "Oh, there's another one."
Oh yeah.
Well, there's another female announcer.
Yeah.
Her name is Tiffany Green. I sent Adler and Speedy the video of her voice, and I got to tell you, it's just as bad and scratchy as your fingers on a chalkboard.
I got all your emails over the weekend. Some of you were screaming at me, Rick, another one is rising. And I got you, John, you weren't the only one. There were a number of them going, Rick, there's another one.
Yeah. There's another one.
Oh, no. Oh, boy.
Yeah, Tiffany Green is her name. So,
Well,
it's
is
just your
she?
call.
Have we heard her?
Yeah.
She's played by. Sounds a lot.
Oh, sounds a lot like her.
Very similar. It's that.
Continues to add some depth.
I guess you have to
Hams,
have that.
what was that announcer we heard? I think we were talking about it. The female that really was doing a good job and was not difficult to listen to. Do you remember us having that conversation?
I think it's the baseball announcer on ESPN.
I don't recall her name.
Can I tell you what I've noticed?
It wasn't a football announcer.
On the ones that
We're just going to have to identify everybody by gender. We can't just talk about whether they're qualified or not. I think she did pretty good when I've heard her.
Jessica Mendoza, I think, who we're talking about.
Yeah, maybe that's it.
Can I notice it's something I've been noticing on the Beth Mowens and now Tiffany? They have a little bit of Pentecostal preacher to them.
Oh, wow.
They're talking about depth.
Oh, yeah.
There's a secular.
Yeah.
They're coming down. I got a timeout.
You know, they got a little.
Touch.
Yeah.
And the light.
You're all right.
Let's go to Central Illinois, where Don is standing by. Don, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show.
Hi, Rick. I was just curious. Are you guys ever going to get enough sponsors to where you can do more show and less commercials? I'll get off the line and
well, you actually, the only way it would happen, Don, is we would really have to, because if you get to that point, you either have more commercials at a rate that a sponsor will tolerate, or you have to raise the rate to only a few can afford it, and then that would drive down the number of them. But that's all, what the market bears and what it is. So it's as things get better economically and you can get back up and raise those rates back up, you'll probably see the number of them go down.
And what was
that's kind of how it works.
What was his name, Rick?
Don.
Don. But Don, here's the thing. I mean, our inventory of commercials has not changed in gosh, how long, Rick?
Oh,
there was a slight adjustment
15
years
Probably.
ago.
Mm-hmm.
But it's been the same. So it's always been the same. We haven't added anything.
No, and I don't know how many other shows you listen to that would be like ours.
We're pretty much on the same clock.
We're pretty much one live spot an hour. The rest of it happens in the breaks. If you're listening, I don't know what you're listening to. They seem to be, mentioning a live spot 2 or 3 times an hour, which we don't do. Our inventory, whether you believe it or not, really isn't all that high at all compared to others, and it hasn't changed in 15 years. Mm-hmm. So
But I do understand because of people getting content differently now. Like if you used our podcast archives, Don, I mean, you wouldn't be dealing with many at all. So there's a lot of choices out there. So thanks for the call. Let's go to. But I will warn all of you: if you ever turn this thing on and there's not many commercials, we won't be on much longer.
No.
Yeah, that's a sign you go, man, I love all this content for a few weeks.
Yeah.
Now they're gone.
And if you are an Adler morning show,
if you are listening to a show with one commercial, you're not going to have them long.
No, you're really not.
And I also think that this industry has gone, and it happened a couple of years ago, to selling more 30 seconds than 60 seconds.
So it seems.
So it appears as though there's
you're
more,
right.
but there's really not.
Yeah, that's a good point, by the way.
Chris in Hoover, ZZK. Chris, go ahead.
hey, Greg's got a point.
Complimented. Great compliment.
Third-time caller.
Oh, thank you.
Hey, I was saying maybe since Fauci's got some more free time, he can give Russell Wilson some throwing lessons now.
That's good.
Rick, wouldn't you love to come off the edge and Fauci be standing in the pocket?
Oh, Greg. It may be untouched.
Oh, yeah. A blown assignment. Nobody even touched it.
And I've dropped my inside shoulder so I can pick up momentum.
There he is.
Oh, he would think a truck hit him. Now, they may have to haul me off in an ambulance after the hit, but he'd be a dandy.
There you go. You give it everything you got.
Yeah, I don't know if my body can take that kind of collision anymore, but I'm willing to try it.
And back to Don's point, if we had any shorter commercial breaks, we couldn't get to the bathroom in the back. I mean, I come in here now zipping and snapping while the music's
I
playing.
tried to get them to add 3 more for the bathroom distance. We'll be right back. Top of the hour.
More to come.
Oh, my God.
Good night.
Guys,
More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, guys, I know that you guys are seeing the same numbers that I'm seeing. I was just talking with Don from Central Illinois, and the inflation numbers, while the country suffers and the stock market has, had some of its worst days in 2 years, the Biden administration, I don't know what it is. It's almost like they're delusional. Can they not see the problem? Well, the economy is sick. It is not well, and we all know this, and the Fed is likely to continue raising interest rates. That's why we're going to recommend you diversify with gold and silver, but go ahead and do that now. And the only company that is going to take time to customize a plan for your or my, individual situation is Allegiance Gold. And Allegiance Gold can help you protect your IRA or your 401k with physical gold and silver. Now, if you prefer, they can have it delivered securely right to the front door if that's what you'd rather them do. Their approach is different. Like I said, they want to be educated on your situation. What are your goals? What are my goals? Maybe they would be different. So we don't need the same plan. So Allegiance Gold says, let's work a plan that works for you. No, not a boilerplate situation. So right now you can get their best offer yet, up to $2,500 of free silver on a qualifying purchase. And here's how you do that. Go to protectwithrickbubba.com. There's no and in there. Put Rick Bubba together. Protectwithrickbubba.com. You can also mention us by calling Allegiance Gold, 844-790-9191. We can't control what the government's going to do, but you sure can get prepared. Go to protectwithrickbubba.com. That's protectwithrickbubba.com. and you roll through the student center, maybe you're trying to go get you some snacks or going to try to find a place to sit down and study a little bit, and you're like, hey, man, is that a student passed out over on the couch? No, I think that's Mr. Olson. And gosh, what a day at the class. Look, let's face it. When you go off to college, you don't know what you're getting in. You don't know what's going to be out there.
You don't.
I mean, some of these professors are weirdos. I'm talking about. But anyway, so did you ever have like really weird? I had some really weird professors.
Oh yeah, I had a few birds, man.
Yeah. I mean, I had.
I told you I used to go round and round with my economics teacher all the time.
Well, no, that's just somebody who just was teaching something that did not work in the real world.
Right.
And you took issue with that.
Oh yeah. Well, you had other, and I had some real good ones too. So
Boy, Tyler's got one right now.
Really?
Whew. He's also got a student in there, classmate that has Tourette's, and he'll just be sitting there all saying, "Oh, this sucks." And whatever, and like
that's
it's
awesome.
like everybody's like, "What?"
Speedy, what?
That is
Yeah.
you can't. That's awesome.
Yeah.
It's hot in here. Greg
Yeah.
said that's awesome.
When you I'd go to that. I wouldn't cut that class one time.
Apparently, there was construction on one of the floors that were supposed to have the room, so they went to the basement. She said, "Hey, I want to be sorry. I'm sorry if the AC is just really loud down here. That sucks."
He was just
So he's honest. What he's saying is what he's really
yeah.
thinking. See, that's good. You need that guy.
I mean, he just
Greg,
screams all
Greg,
kinds.
now we had a guy that had a.
We have that guy.
We had a guy that had a
point.
very distinctive laugh.
Hate it.
And anytime he got to laughing, it shut the whole class down.
Right.
I mean, you could not. There's no way you could sit in that room with him laughing and you not be crying. You were laughing so hard. You couldn't help it. It wasn't
Right.
disrespectful. It was just
infectious.
the oddest laugh you've ever heard. Right. He would really laugh, and then he would gasp for air, and he kind of sounded like a horse bringing it back in. And
Yeah.
I remember, Rick. I kid you not. And we had a teacher, Major Turner, who meant a lot to both of us. And at one time, he's very non-emotional about things. He's just very, almost monotone at times. And he took his glasses off and was wiping his eye. And he said to this student, "I don't think we can take anymore."
Right. Yeah. So
and the rest of us were laying in the floor gasping for air.
It was just his laugh.
Yes, of course. That meant I had to try to get him to laugh every day. And they get to agging me on to get him to laugh.
I can't remember which university that I was attending at the time because I did not stay at one. It was, and we had a psychology class.
You know who this was, too.
And do I?
Mm-hmm. I bet you do.
Six minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. As a brand new hour roars, and we thank you for being part of the program today. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all of us together. Wheel of Meat will spin before the day is over. The Grade 8 will be in the golden ticket seats today. Looking forward to meeting this next bunch and welcoming them to our little world here on the bleeding edge of technology. And welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Well, glad to be here, and thank all of you for tuning in and being with us here for a little while out there in Radio Land.
A couple of things in
TV land.
Yeah, we've got
streaming land.
The streaming land. Couple of we got Kirk Franklin and we got Kanye West to start the hour. So yesterday we were not aware of it. We had a caller call in and say, "Hey guys, what do y'all think about Kirk Franklin, who is a worship leader, gospel singer, hip hop, whole deal." And he is very, very talented and has done some incredible work. He did a rap where he said that the lion and the lamb would one day bow to the goat. And of course, people were getting concerned about what in the world is he talking about. And we said on the air, giving Kirk Franklin benefit of the doubt, he is likely trying to be hip to the groove. And be mod right now with our obsession with the term GOAT, meaning greatest of all time. And he's saying that they will bow to the greatest of all time. Now, it did run into some theology issues, and Adler brought up one, which it was true, that we see Jesus Christ referred to as the Lion of Judah, Lion, and the Lamb of God with the ultimate sacrifice. So, and I made the mistake yesterday that I make this mistake all the time, and others are saying it too. There's two places in Isaiah where he's looking ahead to the millennial reign and the new heaven and the new earth, and he uses examples of the peace that would be there, and he uses animals as an example in Isaiah 11 and in 65. And it's one of those things, like, remember that day we did things where you say phrases you think are right, but you realize they're not?
Mm-hmm.
It's the lion will lie down with the wolf will lie down with the lion, with the lamb, and the lion will actually lie down with a calf, and the leopard will lie down with the goat. You see they're doing the list, and then the thing that Bubba hates, and the child will play by the cobra's hole and not be afraid, and all of that. And so so the bottom line is that is what Isaiah is saying, but it's not. Never do we see lion lays down with lamb. The lion lays down with the calf, and the wolf lies down with the lamb.
It's kind of one of those misquoted.
Yeah, and I've misquoted.
But everybody knows what you're talking about.
But the theme that Isaiah is talking about is that there's going to be peace coming when all this conflict between predator and prey and sin and death and all this, just like Jesus talks about in Revelation 21, is coming. But, and Kirk Franklin did clarify yesterday, and what he meant by lion and lamb was whatever position you're in, whether you're lowly or whether you are a big deal in this earth, everybody is going to bow to the greatest of all time, which is Jesus. And he said, in hip-hop, who is the greatest GOAT has always been a discussion. I would say not even in hip-hop, everywhere, in sports, whatever. He said, metaphorically, I position those considering great as lions and lambs as how they will someday bow down to Jesus, who is the greatest of all time. It's hyperbole. It was not meant to be theology.
Right.
So
there you go.
And we said that was probably what he was trying to do. It probably wasn't wise.
Little confusion
right.
there.
But there you go. So there's the update on that. And then Kanye West sat down with Tucker Carlson. Kanye has put out a line of shirts that have White Lives Matter on it, and that's caused a lot of controversy. And anytime you sit down to talk with Kanye, you really have no idea where the conversation is going. So here are some cuts from it. Number one, where he was talking about being threatened just for having a point of view. So here's cut one.
Friends/handlers around me told me, like, if I said that I like Trump, that my career would be over, that my life would be over. They said stuff like people get killed for wearing a hat like that. They threatened my life. They basically said that I would be killed for wearing the hat. I had someone call me last night and said anybody wearing a White Lives Matter shirt is going to be greenlit, and that means that they're going to beat them up if they wear it. And I'm like, okay, green light me then.
So he's taking on, which really is true, that we've gotten to a point in our society where you can have a political view and actually your life be threatened over it, or people say they're going to harm you for just disagreeing with them politically or liking a certain candidate. Tucker asked him, why does he like Trump? So that's cut two.
A manipulation.
For sure.
Yeah.
Why did you like him, by the way? You said you liked him early, like you saw him.
I keep telling this joke. If people say Trump was the first black president, I'm going to be the first Latino president, because all the values, the conservative values just line up. Come on, man, Trump's the What do you mean? He has his own buildings. What are you talking about? He's like Ralph Lauren. Yeah, he made Ivanka.
Am I the only one that thinks he's out of his mind?
Yes. No, Greg, you're not.
Guys, he ain't right.
And the next one,
and just is a printing press for money.
Yes.
What is this thing? I didn't know how close my wife was on to the Clintons. What in the world is this one?
Well, it's about as clear as everything else he said, Rick.
He's saying that Kim was manipulating him, and she was being fed information from the Clintons.
Oh, okay.
Just go ahead and listen to it.
Okay. All right.
It was wild that I didn't know how close my own wife was to the Clintons. I didn't know, I didn't realize it at the time.
That you were married to her?
And I was married to her.
How close was she to the Clintons?
I mean, cell phone away, like, or hey, tell Ye to say this away, or hey, go out and use your platform to push the vaccination.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Yeah, he said at one part later that he was actually given a script from his wife that he now believes came from the Clintons to put in a song that was pushing for some of the left-wing values.
He also says yay, so now we know how to say it.
Yay.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the new name.
Change 1D is real good, too. I don't know if you've seen it.
Yeah, the next one is Tucker Carlson asked Kanye West why he is pro-life.
The lanyard's still on from it, and there's a photograph on it. What is that?
It's a photograph of a baby's ultrasound.
Why is that? And that you designed that?
Yes.
Why? What does that mean?
It just represents life. I'm pro-life.
Boy, so you wear it on a badge. What kind of response do you get? And good, amen. I agree.
I don't care about people's responses. I care about the fact that there's more black babies being aborted than born in New York City at this point. That 50% of black death in America is abortion. So I really don't care about people's responses. I perform for an audience of one, and that's God.
I'm starting to see why they want to make you be quiet.
Well, there you go. And then there's no cuts in this, but I'm reading the story that Speedy got that he said also on the White Lives Matter shirt. He said, I just have that shirt because it's true. Black lives matter. Of course they do, but so do white lives. And he said that's the reason. And then, he's a different cat. And, and you'll see things like that where you go, yeah, that was the thing that one point that I was telling you where, we keep getting Bill Maher and he keeps getting himself in trouble, even though Bill Maher still says, look, I'm left when it comes to my politics and all that. He was telling Chris Cuomo the other day, he said, the problem with the left is y'all don't understand the abortion argument. He said, you are completely wrong that the people who are pro-life are against women. He said, that just isn't true. He said, you're going to have to understand that some people see it as murder. And until you understand that, you are carrying on the wrong narrative and the wrong argument. And he said, and I understand that, even though I'm pro-choice, you're out promoting an argument that isn't correct. It's not an indictment on women. It's that there are some people that think this is murder. And so that until you understand that, you don't understand their passion. And you don't understand what they're doing. And you need to understand that even if you disagree with it. So, and that was him wearing that, trying to bring that to everyone's attention as well.
Yeah. Yeah, Kanye is a kooky guy, but he also says some stuff that makes sense. And
I know.
He also says some stuff that black celebrities are not supposed to say. They're not allowed to say.
Yeah.
And he's getting a lot of backlash on that.
And he seems to take great joy in that.
Yeah. He doesn't mind swimming upstream.
It doesn't matter. We'll be right back. 16 minutes past.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And I'm trying, this will tell you whether it was where you went to college too, because you may have the same experience. And he was trying to prove some point. Of course, it must not have worked because I don't recall it.
Right.
Yeah.
But you're sitting there the first day and he crawls through the window.
What?
Into the class.
Oh my gosh.
And then asked what our reaction was to it, then unpacked it in some kind of message. But I was
he crawled through the window.
Rick, I didn't have that one.
Look,
I didn't have that.
You're sitting there and all of a sudden you see racket.
How many floors up were you?
No, it was ground floor. But Greg, you're sitting there and all of a sudden you look and you kind of see this guy approaching and you're like, and all of a sudden you see the window come open and he comes climbing through. What was your reaction to that? And I thought that was awesome. But I can't remember what it was. And then of course Greg and I were in a theater class together.
Yeah, that was on my way out.
That was Greg's one. That was Greg's one semester.
It's one song.
I went to that class because it was entertaining.
Well, what Greg loved, and we've said this 1,000 times, everything that guy would bring up, I claimed I had done it.
Yeah, he'd ask if anybody's in Rick and raise his hand. He finally caught on to it.
Yeah. Anybody here ever been to Portugal? And my hand would go up. And anybody ever seen this play?
Yeah.
And that was the guy that believed in reincarnation. You remember that? By the way, don't forget, we're writing checks for these kind of people to teach our children.
Yeah. He claimed whatever era that you were like interested in, that you probably lived in it at one time.
Yeah. I said probably not, which he loved that. And then where did I tell him I thought I lived? I came from somewhere.
Yeah, you come up some off the wall.
I was one of the English kings.
Yeah. Yeah, well, Tyler's teacher is first day of class. She just laid it out. Said, "Let me tell you what it's going to be like. This is the way you see the world, and that's the way it's going to be." And it was
really?
Very oh yeah, it's bad.
Yeah.
That's
Well, see, they're not in there trying to teach. They're in there trying to indoctrinate. Not all, but I'm just saying that. But what you
I should
just
have said that.
Well, what you just said is right, though.
Mm-hmm.
Say, here's how this is the worldview we're going to have in here.
Mm-hmm.
Well, no, that's not teaching. That's not learning. How about trying to defend your worldview or how to take issue with someone else's worldview and in the arena of ideas? That's what I thought it was all about.
I had some good science teachers. Had a real good history teacher one time.
My favorite was my statistics teacher because he was the only thing standing between me and leaving, and he did what he had to do to get me out. And I will be forever grateful.
Just get me out,
Hey,
baby.
you and I got to cut a deal.
And I mean now.
And we did, and it included me having to attend class. It wasn't like it just happened.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, all I had to do was attend class, and I was out.
That's good to know going in. It makes you study harder.
It did. And I had to come to all the study sessions, and then he said, and then whatever your grade is, I'll be sure it's enough to get you out. But you got to put some effort in, which I did.
Like that deal every day.
Yeah. I didn't do very well, but I did give a lot of effort.
You got your degree.
I don't think there's any video, and this is in New York, which surprises me.
I know. With all the phones, we can't get a video of this.
Alec Baldwin has had another he has temper problems, guys.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Temper.
Quite a history.
Alec Baldwin has done it again, another epic meltdown. And as Bubba mentioned, on the streets of New York, and nobody gets this. A fellow pedestrian at University Place in 11th says that they saw Alec Baldwin in a verbal exchange with what they presumed to be a reckless motorist that had all sorts of insults, and then he took a soft drink and threw it at the SUV, called the guy a meatball, kept asking him and the passengers to get out and rumble. That's going to happen to him, by the way. Take a note of that.
Yeah, it is.
And then he got his phone and started videotaping them. They pulled away after. He took a picture of their license plate and then threw his soft drink into the street and then walked away stomping. So he got mad about something with these people in the SUV.
He'll get
stomping.
But we don't know why exactly?
No, they don't give him any details. I'm telling you, people are not giving the details like they need to.
Yeah, some of these stories need to hold to go to press, so they got a few more details.
Well, it looks like to me in the story, and I'm assuming here, but it looks like we got a driver that's being a little reckless and not paying attention to the pedestrians, and Alec didn't take lightly of it.
Right.
That looks to be what it's saying, doesn't it?
Right. Bubba, they're saying now that Vikings may have been, some of them may have been Muslim. They're saying they're finding on old Viking burial clothes, they're finding the word Allah on some of their clothes.
And they're supposed to be a picture of
it? That Vikings could have been Muslim after the archaeologists found the word Allah woven into their burial clothes. And then Ali found that, raising questions about the influence of Islam in Scandinavia. Never put those things together, but
no,
they're
I don't know if the timelines are they right there.
That's it. We have a man-eating crocodile has been hunted after an Australian woman with dementia. I guess she wandered off and it got her.
Yeah.
Well, I tell you, crocodiles, they don't care.
They don't
care at all.
They don't care if you got challenges.
No.
21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. We'll get to some of your phone calls coming up bottom of the hour. Right now, let's look at the world of electric vehicles. Elon Musk, an update. Let's go. Hey, dollar, dollar, bling, bling, bling.
You know,
so Bubba, what's going on with Elon?
Has anybody got more going on than Elon right now?
No, nobody.
He's got a space capsule that just docked with the ISS. He's got robots that are rolling out. He's got EV cars everywhere. He's got the 18-wheeler version of Tesla is coming out, and that's what this story is about today. One of them, there is a story about the EV cars left in Florida behind after the flooding. They're having a problem with them catching on fire. And Rick,
that happens.
Yeah. You can't short a battery out. A battery will explode if you short it out. But what they're having problems with, from the stories I'm reading, is corrosion on the terminals of the battery, the left behind by salt water. Now, salt water will corrode anything,
Yep.
by the way.
Yes, it will.
You talking about a filter? It will break down anything. But what happens is when you have corrosion between two metals, the terminal on the battery and then the actual connector on the wire, and you get corrosion in there, it doesn't make a good connection. Even though it'll still work, it doesn't make a good connection. And what happens? Heat builds up. And the more you use it, the hotter it gets, and eventually that can turn into a fire that could melt down part of the battery or the cable or anything around it. So that's where they're having a problem with that. But that's just one of the things that we didn't know about, and we'll have to learn as we move into this world of EV cars.
Okay, we keep trying to tell everybody that because for some reason we're living in this childlike fake world where you go, electric cars are here and they're wonderful and they're great and if you don't drive one, the world's going in. And you're like, well, let us ease into this, man. Let us figure out.
Nope, swapping them all tomorrow.
There's going to be good and bad with EVs as well, and let's learn all that.
Rick, beginning December the 1st, Tesla will start delivering their first batch of 18-wheel trucks that are completely battery operated. Now, this by itself is going to be an engineering marvel. We've never seen this before. PepsiCo has been the big purchaser of the first ones, and they will start delivering that fleet to them December the 1st. So you're going to start seeing these very strange-looking 18-wheel trucks on the road in the very near future. It looks like something out of Death Race 3000,
It does. It says it has a range of 500 miles. Not clear how many semi-trucks they're going to make or produce to begin with.
Bling, bling.
180,000. But it qualifies for a tax break of up to 40,000.
That's the cost of it, 180,000, but 40,000 in tax cuts.
Mm-hmm. So as you said, the PepsiCo reserved 100 of them, and when I guess we'll find out how they work.
Yeah, go start rolling out. They said you'll see them delivered December the 1st. I suspect it'll take a day or two to get some logos and colors on them they like, and then
probably
you'll
need
see
to train some people on them too.
Yeah.
Well, gotta go through a little.
It's kind of like golf cart. One pedal says go, one stop.
Well, what I'm talking about is if you're gonna have that big trailer on the back of it, you got to figure out.
Look inside of it. Here's a picture inside. You basically have two TV screens, and that's all you have. There are no other gauges, meters, and things to look at.
That's pretty cool.
It does. It looks like a spaceship, doesn't it? I mean, it's crazy how we're finally moving forward into that Jetson world that we thought we'd already have.
It looks like somebody's desk.
Yeah,
it does.
I mean,
with two monitors.
I'm going into the office and I'm working two monitors.
Have I got somewhere to sleep?
Probably.
Mm-hmm.
Rick, have you drove a Tesla yet?
Is that just a one-seater?
Like out on the highway?
No. I haven't.
It's just different. I mean, it's really different, and it's not just Tesla. I saw that it was one of the Ford trucks that they're offering is now the Lightning. It's out.
It didn't get really good. It was that YouTuber that tried to pull something and it made it. It didn't make it far.
Not much torque.
I'm looking at it. They're going to use them, which I think is wise. And I mean, they have a very specific job. They're not really going to use them for some of the long haul stuff. They said they're mainly going to use them, for snack foods and beverages between the manufacturing and the distribution centers.
I think that's wise to
as well
fit
as
them
retail.
in due to the limitations on range.
They'll work them in.
But again, that's an 18-wheeler, not putting out diesel smoke and everything else. Hopefully that will be a positive long term.
Can't pick up a hitchhiker.
Yeah, no co-pilot. Huh?
We'll see. How it goes, and if it does the job, and of course, as we've said, and it will appear clean in one area, and we still got to talk about batteries in the other, but and the pull on the grid. How about plugging one of those in?
Yeah, I know.
Huh?
Well, this is the thing too, and I haven't really looked at the numbers. Apparently, they're not really good, or they'd already done it. But I don't know why we don't put solar panels on top of the vehicle. I mean, if you've ever put your hand on top of a car, even in the winter, you know how hot it is up there. You know it's getting direct sunlight.
Yep.
Especially an 18-wheeler. You think about all the the surface area a trailer would have, and you're not going to ever charge enough for what you're using, but it certainly could help to extend the range.
And you did mention it. SpaceX looks like they did dock with the International Space Station.
They did.
Took 4 people up there.
I mean, if you're Elon, you wake up in the morning, you got to get quite a briefing How's our rocket doing? How's our cars? How's the robots? How's the 18-wheelers?
Also, where's the celebration for the first Native American woman in orbit? And it says SpaceX pulled that off.
Oh yeah, they're crossing a lot of first off.
The left just doesn't know what to do with him, do they? They don't.
And that is part of the fascination with him because he's so straightforward about things, and I love that.
Well, he's doing all the things they keep telling us we need to do, but they can't give him a lot of credit or celebrate him because he also has political views and economic views that they don't like.
Right.
So they don't really know what to do with him. Is he innovative or not? That's all you need to worry about.
He is very innovative.
Right. Is he?
Just look at the things, the boundaries he's pushing on so many fronts. Now 18-wheelers.
Yeah, he's about to send PepsiCo 100 18-wheelers that run on electricity, and the left's not excited about that?
I mean,
I thought this is what y'all wanted.
Rick, they won't even invite him to the White House when they're talking about electric vehicles. He's left out of the conversation.
That just shows you're stupid. I mean,
and why? You know why? Because he doesn't have union shop.
That's right.
That's
it.
Control.
But see, that's not pure. It's tainted.
It's politics.
Yeah, it's tainted.
Look, there's a place for unions. There's a place for free workers.
Sure.
So,
well, here's an idea.
We can all work in it together.
I thought the left was pro-choice. Can I choose whether to be in a union or not?
Well, they're not pro-choice when it comes to that or where you send your kid to school.
Nope. They're limited on their love of choice. Bottom of the hour, we'll be back. Your phone calls are next. 10 lines are ready. And so's Blazing Silverman. We'll get it lined up and ready to go. We'll chat with you next.
Rick and Bubba.
Inflation is rising. COVID hurt the economy. Rick and Bubba after one Bill Bubba Bussey did his first edition of something called Good Old Boy Theater. And today we will have another episode of Good Old Boy Theater, a historic contest here on the Rick and Bubba Show. And today it will get you an opportunity, if you can guess what Bubba is quoting from, to get a master-built smoker. Is Bubba ready for Good Old Boy Theater? Here he comes. He's going to enter. Bubba, if you would enter the room now in your preparation. Here he had. Here
it comes. Here it comes.
Bubba,
got to squeeze by there.
He loves his cape. He has his cape like he likes it. He has the horns on, the Viking horns. We have a Viking story today, Bubba. I hate to tell you that.
Well, you have to use the horns for something.
Yeah.
We're never going to get to the Super Bowl. Thank you.
So, Bubba, you, of course, and it's been
you stick it in my pocket.
Yeah, you, of course, love Shakespeare and all of his works.
I do, Rick. I dream about Shakespeare. I really do.
Yeah, so what we're going to do now, Bubba's going to quote. He will not read because at any time he can just pull something from the works of William Shakespeare. A quote from a Shakespearean work, and then if you can identify, the first one to do it, which Shakespearean work he's quoting from, you'll get a master-built smoker today. But, Bubba, that's how we're going to play, but why do we play?
You know, Rick, hardly a day goes by that I'm not out somewhere and someone will come and tap me on the shoulder and say, "Excuse me, are you Greg Burgess?"
Yeah, well.
And I say, no, he's a fine fella, but that's not me.
Right.
And then they will go, "Oh, wait a minute. You're Bubba, that cultured guy."
That's right, yeah.
Uh-huh. And then it will usually be followed by this question: Bubba, tell us, why do you continue this barrage of culture?
Oh, yes. Mm-hmm.
And I say, friends, we are living in a cultured area. Mm-hmm. And if you don't believe me, just check out the national anthem at your local NFL game.
Oh, boy.
And you realize beyond a shadow of a doubt that we are living right in the middle, just the heart of culture. It's a culture parade, Rick.
Like a mudslide of culture.
Yep. And
what happened? It's a long time, hasn't it?
And when you have that much culture, and it
no, you should have done right then with that on. Line, please, line.
And when you have that much culture in any one area, you can't just leave it lying around.
No, why?
No, because President Trump will pick it up and cancel it.
Right.
So it's up to Rick Burgess and myself to
feed the beast, feed the beast, feed the beast.
Because anyone in corporate America knows the beast must be fed.
Ladies and gentlemen, what Shakespearean work is Bill Bubba Bussey quoting from in today's edition of Good Old Boy Theater?
Oh, faithless coward!
Yes.
Oh, dishonest wench! Will thou be made a man out of my vice.
Oh, Bubba, you cultured son of a gun. You bring it.
Oh, faithless coward. Oh, dishonest witch. Wilt thou be made a man out of my vice?
I didn't realize a lot of these interns have never seen this before. Bubba, the third time. Come on.
Oh, faithless coward. Oh, dishonest witch.
Wow.
Wilt thou be made a man?
Bubba now pausing for effect, covering his face with his cape. They do this in theater circles for effect.
Out of my vice.
Very, very good, Bubba. What Shakespearean work is Bubba quoting from? If you got it, 866 We Be Big. First one to get it right wins a Masterbuilt smoker. Never under any circumstance should you ever attempt to play good old boy theater at home, no matter how much the children beg. Why, Bubba? Because we are professionals. Here we go. Ronnie, what's your guess in good old boy theater?
Hamlet.
Well, no, we never.
You weren't listening.
Hamlet.
Hamlet is not it.
Not correct.
That was even in the old hints.
It was.
Frankie Huntsville, what do you think?
Is it Measure for Measure?
Measure for Measure, the Carpenter's favorite, is correct.
Correct! Wow. Frank, you did it. Measure for Measure. Available, about half of them are gone, but half of them are available because we got we got 10 phone lines, baby. We ain't fooling around. Come on in at 866 We Be Big and let's chat with you. Blazing Silverman, banging out his degree in common sense, is ready to take your phone call. At the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer gets you. Your time on the program ends. Somebody else gets a shot. Also, no meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs. Those things get an instant buzzer. Everything else ready to go. Evan, Trussville, Alabama, 104.7 WZZK. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Evan, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, first-time caller.
Thanks for the call.
I got a question for you. If you had 1 hour and you had to choose to listen to one of them, you listen to Beth Mowins or Joe Biden?
Joe Biden. That's not even close.
Oh, that's not.
Yeah, I would listen to Joe Biden.
Is jump an option?
I would have a Joe Biden 24/7 channel that I couldn't get away from before I'd listen. Just sitting. The Beth Mowins thing, I can't.
You would at least be entertained.
Oh, I'm entertained by Joe Biden.
And again, it's not a female thing for me. It's just it's painful to listen to.
That's bad.
And do y'all remember the video of her trying to dance? And remember how have you ever seen anybody so uncoordinated in your life?
Stop it. Do you think she knows? Somebody that listens, because this audience is amazing. We'll bring up somebody, and then somebody will email us and go, "Oh, I know him."
Yeah.
Somebody knows her.
Oh,
personally,
yeah.
that's in this audience.
They probably
I would like to know if she knows of your impression.
Beth Mowins, to Bubba's point, Beth Mowins has benefited tremendously from the fake world. We all, people in influential places, have to pretend that she's phenomenal because they want to come across. But you can still have female announcers, just get good ones. But she came along, she had some expertise, and people have to fall all over themselves to act like she's doing a good job and that she's pleasant to listen to, and it's all pretend. As soon as they're not on some microphone or they're not on some blog, whatever, or some article, they're over going, oh man, she's hard to listen to, but you're not allowed to do that. See, if equality is what we were after, I tell you that there are males that call games that annoy me.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I mean, why are we not allowed to say that? Well, I tell you why, because she's a woman.
Can I ask
But
you
I
this?
won't say it. It doesn't bother me.
Are there people who like hearing her?
No,
really, I mean, would go, I like the way she does the game.
I had one guy.
My hearing rolls off at about 1,000 hertz, and I really enjoy listening to her.
I had one guy email me one time claiming he did, and I told him you don't mean that. And he never did email back.
The only one I've heard
He realized
from
he didn't mean it.
is
He didn't mean it. He said that in front of his wife trying to look good.
It's from the softball world. That's the only one I've heard from, and I think it was Ryan that said that she's predominantly there.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean
then
she sounds good.
She's gone off into the
I
college
don't want to
and
hear her call
NFL world.
softball.
Yeah, she's not as with softball.
Well, because
you know,
to have a term for that.
She's
radio,
overcompensating. I'm fitting in with the guys.
Now, if there's a home run, she's like, you know what, all that.
Wow. John at the beach. John, 30 seconds. Go.
Hey guys, can y'all hear me okay?
Yeah, we hear you good.
Okay. I'm here at the beach, and I love my wife to death, but it starts with the packing. She brings a bag so you can fill a Snadmeyer in.
Oh, yeah.
And then, wives, reward your husbands on vacation. And the reward is not going to Alvin's Island. I'd rather get beat up by 50 little people.
Rick, I gave him a time out.
I'm so sorry. I wouldn't look at it.
And boy, he sounded like he needed it.
Yeah.
Alvin's Island.
I must not have been. I said it. I didn't give a signal. That was on me. I said
didn't
it.
care.
I
You weren't sure.
I said time out.
I'm looking for this.
And I don't think you even opened your mouth. You went.
Whenever I
got guilty.
Whenever I complain about the baggage we carry when we go somewhere, and we carry a lot, Betty has come up. She'll do like this. Right? She'll go. You know how much it takes to look like this?
No, I'm telling you.
And I go, okay.
Sherry told me
They
this.
do have to
Sherry
travel a lot
said
more
something
stuff.
similar. She said we don't expect to wear all these clothing. We like to have them as our options.
Okay.
Because we don't know how we're going to feel before we go out to eat. Maybe we'll like this. Maybe we'll like that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad to have a bag and a pair of shorts in them. I'm ready to go.
Oh, me too. I even asked the last time we went for a weekend, I said, should I call the guys? And she said, what do you mean? I said, apparently I'm not coming back Sunday.
We're moving.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we pack like we're going to war.
I'm telling you, it's unbelievable. Let's go to Tim in Fort Payne, Alabama. Tim, go ahead. 30 seconds.
That's what's going on. Morning, Rick. Morning, Bubba. Happy you're back, Bubba.
Glad to be back. Thank you, sir.
Went and saw Brother Kane in Huntsville last night, and they absolutely killed it. Damon went off the charts.
How about that?
I forgot they were back together.
I forgot they were back
You know what? I'm really glad they're back playing together.
Yeah.
And we were going on our way to Destin for the Shrimp Festival and other fun activities, and they're playing at Loose Hills Music Hall tonight.
Well, how about that?
Wow.
Good to hear them back playing again. Let's go to Randy in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Randy, go ahead.
Hey, Biggins, can y'all hear me okay?
Yeah. Loud and clear.
Hey, I was calling about the Scooby-Doo thing. They were just talking about it on the news. You guys missed the development thing's stupid and ridiculous, but y'all missed the big thing at the end of the episode. They actually celebrate Scooby transitioning to a cat.
Best line anybody's had on this so far, and I don't know who the first one to say it. You know, we said we don't like being treated as chumps.
Right.
And the person says, here's another example of how stupid that these elitists think we are. We all know Velma was a lesbian. We've known that the whole time we watched it.
No surprise.
We continue. Tyler in Mobile. Tyler, 30 seconds, go.
Hey, two parts here. One, do y'all give Pat McAfee anything as a sports broadcaster and game day personality? And two, he's got to be one of the best marketing people I've ever seen. He's signed a $150 million deal with FanDuel.
With
who?
FanDuel.
FanDuel.
I honestly don't know much about Pat McAfee. I'm not familiar and don't see him that much, so I don't really have an opinion on him because I haven't watched him enough.
Well, there was about a 3-week period that I think he was on every show that's been
Good for
on
him.
broadcast or streaming.
Yeah, good for him.
And I feel like he's on Monday Night Football, game day, calls, everything. I mean, it seems like he is everywhere now, everywhere.
I kind of had mixed emotions about the game day thing, but the more I see him, the more I like it. I think it's obvious now, I think, that this is going to be your Lee Corso moving forward. He's that zany, crazy guy that he will do the things that Corso did with the mascot heads and all that. So I think that's part of this transition. But I think he's doing a great job. Now, a lot of people have a problem with his dress and all that because he comes in with a huge belt buckle and sleeveless. And
Adler,
stuff
you don't
that.
like him?
But I'm he's gaining some ground with me. I didn't like him at first.
I didn't.
I'm up front.
Yeah,
but
same here.
He's growing on me.
Same here. At first, I was like, "What's up with this guy? Why is he wearing a tank top on his show?" And that was a little off-putting. But I'm kind of an off-putting person too, so give people a chance. Is what I'm saying.
I was pulling for Marty and McGee in that spot.
Completely.
Okay, thank you. I confused him with them. Is that not the same people?
No,
Rick,
not even close.
I thought Marty and McGee that one of them was Pat McAfee.
No, they're put him back up there.
This normally would be
up there.
huge bip to me, Rick, but I'm telling you, he's growing on me.
He came out the first week a little hot.
I think so.
I think he overcompensated, but
He
he's
did.
dialed it back a little, and I'm starting to enjoy it.
He's
good
brought
mix.
some different energy.
Yes.
He overdid it a little bit week
great.
one.
He did. He did.
Ryan McGee's the real star of ESPN, and I'm tired of him being in the shadows.
I agree.
I
thought he was Pat McAfee.
He's masterful though in
I like Marty.
in stirring up the crowd local.
Yes.
He can get them going
He
pretty
does.
quick. There was one extremely uncomfortable moment where he and Bear were interviewing I think the Texas men's basketball coach. And I think it was one of Bear's first. I'm going to interview the guy, and Pat was standing there with him, and you could tell it was really dragging. And I was extremely uncomfortable with that whole dynamic
Bear
of
needs to
them.
stay in his
But
lane.
I thought Pat brought it in and saved it.
Yes.
And so he's good. He is good.
So there's the guys who've seen him. There's your feedback. I haven't seen him. I have no opinion on him. Danny,
No, he's a little zany, Rick.
I'm concerned about that. And the tank top.
Now,
did
if
hurt.
you only see him once or twice, Rick, which you're going to do because you don't sit down and watch that for hours at a time, he's going to be a bip to you to beginning. So I'm just preparing you.
He's
for
a former punter.
Can I
He
ask?
talk about special teams?
Oh no. Let me say this to you guys.
He cuts on them too, though, which is funny.
He does.
The caller, I don't know how long they've been listening or watching, so they may have some idea how I will react to him. Y'all know me very well.
Oh, you're.
Am I gonna like him?
No, you're not.
If you
No.
I don't think so.
I think long term, yes. Short term, no.
Okay.
It's gonna have to grow on.
Fact you thought he was
So out of
Marty.
the gate, it's bad, and I'm not like it.
No, I don't know.
Was with
The
me.
fact you thought he was Marty Smith is funny though.
Yeah.
I honestly did. I didn't know who he was. But that's on me. Let's go to Danny in Alabama. Danny, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen.
Hey.
So Marty McGee's not the same
Hey.
guy.
No.
All right, go ahead.
You too, Greg.
All right, Dan.
Hey, at your 7 o'clock break this morning, Fox News run a bit that the feds are looking at pressing charges against Hunter Biden.
Never happened.
Yeah, good luck.
One of the charges they were talking about was him falsifying records on a gun application.
Yeah, look, I think the Hunter Biden list is long and distinguished, but the president kind of told you about how that's going to go down with his little off-mic comment.
He certainly did.
Didn't he tell you? And that's going to mean that no one will actually bring those charges because they'll be fired and sent to some outpost in Alaska or something.
100%. Wow.
Because you don't mess with the Biden.
That's right.
And I'm paraphrasing.
You're exactly right on that.
Unless you're stairs or a bicycle.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That weren't quite there. A little talking, doing a little things, a little rhyming.
I think if you look it up, most publications credit Blondie with Rapture.
Yeah, because at the end,
Right.
'cause that was a straight up. Here we go, full
Right,
blown.
right.
And then we got into Sugar Hill, and then
I didn't really count it till Sugar Hill came out.
Well, she does do a rap at the end.
Yeah,
of that
it is. Right.
At
That's
that,
right.
At that very.
But I mean, far
bizarre
as
song.
my knowledge of it.
Yeah. So anyway,
I will never forget first time I heard Sugar Hill.
I do too.
I was at a Christmas basketball tournament in, it had to be 9th grade or B team or something. Had to be B team. Yeah, which we called it B team. It's called junior varsity now at our school. Which is confusing.
I go back.
Junior varsity was the 9th grade team at our school. But we've been through that.
Well, I do think, and I may be wrong because a lot of people
it was the junior high varsity. Thus. Junior varsity.
A lot of people may use the term JV long before. We may have been doing B team while JV was.
I don't know.
But what I'm saying is, I just know we grew up in a much harder environment, and everybody wanted you to know you on the B team.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so if you want to get, if
But you
want,
think about society today, how harsh is
oh
that?
yeah, you would never allow
A millennial would not deal with that
We
at
got to
all.
give it a different name. You know what I mean? And but you on the B team.
Have
and,
you
and how about they treated you like the B team? It was the most disregarded, most
Well, it was the pressure was a little less and the fun was a little higher.
Yeah,
you know.
But it's funny. I've got having some who's come through the system and played before. They actually embrace that now on the because they call it the JV team.
Yeah.
That one of my sons is on that now, and I've had others, and they actually have a chant that they chant, and they embrace it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
they talk about it. They talk about on Monday night that they get to play, and then they have a chant that Friday night we get to watch.
That's good.
Yeah,
I love that. You got to have a little enjoyment with it.
Yeah,
I had quite a career sitting the bench for our B team in basketball, so it was
right. Yeah,
but I did get to work on a lot of comedy bits.
Yeah. Yeah, I just remember and see things have changed when we were playing because it was a harder time, and some of those things might not have been great, but some of them I think were pretty good and probably should have kept around.
Right.
But like at the school I played at, you were not even allowed to wear the full varsity uniform. That was not this thing now where you go and all the teams have the same uniform on all the way up.
Right,
That was unheard of. Right. They wanted you to sense that you weren't there yet.
Yeah, well, we had the hand-me-down varsity stuff in basketball, and for some reason we had gold, but it appeared to be off-color green.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I don't think we were really good with gold material back then as much.
Well, ours was worse in football. You had to wear white practice pants on B team. You were not allowed to put the gold pants on. You didn't get to do that till you got to the varsity. But they wanted it to be that you were earning your way, that everything wasn't – you weren't given everything when you weren't there yet.
Right.
You know what I mean?
You had to earn it. I like that. I like that. Work your way up.
Yeah, a lot. Of course, God forbid that concept be embraced today. I want it all, and I want it now, and I haven't accomplished anything.
Have you seen the woman in the commercial? And I think it's for McDonald's chicken nuggets.
Yes. The grandmother.
Where she's doing the stand-up, and she's talking about millennials.
It's their new buttermilk fried chicken strips.
Yes. Gosh, that's a funny commercial.
We'll cut. Minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba. Thanks for being with us. EnviroCleanse. Y'all think a system's pretty good if the Department of Defense put them on the Navy ships, try to cut down on viruses? ekpure.com to get your EnviroCleanse. And let me tell you, they're purifying the air, and they can do it anywhere. It doesn't have to just be on a Navy ship. And it is proprietary technology. It's their mineral technology. It goes beyond the ordinary HEPA filters. There was a school system in Georgia that said we're in on EnviroCleanse, and they noticed when using this in their school system that colds and flu and virus went way down, and they also noticed that within an hour. toxins that were in the air had been completely removed 100%. And now they're going to give you an air purification unit. You will also be able to get a monitor that can tell you, the quality of the air. Hospital quality is what they guarantee. They'll get you free shipping as well. And we're going to save you on your EnviroCleanse 10%. That's $150 savings. If you want to find out more about the system, go to ekpure.com. That's ekpure.com. Do use the code Bubba to get 10% off and free air quality monitor and free shipping. And then put one of these units to work for your office or for your home or wherever you need it. So go get yours now. ekpure.com. The code is Bubba. There's a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button as well. So we're getting a lot of emails that a sheriff in Florida just said on Fox News to the people of Florida, if they catch someone looting their home after the hurricane devastation, to shoot them full of holes like Swiss cheese.
Right.
That's been the and putting that out there should curtail some of that, you would hope, but especially when the sheriff's telling you to do that. So speaking, this is a sheriff video, right? We're recruiting people.
Yeah, this is in Fort Worth, Texas.
Texas.
And Speedy's been begging us to see this.
Also known as the Speedy video.
Right. There you go. Y'all own me. So Fort Worth,
it's pretty funny. Though.
Yeah, they are. It's a new recruitment video. Now, I want you to think about what's happened right now with this administration. We don't have enough military. We don't have enough people at the hospitals, all because of ridiculous implementations of all these scare tactics. They also have demonized law enforcement, so nobody wants to be in law enforcement, right, because it's even more dangerous than ever, because they basically have been telling people that law enforcement is evil. And, of course, who would have thought that would have turned out bad for people? But so now here is a Fort Worth PD's new recruitment video, and they're having a little humor to try to get you interested in being in law enforcement. Here it is.
Well, howdy, folks. Officer Big B here. Are you looking for a new job? Are you ready to try something new that'll make a difference at doing something really great? Well, come join us here at the Fort Worth Police Department. We're hiring and we got it all. We got your patrol vehicles. We got your Explorers. We got your Tahoes. And we even got your F-150 responders. Say what? Now, currently, you may not have squat, but come join us here at the Fort Worth Police Department, because we've got SWAT. Yes, sir. We've got your armored vehicles. We've got your Bearcats. While these big machines here takes a licking, keeps on ticking. That's right, folks. You may be asking yourself, but Big B, I want horsepower. You got horsepower? Well, of coursey, we've got horsey. Step right over here, folks. We've got our mounted unit right here. We have got our quarter horses.
Balloons.
And even if you're lucky, maybe even a thoroughbred. That's right, folks. You're not going to find more horsepower than what we got here for you right here in Fort Worth, Texas. Now, you may be asking yourself, I'm an officer, Big B, that would rather hopper on a chopper. Well, folks, you're in luck. We've got your motor unit right here. We've got your BMWs for the roadway. Oh, yes, sir, we do. We've got your dual sport for the off-road. And for you eco-friendly folks out there, we got these bicycles. The only footprint you're going to leave is on the pedal. Now, folks, you may be asking yourself, do I have to be brand new to join our Fort Worth Police Department? No! Right here, we take
trade-in.
Folks, we've got an amazing lateral program right here for all of you officers that are out there saying, you know what? I'd like to make a change for a little more ka-chang. That's right, folks. Come visit us here if your credit's good where you're at right now, because we'd like to give you a chance to do that happy dance. Now, folks, I could go on and on about the amazing things that we got right here for you at the Fort Worth Police Department. But don't take my word for it. Give us a call. Send us an email. It doesn't matter if it's AM or PM. Just send us that DM. And I'll tell you what, you talk to that recruiter and you tell them Officer Big B sent me here. And you come join us right here at the Fort Worth Police Department in Fort Worth, Texas. That's the Fort Worth Police Department in Fort Worth, Texas.
He's supposed to be
one of those fan man.
Police Department in Fort Worth, Texas. It's easy.
Call now, 817-392-5591. That's 817-392-5591. Or you can email us at recruiting@fortworthtexas.gov. Or you can send us a message or DM on any of our social media platforms. You can also click on the hyperlink in the narrative listed above. Come join us here at the Fort Worth Police Department.
All right. Rick Speed's beside you.
Speedy, you love that.
No, it's funny. I think the funniest part are all the officers that have straight face and they're not moving in the background.
Right.
For those of you that couldn't see it, he was just walking down the
Big B.
line and he had demonstrations.
He was kind of doing a parody of a lot of car commercials and selling, but it was funny.
Speedy like when he's at the bottom of the screen doing this.
Do you think they should have got Pat McAfee to do it?
Well, he's doing everything else.
Right.
Greg might have liked it if he did that.
I like Big B.
Yeah.
I'd hang out with
In
Big
fact,
B.
it's a police department.
No, it was. Yeah, it was.
He's stupid.
Look, they need people, and
Right,
you got to do what you got to do to get the recruits in there.
Right. It was a.
Did I see?
What if you got pulled over and it was Big B?
I think.
So, hey, don't I know you,
It
Big
was.
B?
Yeah, it was visual. Probably just hearing the audio.
Well,
would have been
I
more
think it was probably
That was
funny either way.
Rick, that was more great radio.
Well, the fact it had audio and we weren't just watching a video.
No. Just
we'll do that.
But when the things were coming out behind it, that did make it funny.
Did I see? And this is old news, a couple of months old, but in New York City, Times Square, there's actually billboards promoting. Police departments hiring across the nation down in Florida and others. Get out of here. Come on down to us.
Oh yeah. Well, he said trade-ins.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was funny.
Did you notice
That was
the shirts he was pulling off the trade-ins? One was like a security guard and one was like a state trooper. I mean, they were taking anything they could get.
I thought the guy doing the blowing.
Yeah.
Now that was
fan
funny.
man. That was funny.
That was funny. That was good.
Took me a second.
His stance reminded me a lot of Chris Farley's living in the van down by
You're
the
right.
river.
Oh, absolutely.
Had a touch of that.
Well, anytime you got a guy that's a little bit round doing something like that, it's even funny.
How many takes you reckon it took to get that?
So many.
I bet.
So many.
Top of the hour.
All right, Speedy, you can put it up now.
You're right, though, Rick. He got winded and he tried to talk through it.
Look, we get winded when we do physical humor. All right, top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
Out there to kind of calm some of the fear and hysteria involving CWD versus EHD and these diseases. And just wanted to, in closing, once again, just kind of tell everybody the situation so they understand it completely, and then we'll get into Bubba's presentation here.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
One of the reasons, the trivia question, Rick, hey, these prion-based diseases, it's in the sheep market. There's still sheep. It's a huge industry in the United States. It's in the cows. It's in the humans. It's managed through controlled efforts of the people who control those groups and the doctors, no different than game and fish. That's what they're doing. They've got great regulations out there to manage it. That's what y'all are doing, Chuck, and that's why it's going to work. So CWDs, hey, it's not the end of the world. Watch out for people that are using it as a political tool.
That's right.
That's not the intended, a lot of people will take advantage of that right now. Be careful of that. But it's not the end of the world. It's managed. It's just like the rest of it. But
we don't want it here, and that's why we're actively doing
Got to
what
stay
we're
ahead
doing.
of it.
We got to stay ahead
But
of
it's
it. We
not
don't
the
want
end
to
of
get
the
caught
world,
flat-footed.
Yeah, and the rules and regulations in place are not trying to steal anyone's fun or to make things complicated. They're trying to protect the industry of hunting and fishing for generations to come.
You got it.
All right, so, Bubba, you had a presentation?
Well, it's really not a presentation. I just wanted to share with Dan and Chuck. I thought this would be a good time.
It's kind of like Shark Tank.
It's a project that I've been working on for quite a while. And, Rick, I love science. I love technology.
Yes.
And I love the technology of hunting and always trying to make things better out there. So I had an idea, and I started playing around with it and kind of worked on it in the lab, if you will. I carried it to the field, improved it, worked on it, tested it. Consulted with several engineers that I have a lot of confidence in that I've met over the years, and we finally came up with a working prototype for this. And I have been experimenting with it the last few weeks, and the results are unbelievable.
Okay.
Really?
It's hunting wear, and keeping your scent in is important, but it almost appears that this hunting wear is attracting the deer. They come to you. I mean, they are loving it. So I've got Adler, and he's going to model it for us
good.
now.
Adler, let's
And
see.
tell me what you think, Dan.
Okay, all right, let's see.
I think that'll draw them in, don't y'all?
That should do it.
Now, I know we've got Henry the horse. Who is this in the corn outfit?
He's
Rick?
dressed as a piece of corn.
Bubba, that's fine as long as he's more than 100 yards out of the direct line of sight.
No, he's not
It's
real
okay.
corn. He looks like corn.
I didn't sign up for this.
And you look fantastic.
That was good.
I was a little short on material.
Yeah, there you go.
Adler, turn back around. the little beanie deal on top.
Look, hey, for a minute I saw Dan light up like a lot.
He was really coming along.
Well, Dan, you know what you do though to make it sell better, don't you? You ride across the front deer corn.
That's
absolutely.
Now you got it.
But you put it high enough the deer can see it out of the shooting hole.
So good.
That's good. I like that.
Look at Adler's face.
It's good. Adler is dressed as an ear of corn. But I think that'll work. Let's try that this year.
Hey, if you count the numbers of kernels, it's an even number.
That's right. That's right.
I don't want to be a corn.
You're corny.
Okay.
That's good. You look good.
There he
buddy.
goes.
Thank
Can't believe
buddy.
it.
Can we add ear corn to the wheel of beans?
There, look at it. Walking.
There he goes. There he goes.
So it's been successful out there?
Oh, very successful. They'll almost come get in the shooting house.
What's the legality of putting a little scent on it, too?
Again, just keep Adler more than 100 yards and
But
out
it's
of the direct
not
line
real
of sight,
corn,
you're
though.
good.
It's not. It's like a picture of corn.
It's not real corn.
You'll have them eaten out of your hand.
Today is not real corn. Next week you'll have the pockets filled up with corn.
No pockets. No pockets.
But remember, we can only use deer corn, not just deer corn.
No, it's got to be.
It's got to be deer corn.
That's exactly right. That's a huge difference. I understand that.
That may be one of my favorite marketing moves ever. Man, we're not moving this corn. Hey, right across the front of it, deer corn.
Well, clarify.
What they do? Bird seed?
Right. You gotta clarify what it is. It's not just any seed.
You know, simplicity and truth goes a long way.
Absolutely.
I think that's what that goes.
It does really good.
When we were learning marketing a long time ago, Rick, and the guys at Walmart had us in, and they kept saying, put on the box what it is. And they said, you want to see a great example of marketing? Go look at Nabisco in the stores. And you go and any Nabisco product, vanilla wafers. What it says, isn't that really true? That's a great marketing.
Well, if I'm buying some, don't make me guess.
Yeah, that's right.
Deer.
Now, Dan, if you're interested in this hunting attire, I can probably turn out, I don't know, 2 a month, depending on how busy Betty is.
Whose Halloween outfit is that?
Well, that's my hunting gear. What are you talking about?
No, that's a Halloween outfit. Well, in the true spirit of Shark Tank, I'm gonna pass. I don't think I'm gonna invest in it. But Chuck, you're more than welcome.
I'll go in if Dan will go in for half.
I may make that deal.
Bubba, I tell you what I want to see is you get in that car.
Well, that was a demo.
Yeah, Bubba gets in and somebody says, "What are you dressed as? Popcorn? A big old barrel of popcorn?
It may be a bushel."
Rick, they call for a cold winter. The shucks are real thick. Cold winter coming.
It is 6 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show coming to you from the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. And we look forward to chatting with you this hour. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, the gang all here. Blazing Silverman is our Rick and Bubba intern at Rick and Bubba University, banging out a degree in common sense. That now a superpower. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. What a privilege it is as we have the Grade 8, or today it is the Super 6.
The Super 6. Well, yeah. We had 2 that reserved in late last night, unfortunately for them, but fortunate for us that they didn't come. They said the 2 had gotten sick,
We don't want
and
that.
they didn't want to come in here, which we got to have you working with us that way now.
Yep.
And so they did not come. So unfortunately, we have 2 empty seats. But I know for some of you out there, but I mean, there's nothing we can do about that. They didn't know they were going to get sick, and they reserved them, and they were coming. But we do have 6, Bubba, and I always ask the question: how many of you this is the first time you've ever been in the golden ticket seats? All right, so see, there's 4 out of 6.
Mm-hmm.
So you again, and we're seeing that every week. The overwhelming majority have never been here before to see a show. Not just in this studio; they never got to do it ever. And so that's cool. And we actually have a man here that came all the way from Pennsylvania.
Wow.
Look right there. How about that?
Pennsylvania.
All the way from Pennsylvania. His daughter lives here, he said, but he's familiar with the show.
Wow.
And they came here. And, I mean, dreams are coming true today. Dreams are coming true.
He gets the longest travel price.
And Rick, somebody asked me why it's important for people who've never been to the golden ticket seats to get there, and why we've talked about that a lot. And I said, well, we want everybody that wants to get to see the show to see it once, because let's face it, the way we're going with our hospital stays later, I mean, who knows?
Yeah, right. Yeah. Well,
You
there's
better get it while you can.
Kind of on thin ice here in a lot of places.
Never before has the comment been more true. Go see them while you can.
Yeah.
So
we're hanging in there.
You're right, and so
we're trying.
Yeah, we hope you and those of you that have never done the golden ticket seats, you have nothing to compare this to. But we have some veterans over here that have been in the golden ticket seats a couple of times, so I'll ask them about it.
Yeah, when it's over, we'll want to know how
we'll break down how you like it, and Big Boy's here, and if you have questions, we'll answer those as best we can.
And Bubba, I know you're trying to do better, but don't go look at that table.
That table. We got everything.
That's all right. You gotta work your budget. You can splurge here, cut there. So we're trying to work that plan.
Right.
I love.
You look at that table, ain't a whole lot of cutting.
Well,
I mean, I'll have to cut later today.
I love the
goodbye lunch.
I love the attitude of the people who brought food. I was talking to this young lady over here, and she says, "Oh, I noticed that you have lost some more weight." And I said, "Yeah, we all are, trying to do better." She said, "Well, I brought a lot of candy today." but here's what I love. I love the follow up, as if she knew. She said, "But it's okay. It's all right. Don't worry about it."
Yeah.
And I thought, well, you know what? That sounds an awful lot. I remember growing up trying to understand that mix from my mother, who one moment would say, "You're getting too fat," but in the next moment say, "Why are you not eating?"
Yeah, why didn't you clean your plate?
That was very hard to follow.
Yeah.
It was like, "Mom, you just said I was getting chubby just yesterday. Now you're mad that I didn't get enough. Do you not like the food I've provided for you?" "Yeah, I'm just not eating as much of it. I thought I wasn't supposed to." So anyway, we've got a couple things, Bubba. Adler, did you get those pictures? Did that work? So I just had a friend of mine send me a picture, because this whole world of moving to electric. We've got all these, and I got a couple of updates from America. Just feels that there's certain things that shouldn't be electric, 18-wheelers being one of them, and we had that story. The other is lawnmowers. And so a buddy of mine said, "Check this out." I went, and I thought there was some great deal on this electric lawnmower. He said, "But notice what's written when they give you the great price. Notice the disclaimer that is written, no battery." And he goes, "I guess I could just push it around the yard and pretend to cut it." So
you got to pay that, and then you got to buy the battery.
Yeah, how much more is the eco battery?
I don't know, but he says here it is, saying that they reduced it to $350 from $699. But oh, by the way, you're buying it's electric. Now keep in mind, it would be like you getting the old ones, and they're not even being a tank on it.
It's like buying a car and it says no engine.
Right? Yeah. So the quote he put, he said, "I guess I could push it around the yard and look like I'm cutting grass."
Yeah.
So I don't know how much a battery.
Do they not sell the battery, or they don't have them? They're out.
I'm sure they sell it. They're just not with it.
Yeah. But I'm with you. Well, you've seen the price of the batteries for cars.
Well, I was going to say,
ooh,
I bought Bubba the ball machine that you gave me. I had to go get a battery for it, and just the battery for that alone was crazy.
Oh yeah.
And we just had to put a new battery in Amanda's car, and she even texted me before, and she was like, "Is this right?" And I'm like, "Yeah, it's unfortunately right."
Well,
so it's probably in between that. It's expensive.
Well, all that's going to have to catch up. It was one of the issues I had with some of the early electric vehicles involving ATVs or side by sides. or side-by-sides. I don't guess that is an ATV, whatever it is. But the problem I kept running into is, number one, you got to be sure you got enough charge to do everything you got to do in it. Number two is it was pretty regularly needing the water and all that to be serviced. And every time it had to be serviced, $1,000.
Oh,
and I was just like, you know what? This,
do you not have the little pipes on the top so you can fill up all of them at one time?
Well, it wasn't there, and I must have been with early morning. And I started thinking, this thing really is the maintenance on it is a little much. But
you got to keep batteries. You got to keep the the denatured water in it.
Yep. So anyway,
it looks like a replacement battery is $350.
Good. It's not.
So
he's probably paying more.
It's the price. Yeah, it's the exact same price.
So the price of the lawnmower and the battery are exactly the same.
That's how they get
We've
you.
reduced
Something may be
it.
off
We've
there.
reduced it to the price of the battery. Bubba, also, you know how it's never enough.
Never enough.
I don't know how many times we've tried to educate some of you with your various movements out there. Did no one ever teach you about overplaying your hand? So here's the Chicago Marathon, okay? The Chicago Marathon realizes that when they have all their categories, which is going to affect any sort of physical challenge of any kind going forward,
right?
And that's when biological males want to identify as females. What category do you put them in? So the Chicago Marathon really did what we think is going to have to happen. They created a non-binary division. Okay, you've got men, you've got women, and you've got non-binary. So that sounds like they're being kind, saying we're just going to put y'all in your own category. Everybody, the non-binary people are mad because there's not been enough fuss made about that. They don't feel like that they're talking about it enough.
Some of them promoting.
Nobody knows.
Are they okay with that? Do they want people to be plugged into the female or male genre, no matter what they biologically are?
Well, here's what they're mad about first, and this is the overplay of the hand. There was no major announcement to coincide with the creation of this division. Quote from a non-binary person. Personally, I feel it feels hurtful. Because
what they want.
Can I tell you, there's something.
I feel like we've been brushed under the rug, like it's really no big deal. I thought that's what y'all were looking for. You can't ever. I thought what you were saying is let's all get over ourselves and think that this is all normal. Which, by the way, I hate to break it to you, it's not.
Yeah.
And so and one of the ways it really is to not make a big deal out of it, right? Hey, I'm here to sign up. Okay, you male, female, and non-binary. Isn't that the goal that everybody was after?
Yeah, right.
But
did
then
they want them to break into programming?
But then when you do it, they said, well, there's no fanfare.
Nobody.
Nobody's trumpeting this. Nobody's making a big deal about it, which is what I thought we were trying to do. See, let me tell you what happens. I'm this way. If I ever cross the bridge and think there's nothing I can do to make you happy, I reach over on the switch that is you and I turn it off. Yeah. I'm just like,
enough.
I tried, and I've done all I can do. So I have to move on because I can't have you in my life anymore because all you are is a frustration. Mm-hmm. So I'm moving. I'm not even going to try anymore. I'm just moving on. And this is not helping. I mean, do y'all not learn the basic public relations on how you're supposed to go about things?
No.
So they have 70 runners registered in the non-binary division, which, by the way, is the only way to do this. And
there's still something. I think they've mislabeled this.
Mm-hmm.
Non-binary. Binary, bi means two, one and two.
I know.
And the nary part means counting system. Binary would be a base 2 system. But if you're non-base 2, you're acknowledging that there's male and female by saying bi in it, binary.
But you're non that.
But you're non those, but you're also, aren't you looking over all the other type genders that are out there now?
Don't see, Bubba.
Yeah, this is the bunch that claims
isn't this a slap
there's
against
more
everybody
than two
else?
genders is what that's that bunch.
Yeah, and a horrible pun, and I'm not making this.
But you're
up.
admitting too if you say I'm non.
Right. The
non-bi.
Figure it out. Let me know.
There's a line here, but I'm not going to say it. And it's them saying something that, it really plays to the 12-year-old that's inside all of us.
I've never seen everybody so worried about their gender.
Did
my mic just go out? Hello, check. Hello, check.
It's a wild, wild world. But again, you what about when somebody tries and they try?
Yeah. Okay, we're gonna make you a category.
You know what you say? It's never enough.
Never.
Yeah,
enough.
but you weren't excited about it when you.
And
came
if they'd
up
have
with
made a big announcement, you know what they would have said? Why but the big announcement? You're acting like we're weird or something.
Rick and Bubba.
Our friends at Lear Capital sent us one of those free Kennedy silver $50 that they're offering for free to our listeners. Now, with the price of silver going up, this free silver $50 has value. It's a smart time to invest in precious metals, and Lear Capital has 25 years experience, an exceptional Trustpilot rating, and a risk-free investor's pledge. There's no purchase necessary. Just chat with a Lear specialist about investing in precious metals and get your free Kennedy silver $50. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com.
Folks in Dalton, Georgia, our friends at WizKid Clean Pods make smarter cleaning products where you bring the water and their cleaning pods bring the clean. A lot of you are already loving their glass cleaners, their bathroom cleaners, floor cleaners, and the very popular pet cleanup Urine Blast. These cleaners defend surfaces against the buildup of dirt and grime, which reduces cleaning frequency and saves you time. Get 10% off any purchase plus free shipping with code BUBBA at cleanpods.com/Bubba. Cleanpods.com/Bubba.
All right, folks.
You change your shucks based on, the temperature outside. You got light shucks or heavy shucks. And I'm not going to say that again.
Watch it. Oh, shucks. You did it. All right, Dan, Chuck, good to see you guys.
Thank y'all.
Thanks, guys, very much. All the information we talked about today is in show notes at rickandbubba.com. We'll be right back. We were just discussing in the break the Las Vegas guard, Jesus Campos. You remember he was the one that was shot in the leg. He's the one that we keep trying to get this timeline down on.
Shot before or after, right?
The crazed shooter in Las Vegas who was just gunning people. No one really knows why, other than the fact it was just an evil act. Been trying to figure it out. If you remember, the last time we heard from Jesus, he was supposed to be doing an interview to kind of tell us what happened. I mean, that's a big interview. You got the security guard. He was shot. He panicked or something, left, would not do the interview, and vanished, and we have not seen him since.
Now, is that true?
That's what they're
saying. Story saying today.
Yep.
Said the Mandalay Bay security guard who disappeared last week moments before he was scheduled to break his silence in television interviews has not been seen since he went to walk in to a walk-in health clinic. Says that David Hickey of the security Police and Fire Professionals of America told reporters Friday he got a text the night before Jesus was taken to a UMC quick care facility, because he'd been shot in the leg. He did not specify where or, from whom the text came. And then a spokesperson with this UMC quick care, they have 8 locations in the Vegas area, told Fox News Monday they'd had heard nothing about Campos visiting them, that they have no documentation he came to see them. Multiple requests from Fox News for a comment were not returned Monday. This David Hickey said he was meeting with MGM officials to try to figure out what happened in the hours before Campos scheduled television appearances, including one with Fox News. When the meeting ended, Campos fled, and they've been trying to find him, and he is nowhere to be found.
That's just
weird. That's weird. It's weird.
There's things, the timeline. That when we first started, when they changed that, everybody's like, well, that's kind of different.
Well,
and then all of a sudden, he had done been to a dinner and being honored for being a hero and all that, and was ready to tell his side of it. Then the timeline thing got a little weird, and all of a sudden he's gone.
Well, he disappeared really before we heard the timeline. He left when he walked off the interview before it happened, right?
No, I think the timeline thing had already been out.
They remember they had a timeline.
But we didn't hear that there was a difference in the timeline because that interview was just like a day or two after that, and the timeline distortion didn't come out till about a week.
Well,
right?
because what happened is the timeline that everybody was locking on.
I may be wrong. I'm asking, isn't that right?
Well, the timeline everybody was locking on when he was about to do the interview, people started looking at the timeline saying this doesn't make sense. This looks like for 6 minutes nobody did anything. Well, then when that came out, now this is after he fled. They said, well, no, let's clarify the timeline. He got shot, and he started shooting people within seconds. Because do you remember to begin with, when he first talked about when he was shot, everybody's like, well, what happened with all this lag time between you getting shot and this guy going in there and start shooting on people? Then they came out and says, well, look, there's no timeline issue. This all happened within seconds of each other.
Well, it says in here it's still in dispute.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
But, but I'm just saying there was an attempt to clarify because they knew the first time.
They said 6 seconds before.
But he
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
22 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. If you're coming to Protective Stadium in Birmingham, Alabama this weekend, UAB or Middle Tennessee, Calvin Speedy Wilburn will be there for homecoming weekend. So see Speedy tomorrow at Protective Life Stadium and enjoy that time together. October 23rd, a couple of man churches coming up. October 23rd, Crossroads Church, Warrior, Alabama. Rich Wingo there as they continue to go through the men's discipleship strategy. That same day, on the 23rd of October, I'll be at the church at Liberty Park, Birmingham, Alabama, with old Randy Overstreet, pastor over there, and his men have started the strategy, and I'll be coming in and doing their next man church. If you want to join us, you can. My home church, Valleydale Church, Rich Wingo there, on coming up on November the 4th. Bubba, that's when we have our big chili cook-off. 18 men right now bringing their chili.
Oh, I don't need to be there, Rick.
Rick, is this an exhibition or a competition?
Let me tell you what, after eating that much chili, these Baptists are going to get Pentecostal real quick. So that's coming up, and we'll also give you an opportunity to plug into our small groups, where we are also doing our second curriculum from themanchurch.com. On the 5th of November, Crestview, Florida, First Baptist Church, Crestview, they continue to go through the strategy. Mark Garnett is there. And then we told you the Man Church Conference, the first one we've ever done featuring teachers that you hear me talk about all the time, all in one conference. As the men's groups from all over the country that are either doing the strategy or want to find out more about it are coming to our hometown, Oxford, Alabama, where Greg and I grew up. The seats are reserved, and they are going quickly. So if you're thinking about bringing your men or you want to come yourself, you don't have to be one of the churches that's doing the strategy. You may just want to come and enjoy a great conference. But we'll have discipleship, we'll have high challenge, and we'll have fellowship all in one conference, and we'd love for you to join us. Get those tickets by going to themanchurch.com. So, Bubba, I know let's have pumpkin talk here, because I know that pumpkin has been kind of a controversial topic on our program. You know, we talk a lot about food, and really most of the people on the show, maybe other than me, are anti-pumpkinites. Nothing pumpkin fires y'all up.
Maybe I haven't given it enough.
Yeah.
I the only dealing with pumpkins was carving them for Halloween as a kid, and then as a dad,
that old nasty
and all that. And I just cleaning that out, I couldn't imagine that being something good you'd want to eat. Now I know a lot of people love pumpkin this. Pumpkin
I
that.
love pumpkin. You talking about a good pumpkin spice latte?
I don't know if there's any real pumpkin in that, but I know that
pumpkin flavor. There is, Bubba.
I'm not a fan of the gourd family.
Can I ask y'all this though, because I think this is important.
I use a gourd to drink out of a stream if it's out in the woods, but not a.
I don't eat a lot of gourds.
You don't like cantaloupes?
Are they gourds?
Sorta. No,
I like
they're a melon.
I do like cantaloupe.
But I had everybody for just a minute.
You did.
I'm not a big.
I don't know that.
Let me.
I've eaten them, but I'm not a big.
How about squash? Is that a gourd?
No, I love squash.
I'll dabble in it.
I love squash. Let me ask you this, because there is a difference. Yeah. It's one thing to be physically eating pumpkin.
Yeah.
It's another thing to be eating pumpkin flavor.
Okay, so that's maybe where I need.
Y'all like pumpkin flavor?
Okay, I don't know.
You ever had pumpkin ice cream?
I don't like the color of it. I'm the same way about sweet
presentation.
potatoes.
It's all presentation.
I don't like sweet potatoes.
I like sweet potatoes. I like pumpkins. I like squash. So everybody here can cram it.
Maybe I need to revisit the pumpkin.
Bubba's about to start eating some pumpkin.
I've never
when you
really
see this story.
Yeah,
I don't like pumpkin pie, but if I'm honest,
I love pumpkin pie.
If I'm honest, I don't know if I've ever tried it.
Well, how can you hate something you ain't never tried? Are we back when you're the little boy sitting there at the table?
Yeah,
it's eggnog all over again.
Yeah, you got me on that.
You didn't like that either, did you, Noggy?
Yeah.
Now
you
he
can
bumps it
fix
all the
that
time.
up, though.
All right, well, listen to these.
Once Greg got to tasting that extra stuff around that eggnog, he liked it a lot better.
Hey, it's pretty good stuff.
Well, what Greg said, he said, I don't like eggnog, but I do like it with rum.
Captain Morgan
but
helped
anyway,
a little.
but the pumpkin, Bubba, is in the news today about its health benefits.
Yeah, it's a lot of vitamin A in it. I give you that.
Yeah, right.
But
Are you eating the rind, the outer part?
No, Greg.
No,
Greg, what are you
no.
talking
Yeah,
about?
you do.
Would you go eat the rind of,
Is
of
that
a
crap that's in it? Is
You
that
eat
what
the
we're eating?
inside,
Yes.
Greg. What are you talking about eating the rind? Was that how you eat a watermelon? Take a bite out of the side of it?
I know you like
Just saying,
cucumbers.
you don't chop it up.
Well, it is packed with vitamins and minerals. It can help improve your health. It'll make you look younger and lose weight, experts say.
Well, I'd lose weight because I wouldn't be eating it.
There you go.
That's not a problem.
Well, you found out through your surgery how easy it is not to eat much when you're not hungry.
That's right. That's
You
right.
know,
It makes
right.
it easy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If turkey was a gourd, you'd be tearing it up.
Did you see too, Rick? And I know how you love giant fruit and vegetables.
Hate it.
We have a new record 2,554-pound pumpkin
Who cares?
that breaks
you
the
love
New
pumpkin.
York, U.S., and North American record as the heaviest pumpkin.
I'm telling you, I can't.
This thing looks like a tractor tire.
I bet the pumpkin is just like a fish. The bigger it is, the worse it tastes.
Yeah,
I bet
you're
it's
right
not
about
very
that.
good.
Probably right.
Yeah.
You know, you don't want too big a fish,
I
it
love
don't taste
pumpkin
good.
pie. I love pumpkin pie.
My, oh, my.
I love pumpkin pie.
I may try it this year.
By the way, is there really a difference between sweet potato pie and pumpkin pie? Let's
See,
just
that's
be
the
honest. I mean, there might be a slight difference, but they're real similar.
How about a pumpkin cheesecake? I've seen those too. Almost dabbled into that because I like cheesecake.
I like pumpkin flavor.
I think that's about the only pumpkin thing I'll eat.
Bubba, you gonna eat a
Cheesecake's
pumpkin?
pretty good.
Vitamin A, vitamin C.
No, there's a lot of things got that in it. I'll
Yeah.
skip on the pumpkin.
I'd rather eat pumpkin than carrots.
No, I like carrots.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Bubba, you
so
like,
I guess I
You
guess
need
I
to
better.
eat 'em. Huh? Yeah.
Bubba, you like cucumbers.
I
You
love
don't like
cucumbers.
carrots?
Well, that's a gourd.
Well, I don't care what they're classified. I just
Is it
some of them I
cucumber
like,
good?
some of
Because
them
I
I
like
don't.
cucumbers.
I like cucumbers. I like squash. I like okra.
That's the only thing a hog won't eat. It's cucumber.
Yeah, that's right.
I
Well,
don't know if that's true, but I was told that.
You're full
They
of
eat everything but a cucumber.
Greg.
Really?
I'm not sure that's
I
true
don't-
because
it may
Bubba
not
and I
be,
like
but
them.
I was told that.
But I want y'all to
Google
start
it.
eating. I want you to start eating more pumpkin. And I tell you what,
I'm
I
not
don't
eating more
want.
pumpkin.
If you'll eat some carrots,
Have you ever
I'll-
even tried it?
I don't like pumpkin.
Have you ever tried it?
Yes, I've tried.
I,
You ain't
Rick,
never
I'll
tried
be
it.
completely honest. I don't think I've ever tried it.
So you're giving us some speech on something you haven't even tried?
Yeah.
Well, that doesn't even make sense.
He'll do that.
Who, Sam I am?
Yeah, that doesn't even make sense. Sam, I'm gonna get to that. I'm gonna be Sam I am. You gonna eat pumpkin?
You know, when I was a kid, I didn't like to try a lot of stuff.
I know, but you're not a kid anymore.
I know. That's what I need to move on.
You're 56 years old.
I know,
got
Rick. I get
grandkids.
it. I get it.
Hey, look at me, baby brother. You gonna eat pumpkin? I promise you that.
Okay, I'll eat it.
Somebody bring a pumpkin pie in here, and Greg's gonna eat it
Right now.
Huh? We're gonna get you some pumpkin
Am I gonna be?
in eggnog.
Rick and Bubba.
From the interview because of
Nobody
do we
knows.
know?
No, nobody knows.
Nobody
And
knows.
He's last seen October the 10th at an awards show or not award show, but a ceremony.
Right.
And he got an award, and then he hasn't been really seen since. And it all started once they started raising questions about did the hotel do enough to prevent the bloodshed. You know, there was also reports he wasn't wearing a recording device, which
I
all
remember that.
security guards have to because it master control or the head security office can hear what's going on. They're like, if he'd have been wearing that, they would have heard the ruckus and the shooting, and they could have jumped into action quicker. And of course, there's all kind of different conspiracies now.
The bottom
this is one
line,
of
and
them.
we don't know what it is. The bottom line is, let's just talk about facts, and then whatever. The fact is, there's a security guard. He was shot and was at the beginning of all this. He was supposed to do interviews after being honored for being a hero, and he bolted from the interviews, and nobody has seen him since.
And according to his union rep, he said that he was excited to tell his side of the story, looking forward to telling his side of the story. That's why they set up the TV interviews. That's why While the union reps in there getting the prep for the TV interview, he's outside waiting to do it. They walk out and he's gone.
Yeah, and that was my biggest question when Greg told me that. Before, I was like, okay, is he being made, to go talk to these folks? Is MGM, are they saying, hey, get out there and talk? Or is he wanting to do this, whatever? Well, apparently he was wanting to clear up everything and tell his side.
Well, apparently not.
And then now this.
And
here's the other thing.
Last public photograph, October 10th, when he was getting his award, they were at a big steakhouse, and it's soon after that, the investigators, is when they said the timeline kind of changed. And then he was looking forward to telling his side, had it set up to tell his side, and he disappeared.
They're saying now they're just concerned where the member of this organization, this is back to Hickey, who
union,
represents this. He says, I'm hoping everything's okay with him. I'm sure MGM or the union will let the media know when we hear something. We ain't heard from him.
So the conspiracy people will definitely have a heyday with
But what will they say?
But that's my question. What is the point? What is the conspiracy here? What were we trying to accomplish with this whole thing?
What would be strange is the initial story was, I hear the shooting, I go up, the guy sees me, shoots me through the door, but then they come out and go, well, what we're seeing, you got shot 6 minutes before you ever shot. And that is in dispute. They've kind of backed off of that a little, but they still aren't going to the original story. I mean, that starts the whole. Again, you got to draw some weird conclusion you want to, but if I suppose I got shot after the man shooting, but kind of find out I actually got shot 6 minutes before, it is different. That's something to look at.
And they have come back and they're trying to tell you the 6 minutes didn't happen now. That's the new thing. No, that's not right.
Well, I think that's one side.
No, I'm talking, but they did. They tried to come back and say that didn't happen. You're right. There's still two. But there has been an attempt to say that original timeline. Y'all are misunderstanding what happened. But
again, he was supposed to clear all that up.
That's right. So let's go to this. Let's say that there's no big conspiracy. It's just as simple as I'm a security guard. I realize I'm about to be thrown in the middle of a horrifying, horrific thing.
I'll buy that.
I don't want to be part of this. Everybody's going to start questioning me. My life's about to be ruined. Everybody's going to say I didn't do enough. I didn't have my recorder on. That's already a problem. This timeline thing, it might have just dawned on him, hey, I like the celebrity. Oh, wait a minute. I'm about to be scrutinized for everything I've done.
I'll give you two more steps on that line of thinking, Rick, and I think that is more apt than anything else I've heard. He is a security guard. He's not a policeman, and I'm not saying this about all security guards, but maybe he's got something in his past that didn't exactly, he may have something that he's afraid is going to be brought back up. I mean, it's not something terrible, but maybe an accident he's had or money he owed or something. He doesn't really want to be in the spotlight again. So he decided, hey, I don't need this. I'm getting out of this attention before it becomes like a lottery.
The most sensible.
And all that sounds good, but then you would think he would have set up an interview.
No, you're right. What I'm talking about is, but understand human nature.
He could have set it up, and it kind of hit him about what's about to be covered here.
Human nature starts out as, hey, I'm about to be important. Everybody wants to interview me. I'm about to tell my story. But then maybe some reality hit him and says, wait a minute. This is going to make a colonoscopy look like nothing. They're going to unpack everything in my life I've ever done, every place I've ever been. I don't know that I want to do this.
I may have an ex-wife that's going to say that I abused her or something, and we're just totally speculating. But I'm saying that's as good as any conspiracy theory.
Well, you can see the follow-up. Security guard that was the first on the scene. We had a history of fill in the blank.
Yeah.
I mean, that could happen.
Yeah, he had been dismissed from a job because of drugs or alcohol or something. He just
picture this.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. And I'm going to tell you another thing that Baby Brother's going to start doing, Field of Greens.
Yep.
You're going to start doing Field of Greens, too.
That and pumpkin pie.
Yeah, well,
I was told I could put whipped cream on it, and I'm in.
Okay.
Because whipped cream makes everything better.
I guess you could put whipped cream in your shake for Field of Greens, too.
You know
but
what?
That probably diminishes a bit of the benefits there.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Fieldofgreens.com. Look, I'm on fire for this product. I'm loving it. And
so are you?
Yeah.
I placed an order this morning. I'm going to give it a shot.
You know why you've been watching to see if I was going to stick with it. Yeah. I got you. And you know what, that was wise.
Yeah.
But I love it because with all of us here trying to do just a little bit better, it's hard to get 6 cups a day of veggies and fruits. especially when you're not a huge fan of veggies.
You didn't say you don't like carrots.
I don't like carrots.
They're not like peanut butter balls. I'll say that.
No, they're not. And
you don't need a supplement for that.
Why couldn't they be full of vitamins we need?
Peanut butter balls, not nutritionally great, but they sure do taste good.
Bubba's taking a step back today, in case y'all are wondering.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The old appetite,
he's back.
The appetite's back now. Fieldofgreens.com. Go there now. And
good to see him.
2 shakes a day. And it tastes great. That's what Helms was worried about, weren't you? Rick, is it going to taste like a bunch of green stuff? No, it doesn't. Okay,
I'm gonna try to mix it with the smoothie I get every morning.
Oh, yeah, perfect.
And so
I'm worried about the color.
I was worried about presentation and color. So how much is it gonna change?
No, you're gonna be fine. Matter of fact, I'll go ahead and since I'll do a protein shake and this, mix them both together.
Started to text you yesterday to tell you to bring yours in today and let me try it, but I just went ahead and ordered some this morning.
What if you sprinkle it on the peanut butter ball? Would that work?
Well, I will tell you in that one.
Tell you who, give it a run.
Greg, can I tell you that one? That will be like the fruit. That will be like the Field of Greens saying, like the Auburn lineman says he's going to block the Georgia guys.
That makes sense. Doesn't it?
It's there and it's in the game, but I think the peanut butter ball is going to win that one. But anyway, so
have we already captured a live to send them? Because I don't know if we can send them this one.
Yeah. Well, this is kind of stuff gets people to try.
That's right.
Field of
Greens. Have a
Greens
discussion about it.
Fieldofgreens.com. I love the energy that I have. I feel healthier. I'm definitely a little more clarity in the way that I'm thinking. That fog kind of gone now that comes with getting up awful early. So go to fieldofgreens.com. Use the code Bubba. We'll get you 15% off your order and 10% off all future orders. There's a link also at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Eddie Van Adler, as you know, is a daddy now, and going to be a daddy again.
Watch out!
And so we have been enjoying what we all got to do here. Look, the children of this show have provided so much material over the years. And as our children are all becoming adults, we got the Adlers and the Helmsies of the world that keep the small kids coming. So Ruby is becoming a new feature on the program, The World of Ruby. And I understand that we have another one today.
Yes. So I was telling you guys how I had to pick up. I'm trying to hide something before I show myself because here we go. Okay. So I try to pick up Ruby pretty early every day. We start super early, so I get done with work earlier than most working people do. Ruby goes to like a Christian daycare school thing, whatever. So, and by the way, this is our intern Blazin Silverman, who's hanging out behind me. If you're wondering,
hey, Blazin. I thought he was that guy that does sign language when you make a speech.
Please try.
There's your little buddy.
So I generally pick up, in the 3 o'clock hour, maybe even 2:30 sometimes to get Ruby, get some hangout one-on-one time before Aaron gets done with work. It's great. It's awesome.
Daddy time.
That means all the kids know me because they're still there.
Yeah.
And so they know Ruby's daddy. Oh. And the other day...
He don't look like other daddies.
Why is he our size?
I'm sorry. You walked right into that one.
It's fine. It's fine.
You walked right into that.
It's part of it. It's part of it.
He's got hair on his face.
They say
What's that bun?
Long hair.
They say that.
In the back.
Whose mom is that?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
That's what I was. That's where I'm going. That's where I'm going.
Easy now. Don't get ahead.
So... I go in and it's a nice secure place. You got to enter a code and all that, whatever. And I'm then doing the no, I do. I love that.
I know him by now.
So I am doing the sign out thing, and I hear the administrator say, "Hey, look who it is! The most popular dad in the school." Something along those lines. I'm like, "Huh? What? Is she talking to me? Like I don't even know what she's talking about." She's like, "Oh yeah. Yeah. All the kids know who you are." I'm like, yeah, because I pick up early and I get Ruby and all that.
They're the same height.
And they think I'm one of them. That helps. And she goes, no, the kids think that you are like a really big part of this school because of a certain picture that we have up in the hallway.
Oh no!
In the hallway.
In the hallway. When they walk past this picture, all the kids go, "Ruby Daddy, Ruby Daddy, Ruby Daddy," and here you go, gentlemen.
No, you're making this up.
I am not making this up. It's Jesus.
Hey, live up to that, pal.
It's Jesus. So the kids in the hall are walking past this picture, and they go, "Ruby Daddy, Ruby Daddy." It's Jesus.
No pressure there.
It's long-haired, bearded Jesus.
Oh, that's good.
So that's where I'm at now at
No
the
pressure.
school.
No pressure. You gotta be
I'm
kidding.
crying, laughing. The administrators are crying, laughing as
That
we're
is
looking at
hilarious.
this. And so I go, all right, well, I guess I better go pick up Ruby. I pull my hair down. I go, all right, here we go. And I go out there. I go, come here, my child. Come here. I'm just kidding.
Or did you just say, come to me, children?
Yes, children. Here we go.
Don't you deny
That's
those
so
children
good.
access to me.
I didn't.
Looking at the picture,
I didn't do that part. I didn't do that part, but we had a really good laugh about it.
That's
And
great.
guys,
Greg, and he took Ruby and he placed her in the middle of everyone.
maybe I need to stop bringing bread with me and giving it to the kids when I come. But
wow.
y'all, Ruby Daddy. There's 2-year-old kids walking
is
past
so
a picture
funny.
of Jesus saying Ruby Daddy.
That's
great.
Wow.
But
that's
yeah.
Adler.
You know, you do have the look now, even though you've cut some of the hair off. Has your dad approached you at all about, because usually, churches will have someone during the weekend of the celebration of what Christ did for us, someone walk out as Jesus on He's Alive and all that, on Sunday, on Easter Sunday. Has he ever approached?
I wonder if I could fit some like platform boots under the robe.
Right.
No, we don't
platform
know
boots
how
under the
tall
robe.
Jesus was. It said there was nothing physically about him that drew any attention.
What if that just meant
No
he
offense.
was? What if that just meant he was 5'2"?
Right.
That's what that meant.
It could have meant that.
And just good looking as as a model, which is what I am. Let's get real. But man, I couldn't believe it when they told me that.
Think of them going home and telling stories about it.
Right.
What about when they're at church? Oh, when they show
Picture
Ruby
alive.
Daddy here.
Why is Daddy's playing drums?
Picture them at home. Picture them at home. The parents trying to decipher what they're saying. Why do they keep saying that Ruby's dad's picture is at school? And then the big argument comes up. I said one thing, they never asked us for a picture, right? And that's
so funny. Yeah, I
Big
and
hit
then
on career day, though.
I'm carrying Ruby out. I'm like, who is that? Just to see what her reaction was. And she goes, that's Jesus. So at least
Okay,
Ruby,
good. Yeah.
Ruby does know the difference.
Well, she's been around you long enough. She
Right.
ain't buying it.
Yeah, right. Thanks, Craig. Thank you, buddy. Thank you, sir.
She was there the day that lawnmower wouldn't crank.
Right.
Or they wouldn't finish the deck.
Yes.
Wow.
Speaking of which, y'all want to see the deck?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. All right, here
Bring
we
it.
go.
Bring it on.
Here's the deck.
Franklin.
Hey,
Ruby.
Deck's looking good.
Oh, that's big.
Yeah, buddy. It's rocking.
wow.
We hang out on this deck for probably an hour or two every single day.
Looks like Franklin.
it's
like.
exactly what you hoped it would
nice.
do.
It's awesome.
Oh, Ruby-
It is
Ruby just
fantastic.
leave the door open so the dog can get away?
She
Oh,
is
she's running
loving
her
that
lawnmower.
gate. She is
Look
loving
at
the
that.
gate so much. By the way, I built that gate all by myself, so y'all can just lump it if you don't
Well
like
done.
it.
Well done.
Why'd you do that? You had all the other done.
Look, she's got one of those lawnmowers they had for sale at Lowe's.
Right. Got no battery in it.
Yeah,
It
she's
just
just
cranks
pushing
out
it.
bubbles.
Right.
That's all it does.
That looks great, Adler.
Yeah, it's
There we
exciting.
go. There we go.
And there goes Ruby down the ramp.
That
There
is
goes Ruby.
awesome.
Oh my gosh, y'all. Ruby's playing on that ramp, and she has a little stroller with a doll in it, and she didn't realize how ramps work. And so her little stroller with the doll in it, she let go of and started messing with the gate. That stroller goes down the ramp and like crashes, blah, 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 and Ruby looks at me like, oh my gosh. But everything was fine. Plus I healed her because I'm Jesus.
Line. Was him not having his recording device a surprise or a list of things he'd done as security guard that made him, you don't know what's going to happen. I'm not saying there's anything. Now, that's just the sensible. Then there's the more dicey, deeper things that somebody didn't want him to do the interviews and threatened him or took him. Now, that one, gets a little more
Right,
dicey.
because one of the more attractive conspiracies online is that the authorities have known all along that there isn't just one shooter, and they're misleading everybody because they're after what's really going on. I've heard that one. We've actually had it called into the show.
I understand that. But let me dial it back another step. Let's just say there was 2 shooters. Say there was 3. Say there was a cover-up, so we don't know that. What was the end game of this attack? What were they trying to accomplish? You got to have that motive to make any of the rest of it. Like with Lee Harvey Oswald, we know he wanted to shoot the president. We know he wanted to shoot somebody. We know a lot of people wanted to shoot Kennedy. So you can see motive in all of these conspiracies. In this one, there's just not a motive there other than just evil. I just want to shoot and kill people.
Right.
We'll be back. I do want to introduced some of you, I hopefully not for the first time, but I know if you've been listening to the show for years, you realize that our relationship with Craig Shoemaker has been one to remember. I think,
Rick, we're so glad to have Shuey
welcome back, Craig Shoemaker.
I have all these notes.
I started to say he brought his term paper with him. What is all that?
Hey, I'm going to ask you.
I should throw them all out. You guys take this wherever you want to.
Yeah.
Well,
and you always bring up my past.
I know, always. I want to say again.
Sometimes it's a good past. Most of the time, it's not.
When we first met, the very first time, we produced somebody out of your past that you thought, no way they find this guy, and we did. You remember that?
Oh, Gallo.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
That was the first time we met?
I think it's the first time you were ever on.
Technically, the first time we met, you were sitting back at me
that's
in
true.
a Broadway show.
We talked about that when Whoopi Goldberg referenced you from the stage. And
they all were. I was sitting there, and I'm going, nobody's witnessing this, and you were right behind me.
And when you came on the show and you started telling me the story, I'm like, my gosh, I was there. What a weird moment that was.
I know. I've had some strange moments.
Actually,
speaking of Broadway,
Oh,
I had the craziest moment. I was touring with Kenny Loggins. I was opening for him on Broadway. It was really cool. And my drunken friends took the train from Philadelphia. So I'm doing my act, and all of a sudden they're coming down the aisle. Yo, Shoo!
Yeah, hollering.
Come at the time you wet your pants in Miss Keimel's class. And I'm going, guys, I'm on Broadway. I'm trying to whisper to them. This is a big moment for me. Yeah, shut up. We know who you are. By the way, everybody, Steiny's funnier than he is.
And Steiny's funnier than he is.
Steiny was the first breasts he ever had.
Oh, my gosh.
They're telling the audience this.
In your big moment on Broadway.
Yeah, and then I'm trying to whisper to them. They're in the front row. And I said, guys, not now. All right? For another time you can heckle me, but not now.
Right. Looking back, giving them front row seats, not the best move you ever made.
Now, here's the topper is Kenny, one of the guys was sick. So I had to replace one of the guys as a singer. So now I'm singing on Broadway. These guys are all passed out in the front row. We're doing an acoustic set, and all of a sudden one of them wakes up and goes, yo, there's Shoe singing with Kenny Loggins. Look at that, Doo-Poo Corner. Oh, shoot, the Philadelphia accent. We have the worst accent in the world. Whenever I tour here, it's the worst.
Oh, well,
I ordered pecan pie. You should have seen the face I got on that one.
Oh, what are you doing?
How do you say it?
Pecan.
Pecan. Excusez-moi. Pecan.
Pecan?
Where are you from, Beverly Hills? Drysdale? I want some pecan pie. Thurston Howell? What is this?
I would have never thought
that
somebody from Philly would sound more country on a word than people actually from Alabama.
You know, that is true.
That's odd.
That's a reversal.
That's one of those reversal ones.
Yeah, I'm on some pecan pie.
I'll tell you another one. How do you say the word, I played in a golf, a big event?
Tournament.
What, how do you say it?
Tournament.
Tournament?
Yeah.
Tournament.
The word is tour. Nament. You know, Springsteen doesn't go on tour. He goes on tour. Nament. He doesn't go, hey, dudes, we're going on tour. Come on now. 1, 2, 3, fur. It's tournament. Where'd you get tour?
Say it.
Say the whole word.
Tournament.
Yeah. Well,
Tournament.
Very good.
How'd you like that adjustment? Tournament.
But
I still like
You'll
tournament.
go right back, though. It's not like you're going to adjust for life on that one.
Right.
But you talk about accent differences. I was playing in this golf tournament, okay?
Yeah.
It was a beautiful golf course.
Right. That's funny.
I was in the South. I lost my little pencil. The guy goes, that's all right. I got a pen in my bag. Now, that sounds normal to you. I'm going, pen? Are you going to scratch our scores and fill in the ink later with a pen? He goes, no, man, I got a pen. I said, oh, you mean a pen?
Can I tell you?
And he laughs at me, tries to imitate me. He goes, no, man, it's not a pen. It's a pen. I said, how do you say the woman's name? P-E-G. What do you call her, pig? He goes, that depends on what she looks like.
It is 10 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866. We be big as a number. All right. So as we make our way back, I'm getting a question a lot in emails, a couple of them. One of them is, we talked about with the Man Church Conference coming up that there is an opportunity to be at a breakfast on the Saturday morning. I'll be there, and Helms will be there, and the team will be there answering questions, talking about, teaching the small groups, curriculum, all that. And people keep emailing me saying, hey, where do I go and say I want to come to that? If you purchase your tickets, you'll get a prompt from the ticket seller saying, do you want to come to the breakfast? Mm-hmm. And then you say yes or no. That gets you your reservation. It's not on there like go click for the breakfast. the ticket purchase, they'll send you that prompt. So just FYI on that. All right. So the other thing that seems to pick up momentum with the audience is, it was, I don't remember how many years ago it was, but Sherry, it was when I was, rocking around 305 pounds, and Sherry, as kindly as she could, tricked me into start trying to do some exercise, and she was worried about the long-term effects of me being at that weight, and she was trying to, and I don't like working out. I don't like that kind of stuff, and I don't like the idea of I know I'm working out. We've talked about this over the years. So anyway, so she tricked me in to getting involved in this place called Godspeed. Where she said it wasn't CrossFit, and I've often wanted to talk to her about not being truthful, but at the time they were not allowed to use the terms because of their devotion to the faith, but they have worked that out since. So there was a little bit of trickery there, and I kept looking around. I said, this feels a lot like what we used to do back when I played little ball, but she gets me involved in it, then she gets injured. And then goes away
and leaves you with it
and leaves me there. And so over the years, you heard me talk about me developing that I'm a little bit like I was in school. I'm not the favorite student of the teachers, right? You know what I mean?
Right.
And it was very
even though you'd like to be,
yeah.
But you just don't do what they say, so technically you can't be.
Right. Well, that's right. And what I've done, which I know isn't correct, but this is what we do in the large community, is I'm saying that what I'm doing now is so far ahead of anything that I'd ever done before. For me to do all y'all ask of me may be your desire, but you don't realize how much I'm really doing.
Right.
Right.
And you don't know on the scale where I'm at.
Yeah. So, and all that was going great. And I'd kind of developed me a system, and, the 3 o'clockers, because when I go at 3. And I've kind of become the leader of the bunch there. There's a lot of
in other words, bad influence.
Right.
Yeah, right.
And the coaches have come and gone, and they all try to think that I'm somehow going to be their project. And so I've got a system that is working for me.
Yeah.
And then Sherry finally gets cleared after her recovery from shoulder surgery, and what she was doing, not doing that kind of working out, she still was doing Pilates and running and this kind of stuff. And now she's been cleared to come back to this, what she thinks would be great to supplement into her overall workout regimen. And she's doing great. She's lost some weight and looks great and all this. But I have a way I want to do this. And now she's like, well, let's go and let's work out together. And I'm like, at first I was kind of like, I mean, I love spending time with you, but I've got this kind of the way I like it, and I don't. And what it's turned into, because Sherry was a very healthy person, as she says, until I corrupted her, and was very much into running, exercising. And as I told you all the last time I brought this up, I didn't know, I'd forgotten, she actually was a trainer at a gym as a part-time job when she was going through college.
So she gets it honest.
And so she's now, instead of it being husband and wife working out together, it's turning into Rick with a personal coach.
Oh wow!
No.
And
who wants that?
And I
mean, worst case for you.
She does things like she'll look up at the workout, and if it says 15 reps, she wants to do 15.
What?
And I'm like,
everybody
what?
knows that means 13.
She goes, Rick, it says
Everybody knows
it says
that.
we're supposed to do 15. I said, no,
Everybody loses count at 10.
I said, you've got to learn to translate that into 58-year-old Rick.
Right.
When I see 15, I know, and everybody knows that. The trainers know that for me that means 10 to 12. Okay, and she's like, well, and then yesterday was the worst, the partner workout.
Oh no!
So they even say to this, they said, now if you don't want to do partner, just cut those reps in half and just do it yourself. I said, well, that's me. And Sherry says, huh? I said, baby, just do yours and I'll do mine. She goes, no, let's do it together. It's a partner workout. No. And I said, no, I'll just do half the reps. You do half. Well, it says it's supposed to be done part. I'm like, you're supposed to do yours, and I'm supposed to count for you, and then I do mine, and you count for me. I said, baby, I don't want any part of that. And she's like, well, no, that's what I wanted. I thought we was going to do this together. And I was thinking, oh, Lord, help me. Please help me.
It's not good for you.
Get me out of this.
So we start out, and she goes, okay, you get started. And I look up and I see we're supposed to start with 10 cleans, which to me is 8.
I'd explain what you're doing.
Well, it's a move.
So-
There's a barbell with weight on it, and I'm coming off the floor, coming up, and I'm catching it here, then doing a front squat and coming back up with it. That's 1.
Right.
Well, to me, if I'm doing
How much
and there's I forget what I was using. I don't
Bars 45.
Yeah.
Right.
So the people in there that really have it going on that are young and fit, the men are probably using 185. I'm probably somewhere around 130, something like that.
You got 35s on each end?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So anyway, so I'm sitting there and I'm like, I know
the weights. I just don't use them.
I know that doesn't mean 10 to me because we got 3 rounds of this.
Everybody knows that.
Yeah, everybody knows that. All of a sudden I hear 1. And I'm like, oh no!
What she's at counting out loud?
No, babe. We don't count at each other. I'm supposed to.
That's like carnival barking.
I'm
isn't it?
supposed to. Hey, Rick, you one side of it. You're not. You need to get your hands. Get down here on the bar. You need to get your thumbs right here. And I thought, Lord help me. I have a personal trainer. You know it. And I said I want a wife. I don't want a personal trainer. And
did she ever call no rep?
She did
when you didn't do it right.
2.
No rep.
Look, 2. I go up for 3. 2. I said, no, there's 3. Rick, that thing was off. You didn't hit that right. You didn't come up in the squat. You didn't do a full squat. And I'm like,
no rep.
I'm like, is this where we're headed with this? And she
Out of breath.
And then this, of course. Well, I just thought we'd try to do it right. And I'm like, no. Who
That's
told
where
you
you
that?
messed up.
Who told you we're going to come and do this right? What we're going to do is, I said, I want to come in here. I said, we pay for this. I said, I want to come in here and I want to sweat. I want to try the best I can not to have man boobs, and then I want
good goal.
I want to move, and then I want my heart rate to get up, and then I want to leave. What is all this? Well, I mean, that's not the way you do it. And then the worst, Ryan, and she starts calling the main coach.
Wait a minute, she's a tattletale too?
Hey, see how he's doing this, and then I'm like, what are you doing? I said, honey,
She brought attention to the whole deal?
another guy.
I said, the whole reason I'm on back here in my spot is so they can't see me. And now you're bringing them over here. Don't bring them over here. Before you know it, they'll be with us this whole workout.
Is this in the middle of the session?
Rick, you're experiencing what in the tennis world we used to see when we had husband and wives
Yes.
that played tennis together.
Yes.
Because and Betty and I didn't play on the same team a lot because I always said I want to go home with someone who loves me.
Right. And then the next thing we had to do kettlebell deadlifts.
Oh.
Rick, you need to push. You're not pulling that up right. And I was like, yes, I am, baby. I've been doing this for a while. No, you need to get your hips. And I'm like, I can't believe this.
You said, you don't know.
I said, and finally, I just stood there and I just looked at her. I said, I love you so much, and I wish my wife would come back. I don't know who you are. Would you go get my wife and tell her to come back and have fun with me to working out together? Because I don't like this militant trainer that has now started working out with me. And then what happens? Well, I just think you should do it right. Then we go out there for lunges, and I start doing something else. She goes, what are you doing? I said, I don't do lunges. And she goes, you can do lunges. I said, baby, I don't do lunges. Big Papa don't lunge. And she says, no, you need to do lunges. Just go out there. And then all of a sudden, this is the bad part. The trainer walks up, and Sherry says, he says he can't do lunges. And he looks at it, and he goes, oh, my gosh, that's the best lunges I've ever seen him do.
Oh.
And now she's getting, it's over now. And that's honest, true story. That's honest. Yeah. Don't get Greg started on the name Peggy.
No, yeah, really.
That was my buddy. He comes to visit me, and I took him to one of these hot springs they have in L.A.
Oh my gosh.
Oh yeah, like with the saunas and all that. The guy yelled at him. He goes, "Sir, we don't go into the pool without showering first." He's like, "Oh man, I'm sorry. I had to pee real bad."
Be careful where you take your Southern friends.
Classic.
So you look at you still doing the comedy thing. Still doing it.
I
still
tried
out there.
retiring.
Still on the road. Didn't you try to get out of it for a while?
I retired for a little while, and I wrote on the show Fuller House. You ever see that show?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was writing on there, but that's so. I missed comedy when I was doing that. You don't walk into a writer's room and they go, here he is, ladies and gentlemen. It's Craig Shoemaker. No, it's the opposite.
You might have seen his work in Fuller House.
Well,
did you get any funny lines in on Fuller House?
I was trying to get funny lines in when somebody literally said this to me. You see, people don't understand. When you're in a writer's room, it's jury duty. You're in there with the same 12 people every single day, and I'm the lone foreman that everyone hates.
Oh, yeah.
Because I'm the comedian. I would still do touring.
You mean touring?
I'm touring. I would come back with a suntan. They were like in the room all that time. They were, where were you? Hawaii. You missed me. It was like a great theater over in Hawaii. I mean, yeah, they were not happy with it. I was the only comedian in the room. But one time I literally, you're like pitching jokes the whole time. You know, just anything. Well, and then the one woman, the one writer, she goes, you leaned up to tell that joke? Oh, that put me in my place. I felt like I was back with my mom again.
Right.
But yeah, because guys, by the way, when I'm with guys, I don't care what you say about me, but women have much more of an effect on me.
Well, you were raised with a bunch of women.
Yeah,
I know your story.
I know, but it's such an effect. My navigational system is a female voice. I feel like she's judging me. I was driving over here. I made one little wrong turn. She's like, you can hear it in the voice of my navigator. Yeah, you can hear the sigh, the eyes roll, rerouting. I could just hear it said like that.
Well, I mean, I text something making fun of you yesterday. Stop being so needy. First thing back was something about his mom. I mean, it's like it's always
that's true.
It's always at the forefront, isn't it? I didn't mean
you want to read my text now? You want to out me on my text?
No, I'm not going to do
my
that.
private text to you.
Go
ahead, say it.
No, look.
Go put it out there.
You got some mom issues. We know this.
Yeah, I got mom and dad issues.
We miss you as a little league coach.
I'll tell you how bad it is with my mom. I thought that she'd be proud of me. I won this award, this independent film festival. I'm backstage. And it was when Robin Williams was alive, and he won this big award, too. And I said, Robin, will you talk to my mother? Oh, the Love Master's mother? Oh, yes, I will.
That's
Does she have a big one? So anyway, I said, great, because she loves celebrities. So I call her up. I go, Mom, guess what? My film just won the Independent Film Festival. I'm standing here with Robin Williams who's going to talk to you. And she goes, there's a pause, and she goes, that's very nice, Craig. You know not to call me during Jeopardy. And as she's hanging up, I literally hear, who is there, War Sadat? She gets one more question in to beat my stuff up. And I'm standing there with the phone. She hung up on me. And Robin Williams goes, oh, what's the story? I said, she hung up on me. She goes, I understand. He totally understood because he's a comedian. This is what we come from. I don't even tell you about my dad.
No, you did that last time. It was too heartbreaking.
It's not heartbreaking because look what it led to.
You remember we
had
had
a career in comedy.
I know, but on the air, remember we had a pause. You're like, oh man, you brought us down.
Got too serious?
For a minute, it was all like I didn't know what to say.
Craig, tell
What's
him
heartbreaking about the mules? Oh, you mean about the part about him leaving me when I'd visit him for like 8 hours with a wagon filled with brochures? Literally, there's no cell phones back then. He doesn't understand this. He would leave me with a wagon and he'd go, tell people you're an estimator. I'm 8 years old. I don't even know what an estimator is. I haven't estimated yet. Who does that at 8 years old? I said, I'd knock on her door. Hi, Tri-City Contracting. Would you like to convert your cesspool to a sewer? I did this over and over again. He would leave me on a corner with my wagon with brochures.
It explains so
with
much.
nothing.
It's becoming clear.
So much is explained.
Is it really?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's just you.
I guess so. I feel like I'm in therapy when I come here.
I don't know what it is about this
I'm in
show.
country therapy. Y'all need to sit back now.
We're going on a tour.
Y'all need to listen to Rick and Bubba now. I'm gonna tell you what's wrong with you.
I will tell you
everything.
Yeah, when you come,
and I got a recording of it from last time you were here. It's sad, sad,
so sad. We released it on a CD. People loved it and never compensated you for it.
Thank you, Greg, for living this life.
Well, what is it about this show? You always open up almost too much here. I don't know why it is.
Now you think that makes me feel good? Almost too much. I'll leave here with only that thought. I'm not going to leave here going, boy, that was fun. Promote him to all my shows at Stardome tonight, by the way. Stand up live in Huntsville. Looking forward to that. And then Zany's on Thursday. Now I got that in.
Right.
But then I'm going to walk out here going, oh, it was almost
Right.
too much.
Well, and suddenly my voice becomes your mother's. There you go again, Craig. We don't talk about these things.
Can you dress me as a girl for Halloween like she did?
Oh,
She made me a geisha girl.
No, she did not.
Oh, I am not kidding you. This is no joke.
There we go.
My mom was really, really into costumes. Like she couldn't stand when kids would come over with a Woolworths mask.
Right.
You know, like a just.
She wanted to be more creative.
Oh.
We're going to get you 6 minutes past the hour. Thanks for being with us. 28 years and 10 months we've been at it. Spending the last 10 months in the No Name studio out on the cutting edge of technology. But all 28 and 10 months coming to you from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here for another hour. And our guests in the golden ticket seats, the Super Six, here today. And we welcome them, and we'll say hello to them personally a little later. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Glad to be here, Rick. Thank all of you, and all we ask for is 5 hours each and every day. Just a mere 5.
So finishing on that, Bubba, I don't know if you've ever been through this before, too, and Greg was talking about this happened, is my wife also began to ask me questions while I was breathing hard.
No,
and so one time she was like, well, blah, blah, and I said, baby, I can't hear you. Okay. She goes, huh? I said, I can't. I'm breathing so loud. You're not louder than my breathing. I can't hear you. Well, I'm just
my favorite.
I can't answer questions while I'm.
No, can't.
My favorite. I'll be walking somewhere with Betty, obviously panting, out of breath.
Oh yeah.
And she'll go, "Are you out of breath?"
Yes.
And I don't have enough
Can't
breath
answer.
to say yes.
That's so true. I mean, the lunge was
What
30.
gave it away?
They said
That huffing noise.
they said in the workout that I would lunge 30 yards, which I was not going to lunge 30 yards, and then I get to walk back. So I start walking back. She's standing at the other end. She's like, and I'm like, and she keeps looking at me. I said, I can't hear you, baby. I'm breathing. I'm breathing. Quit talking at me. And she's trying to make adjustments.
Right.
So yesterday, I was told by the new trainer, and by the way, I understand that this is something this place is. They've been waiting on this.
Mm-hmm.
I was told that I wasn't doing all the reps. I was told that my clean, that I didn't have my hands positioned correctly on the bar, and I was told that my lunge needed some work. Oh, and my kettlebell deadlifts.
How is Sherry doing on her exercises?
Perfect.
She's their weapon.
Oh yeah.
That's what it is.
Of course, in all fairness, she is.
So Rick, let me be sure I understand this.
She ain't never toted around this kind of body.
You're paying people, so you and Sherry can go in there, and Sherry can holler at you lifting weight.
Correct.
And you're paying for that.
That's
correct.
good. That's good investment.
It's really good.
And you know what she always says? Well, I just thought it. I mean, I'm just trying to help.
Maybe you should quit your gym membership and go to moving furniture for people.
That's a good idea.
And then they would actually pay you a little bit, and you wouldn't be
Get a
screamed
workout.
at.
Well, then she'd end up being supervisor for that. You ever move furniture with your wife? Oh my goodness.
Moving furniture is probably the least favorite activity on this planet I can imagine.
Yeah. Moving furniture is kind of like Little League sports. It's where testimonies go to die.
Yeah. I don't even do it for my own kids. I just tell them to hire it done.
Absolutely.
Sell your car. I don't care.
Couple of questions
Yeah,
here, because I know this has impacted you. I mean, it's hard enough to get there for you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
It is.
arrival time. How has this affected your arrival time?
great question.
Okay.
Horribly.
Because I know that's the most uncomfortable part when you're getting there and you're kind of
drag
hanging
your feet.
out.
Horribly.
and it's the
Terrible.
warm up before the workout. and all that.
Terrible. Have you ever gone to the zoo and watched the big cats pace back and forth in
Yes.
front of the
Yeah.
bars?
Yes. Yeah.
That's what I do every workout day. I pace, waiting to leave. We should have already left.
I know.
And
I know the real coach,
that
and I say real, no disrespect to her, but that is in charge of the day before the workout calls everybody up for instructions. Hey, this is what we're doing today, and you don't listen to that.
I never have.
Has she gotten on to you about that during listening time?
Well, he picks out the parts he
hey,
wants
you
to
need to
do.
listen, Rick.
Hey, he's talking about that's rude for you not to be listening. And I said, well, it's on the board, baby. I can see it.
Yeah.
I've already done this a lot. I've been here for years. Mm-hmm. So you're not listening to him explain it? And I said, I normally don't, no. And then I asked him later when I didn't listen to him, now how do we do this? And he gets frustrated. That's our relationship.
Yeah. Plus it buys you time.
Right. You've ruined our relationship.
Yeah.
Right.
He knows that I'm not paying attention and that I'll ask an annoying question. That's our relationship.
Yeah.
Right.
You know what I watch? Seriously. I'm not exaggerating this. All right. Picture me being the real coach, okay? And picture you're walking out to a field where Sherry is giving me instruction, okay? He walks out and he goes, all right, guy. He realizes Burgess is handled.
Nothing more I can do here.
So it's really
such a
messed
blessing.
up.
They
really,
love
hey,
this.
It's really messed.
It's like a double agent.
Yeah, but it's also messed up your guy hangout time.
Oh, all that. all that's affected.
gone.
Yeah.
And I'm king of the 3 o'clock class, and now
there's a queen.
They see me differently. They're looking over and going, I thought you ran the class.
You lost a little your mojo.
Now, is this video of you guys doing the workout? Somebody sent this. I think Blake Prime sent it.
There it is. There I am. Look at that. You see how she's got my form perfect?
That is absolutely
Your form
perfect.
is perfect.
Isn't that
It
something?
is.
My goodness.
Well, hey, my form's going to be right. I got news for you on that one.
Let's break down loading of weight.
Well, what about this? No. I'll show up because she runs us. We're not getting there till. I don't know why you have to go so early. So I can get to where I want to
gotta
be
blend.
and mentally prepare myself for this workout that I'll do about half of. Yeah. And so
Find a good hiding spot.
So I found a good hiding spot. I go there one day. She ran late. Guys got my spot.
See,
and
Sherry may need to move you to the front.
And
do y'all ride to it together?
Oh yeah. And that's what happened, Bubba. So she goes, see what I like to be back there in the corner, and then she can take the platform that's in front of me because she's now that's more cover. Okay.
And she's facing away.
Right. And let's face it, the view's not bad. All right. So anyway, so I'm back there in the corner. Well, then when this guy took my spot, which he knows not to do in the 3 o'clock class, but anyway,
Rick, they don't have a sign spot.
I was told that by the owner. But anyway, so when I told his mom to get off my spot, true story.
That happened.
Absolute true story.
Yeah.
All right. So didn't know it was his mom. But anyway, so she says, to your point, Bubba, well, just come up here beside me. I said, on the front row? You put me on the front.
No.
I said,
Everybody's
I
looking.
don't get up on the front row.
They're going to make me stretch, right?
Everybody can see you there, even the guy that's trained to be a trainer.
Yeah.
And then he's going to get fired up.
Right.
Hey, you know that guy. Now I think I'm supposed to go take on this project.
Yeah.
And
I would like to ask you about loading of weight because normally they give you the workout and everybody's like, all right, get a bar and load your bar up or whatever. Are we coaching during that too? Are we discussing how much?
No, that hadn't happened yet.
Okay, that's good.
Thank goodness.
What about the timer? I know she counts, but sometimes you do things for like 60 seconds or 30 seconds.
Count on that. You talking about holding the plank?
Yes.
Let me tell you, if that plank, when the plank was 60 seconds, it was 40.
Yeah.
Okay. But now I'm planking 60 seconds.
Yeah.
Because she's counting the whole time. We're just at 40. I can see it too, baby. I'm just stopping on purpose.
Yeah.
That's all I got.
My knees are touching the ground.
He said 60. Wait a minute.
I've got a hernia.
That's not a flash push-up. You're not supposed to let your hips touch the ground. Baby, I'm 58 years old, and look at my body type. My hips are going to touch the ground. The fact I'm doing a push-up, there should be a parade. There should be a parade celebrating
Something's
my
gonna
push-up.
touch the ground.
People should keep saying, look, for his age, he's not doing too bad. You're trying to make me like the trainer.
Right.
Look at me and the trainer.
All right, car ride home. Are we breaking down the workout or are we just trying to recover?
There's a little more breakdown there needs to be. I was just trying to help you on the lunge. Yeah, baby, I know you.
I had it down.
How is it after you get home? Are you speaking? Are things back normal, or is there still some tension in the air?
I usually quietly go to the shower so I can regroup, and then I look at myself in the mirror first, and to make sure my color's okay. and I'm looking more tired these days.
Okay.
Yeah, and then I go in the shower to where I get in there and regroup, and then I come out and I'm thankful.
Well, think about how many more reps you're doing and how much longer you're doing it. You're really doing 2 workouts to what you
compared
used to do.
what you were doing. Yeah.
Yep.
You're exhausted, I bet.
You know what I told her? I said, thanks to you, my 2 to 3 days a week is 5 now.
Get in an extra day.
I love how the trainers have moved on to the other clients. I mean, because I was always frustrating too. It's almost. I mean, you ever had that grin where somebody you always wanted to get in line?
Yeah.
Something's happened that now has them in line.
Yeah.
And you're just thinking,
and it didn't cost you any headaches.
We won this one. You know, look, hey, we got it covered. Every time he brings his wife, there's nothing for us to do here.
Golly, that's good.
She did have my form better. I have to give her credit on that. All right, we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
She would literally have 2 sets of candy for them. Like, she rewarded the ones who gave a good costume, and then she would like give you a peanut if you came up with a plastic mask.
That's so good.
Yeah, with the little staple. You know, she hated those.
Right.
So she would leave work. She, a single mom. She would leave work to come home to dress me. She thought she was the costumer for cats. You know. So one day, one time I'm the Jolly Green Giant, right? She decides to dye my entire body green with green food dye. My sister, there was so much left over, she's the little green sprout. So we're wearing like diapers. She put us out in these white toga type of things, and she would make me say when I knocked on the door, "Ho, ho, ho," and my sister would have to go, "Green Giant," right? Now, you have to understand with food dye, she food dyed my entire body. I was literally green tint for months.
Right.
I'm scrubbing down like Karen Silkwood with a piece of pumice or whatever you call that stuff. I'm scrubbing till I'm bleeding. I'm bleeding to get the green out because people go, "Man, are you sick?" No, I was the Jolly Green Giant 3 months ago. So then she decides, I think I'll make my son into a geisha girl.
No, that didn't happen.
I swear to you,
please don't.
every single bit of this is true. She comes home from work. You know those legs pantyhose, those big plastic things?
Yeah.
She gets the clever idea. She takes an X-Acto knife and makes 4 half moons. You know what those were for? To put glue in my eyes. She jammed them into my eyes to make me look Asian.
No,
I'm not making this up. No. So now I have these moons, these plastic things. I have no peripheral vision. Now I know why Asians can't drive. Anyway, did I say that?
Yeah, oh my gosh.
My wife is Japanese. Is that okay?
That helps.
So I get a pass on that one?
It helps a little bit.
There's no peripheral vision.
Right.
I'm trying to catch my friends who are ghosts in sheets. They have sneakers on, running house to house. I'm a geisha. I have clogs, chopsticks in my head. Guys, wait up! I'm a geisha girl. You gotta wait for me.
Oh, you're.
I'm afraid to ask what you had to say when you knocked on the door.
I hope it wasn't ho 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 again.
Can I be of service?
Oh my God. Oh, what a terrible. Explains so much.
It does.
Craig, I am so sorry.
It explains so much.
Rick and Bubba.
You always, there's a certain sense of, there's always that desire, as there is sometimes, to eat the extra piece of pie.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm familiar with that desire.
Right.
Rick.
But then there's eater's regret.
I always talk myself into it.
Anytime that Shoemaker's have been on for a couple of segments, he brought us some laughs, but we're not in any kind of trouble.
But we had, more to cover. We didn't get to.
Right. Now he's eating peanut butter crackers. I'm trying to compensate.
I told him he could bring them in here and eat them.
Well, I'm trying to compensate for the tiny little steak that I ordered from yesterday, and it was very. It bothered me so bad when it was laid on the table. I'm like, I'm going to get ripped by a guy from Philly for this piece of meat. And little did I know, his wife doesn't let him eat red meat. So this was like his moment.
He's trying to tank up while he's out.
And I throw him basically
on the tournament.
Yeah, I give him a steak the size of $50. And so I realized
Rick, that's cruel.
Well,
man.
I didn't know. I thought it was ordering a pretty nice size steak. I didn't know. Fillets, they can go the other way. Here he comes.
I didn't even need a knife.
No, he just picked it up.
The whole thing was one bite.
He just picked it up and tossed it.
Me too. I thought a Rick and Bubba day would be like a big meat day.
I know, you're right. You're right. I'm
sorry. Go ahead.
No, you're right. You're 100% right. If I'd have known the thing about the new AG wife, I would have done so. I was about to order a hamburger, and then you went with some crab dip.
I love the fact that he said she's trying to get that Philadelphia out of him, where he's over the top.
So how long have you been married to the new AG?
She gets turned on if I compost. That's the type she is. Honest to God. I'm there. Look, honey, I'm putting banana peels in the compost. She gets all wound up. Whatever it takes.
Right. See, Craig doesn't know we grew up doing that.
Yeah.
It wasn't new agey then. It was called farming.
Yeah, you realize a lot of these new agey people have done nothing but drift back to farming.
Good.
I
actually do a lot of, I used to call it gardening. Now I'll call it farming.
That's right. Farming.
Craig, what do you grow in your garden? I've got to know.
Tomatoes. Did I say that right?
Yours
Maters.
close.
Huh? Maters.
Maters?
Oh, I'm sorry. I grow the maters.
What type of mater?
The maters.
Do you know what type it is?
Yes, I do. I happen to know.
What is it?
I have heirlooms.
Oh my gosh, he does have a new age.
I've got Roma.
Have you ever been up to a shop?
I think that's an apple.
Have you ever been to go in a grocery store that wasn't Sprouts or Whole Foods?
Oh, you have to understand. When I ordered that meat yesterday, whenever I get out of the house, I do everything like that. Those are my bad days.
Oh, that.
Ooh, it brings me to my
21 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We thank you for being with us today. Much chicken. Well, look out. What in the world?
wheel of meat keeps on turning.
Wheel of meat.
If I don't win today, then tomorrow.
Wheel of meat.
Wheel of meat's got me yearning.
Light it up.
Whoa. Come on, give it a try.
It is the wonderful Wheel of Meat. It is illuminated Rock and Roll City. They are ready to go.
They're warming up in the bullpen.
They're warming up in the bullpen, and they are ready to go.
Greg was oblivious to the start. He got a late jump.
Yes, he did. I saw that. He said, what's this have to do with all the candy we have today? This is HarryandDavid.com provides the meat. 1-800-Flowers.com provide the flowers. Also, Moultrie's got a cool latest Moultrie mobile camera ready to go there. Back on cameras again. That's cool. We've also got Blaze TV subscriptions. We've got all kinds of prizes from the Rick and Bubba store. We've got a cord buddy on the wheel. But, Bubba, not everyone a winner.
No, there's some pitfalls up there. And, Rick, I feel like I'm perfectly okay to say this is the only giant wheel that is being spun for meat in North America today.
And we do, Bubba, I think you're okay with that.
Yeah.
We've got some members in the Golden Ticket seats that would like to give this baby a spin. So we will let them come to the wheel, and we'll see if we can't get through everybody getting at least one spin, according to what time allows. So let's go to Garrett. Garrett is in Jemison, Alabama, and let's see. So who's our first spinner?
Amy is our first spinner.
Amy, are you ready to go? Yes. All right, so Garrett, what do you say to Amy to get her to spin that wheel for you?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip, Amy. And
Amy with a big spin.
There goes Amy.
Right there at the top of my head. Big spin.
That's so good. All right, let's see if we can get a winner here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Speaker, speaker, speaker,
listen.
So congratulations. This is a Bluetooth speaker. It's got the Rick and Bubba logo on the front of it. It is waterproof.
And it really puts out a big, nice sound.
Nice sound,
yeah,
Garrett.
we tried these out. How about a go for her?
How about a go, Greg? How about a go for that?
Go! Go! Go, 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 go!
So Rock and Roll City, Garrett gives you the go. Enjoy the speaker and listen to Rick and Bubba live and archived, okay?
Thank you, guys.
Garrett, thank you, buddy. Down there, Jemison Way. Kyle is out of Birmingham, Alabama. Who's spinning next?
Miss Betty.
Come on, Betty. All right, let's listen,
Now,
Kyle.
Miss Betty still got a little peanut butter on her fingers from all that candy she's made this morning.
Kyle, what do you say to Betty?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip, Betty.
And a big spin.
Wow. Wheel of meat. Rock and Roll City is thrilled. Let's see. Yeah.
T-shirts, topaz, topaz, choke it.
Have you thought about it? Have you thought about it? Well, it's going to be a conversation start everywhere you go, Kyle. It is the What About a Little Topaz shirt from rickandbubba.com. Kyle will put you on hold, let Blazing Silverman know what size shirt you wear, and wear that thing with confusing pride.
Yep.
Okay?
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Kyle. Lake Martin checking in. Bet it's beautiful on Lake Martin today. Chris, who's spinning for Chris?
Omar.
Omar.
Hey.
You ready, buddy? What do you say to Omar, Chris?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip, Omar. All right, let's see. 2 winners in a row.
That's right. Can we keep it going? Can the Trojans pull it off here?
Yeah. Flower. Flowers, flowers, flowers. Smell it. Woo! Congratulations, Chris. You got flowers from 1-800-Flowers.com. Would you like 2 dozen multi-colored roses or 2 dozen red roses?
I'm going to go with the multicolored.
Multicolored it is, Chris. We'll put you on hold, buddy. Thank you for listening to Rick and Bubba. Let's go all the way to Indiana. Pete is standing by. Pete, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Who's spinning?
Joe.
Joe. Hey, Joe. Well, don't spin it yet, Joe.
Oh,
Joe. He's spinning.
It was a practice.
He got so excited.
It was a practice spin.
Let it rip.
He got so excited.
All right, so Pete, what do you say to Joe from Pennsylvania?
Wow, what a wheel.
Now let it rip, Joe. Now let it rip, Joe.
Joe with a big spin.
Hey, Joe, we're going that wheel in your hand. All right, let's see. Let's see if we can get a winner. Yeah!
Cup, drink it.
Oh, you got the. This is that glass, and it's got all the Rick and Bubba cartoon versions on it. You've got all of us on there, the entire show. I mean, it is a glass that practically drinks itself. So we'll put you on hold, Pete. Get your information, and we'll send that to you out of the Rick and Bubba store. Okay?
Thank you.
I think the glass gets to go, don't you? I mean,
Yeah,
that's a pretty cool gift right there.
Go! Go! Go, 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 go!
All right, so is that everybody? Let me see. I think we can get one more in.
Let's do it. One more. Here we
All right,
go.
one more. Hey, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. What's your name and where are you calling from?
Larry from Huntsville.
Larry from Huntsville. Let's see who we got.
Back to Amy,
Oh,
Rick.
Amy's
Amy.
back. What do you say to Amy to get the final spin of the week?
Well, let's say spin that wheel.
No, Larry. No, Larry.
Come on,
How long
Larry.
have you been listening to the show?
Unfortunately, too long. Not long enough.
You're supposed to say, wow,
Wow,
what
what
a
a
wheel.
Wow, what a wheel.
All right, Larry, that's a demerit. That's a Rick and Bubba demerit.
I know, thank you. So put my name card away.
Don't let it happen again. All right, here we go. Let's see what happens. See if Larry can be a winner. Amy spin.
Oh, wait a minute.
Henry
the horse.
It is a
It
win.
hit a rough spot there. Wait a minute.
Henry the horse. What a horse he is. Here comes Henry.
Hey, Henry.
Hey, guys, what's up?
Hey, Henry.
You know, I heard that some little kids thought that your TV producer Adler looked like Jesus.
That is correct.
Yeah, maybe if Joseph was Joe Dirt.
Oh, whoa, wait a minute. Henry. Yeah. What a horse. Yeah. You know, I'm going to tell you, I know it's a bold statement to say nothing but winners, but when the only person that didn't get a prize personally was Henry the horse,
All right.
I mean, wasn't that a win for the rest of us?
It really was.
I mean,
we all were winners one way or another.
So great job, golden
Winning.
ticket seat holders who wanted to spin. We did have one that a couple that maybe the spin was not intriguing to them, and that's all right. We understand the wheel's not for everybody, and so congratulations to all the winners today, all across the country and Rick and Bubba land. Those of you that are watching on YouTube, Rock and Roll City is ready. They are ready, and they're going to be jamming for you in the break. For everybody else, bottom of the hour break, and we'll be back as the Rick and Bubba show continues, and you can reach us 866-WE-BE-BIG.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, Greg, go, buddy, go.
Welcome to rock and roll city. Welcome, I said, welcome to rock and roll city. Welcome to rock and roll Welcome to the city of rock, y'all. Rock and roll city, that is. Welcome to the city.
That explains.
That's me being bad.
That explains. You know his last word to me before he left?
What?
Point me to Piggly Wiggly.
Yeah, that's.
Oh yeah.
Craig, do you grow squash?
Yes, I do.
Do you grow okra?
We're gonna go through my whole garden.
I'm just wondering what all you grow.
Do you grow?
I grow cucumbers.
Okra?
Yes, I have peppers, red and green.
Have you cut okra before?
I have never had okra. I'm sorry.
Just wondering.
Am I going to be thrown out now?
No, I just wondered how
I don't
serious
even know
you
what
were
it
about
is, to
gardening.
tell you the truth.
Well, here's the problem.
Well, if you batter it and fry it, it's
I know.
awful good.
Well, that's the problem. See, he would not.
He
He would
what's
not
gonna
be
happen now?
allowed.
Your whole audience is going to go. I was going to go see him at Stardome, but he don't even know what okra is. I'm done on him.
What you need to
California
do tonight?
boy.
What you need to do tonight is bring Craig some okra when you come to the show. He'd love to have some.
Or he could call it correctly okra.
That
Yeah,
would be
that's
funny.
what I said okra.
So I'm in Huntsville tomorrow, and then Zany's Nashville on Thursday, right?
Your best
So
shot-
every show, I want to see some okra.
All right.
Is that really what you call it?
Yeah.
Or
Tonight.
are you just messing with me?
No, tonight.
'Cause you want me
Birmingham.
to say it, so I say it
No,
wrong, and then they're all going to make
That's
fun
how
of me.
we said it as kids, is okra.
Can
Really?
I be the voice
But
of
it's
reason
probably
here?
okra.
Here's the danger. He must get okra while he's in the South.
Right.
Because if he goes back home to his beautiful, loving wife, she will be open to okra, but she won't let him fry it.
Well, she'll have to boil
You'll
it.
have to do it in
She'll
the
boil
boiled, and
it,
it gets
yeah.
kind of slimy.
No, I do all these things on the side. I
Okay.
wait till she's gone.
Okay.
That's when I take my kids to French food. Sam plays. That's samples at Costco, but I tell her it's Sam plays. That's Costco dim sum as far as I'm concerned. I go back all day. I send my kids in. Get that daddy a meatball. I've been back 5 times. They're going to recognize me. Get me a meatball. They literally bounced me like I'm a drunk from the samples. A woman looks up and she goes, no more, no more. I'm like, what? I had to come back in disguise. I took a Halloween costume and put it on.
Well, I hope your mom
As a
is
geisha girl.
Look, if it's good, you got to go back a few times.
Right. Yeah. So you're saying you make it work. You're not full blown into that world. You
No,
love,
no.
You love
Yeah,
your
exactly.
wife. You're respectable.
You're
but when you get
working
on your
around
own,
it.
but
You're
you're working
working
around
around it.
There's still some Philly there.
Oh, totally. And now I try to bring her into the Philly world.
Does she eat a cheesesteak?
I try to bring her into cost consciousness. You know what I mean? She's into like environmental consciousness. I'm cheap. That's another word for cheap.
Hey, everybody, say what's up to the folks on YouTube. Hello. Thanks for watching on YouTube, everybody. Hope you have a great weekend. Okay, all right. Here we go. Back to the...
Right.
Like we took a carriage ride in New York, but the prices there are ridiculous. But it was a deal, $6. They take in the carriage, and my son goes, "Dad, it's $6 a minute." I'm going, "Get out! All of you, get out! You're all walking."
So you still have that there.
Huh?
If she ever eaten a Philly steak?
I teach her everything. I teach her how to. But you have to pay for the beach.
Yeah.
In New Jersey, I take my whole family to Jersey Shore every summer. But you got to wear a tag. They make you wear a beach tag. You got to pay for it. So I taught my whole family, including my wife, run when you see the guards with the pith helmets. I said, it's time for a swim. Either that or pretend you're asleep. I teach them these things.
Right.
These are values.
See, there you are bringing something to
There's
the
value in values.
Right.
Yes.
You're helping her. She's helping you.
We help. Yes, exactly. We help one another. She keeps
Great.
me from doing stupid things, although I do them when I'm just on the road.
Right. If I'd have known what void there was yesterday, I would have chosen a different place. Because I should have taken you to just full blown Southern Greece, the whole deal.
That's what I was thinking you would do.
I know. Well, see, now I'm doing better. I've worked. I'm trying to work on a little bit better now.
Yeah, a little day late on that one.
Yeah,
Craig,
yeah.
you called the wrong one.
Yeah.
Look at right. I guess I did.
Let me tell you right here, right there. You're only going to eat about 4 things, but you're going to eat a ton of it.
It's going to be real good.
Yeah.
We had a good time yesterday, though. We had a nice bonding conversation. We went past being,
Pass the gravy, please.
It's 35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number. LearBubba.com is the sponsor. I feel good that today we have, guests in here watching the show so they can really enjoy it. Y'all see the Kennedy silver $50 right there?
Yep.
the Kennedy Silver $50. You can get one of these if you go to learbubba.com, and all you have to do is have a conversation. There's no obligation for you to really purchase anything, but you still get the Kennedy Silver $50 regardless of whether you actually decide to do something or not. But I'm going to tell you something. When they lay out the strategy and the things that are available to you during the times that we're living in, I mean, apparently we're not going to have anybody address what's wrong with our economy as long as this administration stays put. And you need to make some moves to protect your retirement plans or with gold and silver. And there's a specialist that's standing by right now at learbubba.com who wants to talk to you and kind of give you some advice on how you could invest in precious metals and get your free Kennedy Silver $50. Got nothing to lose here. You do have a lot to gain. Remember what happened the last time we went down this road. So tap into their 25 years of experience. In 2008, did you know that the price of gold skyrocketed over 50%? Yeah. So don't hear about that this time. Benefit from that. Go to learbubba.com for more information or call 1-800-707-4575. You'll also find a link at rickandbubba.com right there under the sponsors button. So, Bubba, we continue to look at some of our major cities and the problems that are going on there. Chicago is one of the most violent cities that we have, and we now have the violent crime increase by 37% in Chicago.
Yeah, we had some numbers come out earlier this week and yesterday. Most of these big cities, 15, 20, 25, some 30.
Yep.
Chicago leading the division with 37% increase. New York and L.A. chose not to give their numbers.
Oh, did they?
So that you can guess what that means.
Yeah.
But all during this going on, now we have the mayor, Lori Lightfoot, out doing a karaoke on TikTok,
all right,
promoting some type of karaoke contest.
Yeah, it's the Chicago karaoke competition. It runs till November the 6th. She says it's time to sing your hearts out.
All right.
Chicago.
It seems like we might be focusing on the number of people dying each weekend before we did this.
Possibly. Well, maybe
just knock it down to your mid 25% increase.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. What?
Yeah, just back it up, Adler. Let's see this again.
Don't miss the intro. The walk up.
Is audio up?
Please look.
Yeah.
It's copyright music, so we may not.
Can you give us any more?
Is she just singing on top of that?
Yes. I think so.
She's not even singing by herself. I mean, it's like
it is copyright music, so we may not want to use it.
Yeah.
But
right.
But so she's coming out doing this. Maybe the challenge is, since it's a karaoke contest being done in Chicago, the challenge is, can you survive it?
Right.
Yeah,
it really is.
Through a whole song.
Oh, that's pretty good.
I got the whole song without being shot.
Right.
I mean, I don't know what we would be.
Chicago, when you elect an official to run your city, you know it has consequences, right? I mean, literally life and death consequences.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
she's got a bunch of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just, if I'm advising
she's doing something other than fighting crime.
Right. If I'm advising her, I would just say, optics on this, it just doesn't look good.
Stand
you got shades on, dancing around, then you're dancing in your office, and these numbers don't look good. Maybe we should have somebody else do
Can
that.
I say this? A good TikTok, if you want to use that platform as the mayor of one of our most violent cities, that people are being shot and killed every weekend in incredible numbers. Maybe you could use TikTok to talk about how we're going to crack down on crime.
Mm-hmm.
How if you can't act right, we're going to punish you. We're going to make our streets safe. We're going to make our neighborhood safe. That'd be a good little TikTok thing to do.
Yeah. Is this a bad time to point out she's singing in the side of the microphone and the pickup is in the front of that one?
Well, Bubba, does that surprise you?
I hate to bring that up.
Right. Well, there's a lot.
The ones we have here pick up on the side, but that one is a front pickup. So
it's also not plugged in.
You're right. How about you're right, Adler? I didn't even notice that.
Starting there.
Yeah, that kind of does it.
Well, there you go.
And then there you go.
Bubba, when you ran the list, I apologize if I missed it, the number of motor vehicle thefts, did you go through those?
No.
No, we didn't hit that number.
So
we just talk violent crimes like homicides.
So far in 2022, compared to the same time period in 2021, it's up 74%.
Wow.
There you go.
3 times as many, huh? How about that?
Maybe we can TikTok, we're going to protect your car while it's parked.
Well, but don't y'all feel better that, it's a green environment?
Yes.
Apparently crime loves green.
Right.
Because everywhere we have more green and talk about more green, crime seems to go up.
Yeah, it does.
And here's another good idea. I think we should release 6,500 federal convicted prisoners for marijuana possession.
Biden says he's going to do that. He's pardoned, as you said, Bubba, 6,500.
Well, he's trying to. He's in the process. They're calling it simple marijuana possession. So simple that the federal government had to prosecute him and spend money on it to put him in jail. Biden, he just can't find enough votes out there, can he? You think the 2.5 million that came over the border would be enough, but now we're looking domestically for more votes we can buy.
So really, right now, the only difference between us and Venezuela is they don't have to travel very far.
Right.
Because we're releasing all of our prisoners.
Right. Think about that, Rick. We tried the student debt loan payoff. I mean, we're buying votes at every corner.
Right.
The countdown's on. What are we talking about here? 2-3 weeks to the midterm?
So really, I know.
And I hate to say it, but gas prices are on the rise.
Well,
notice they went back the other way.
And the reason why the gasoline prices are going up is because instead of drilling like we were doing, he just went to the reserve. Well, the reserve if you don't keep drilling, the reserve runs out.
This is, if you have a fair market, an open market, the president put his finger on the scale and tried to tilt it in the other direction by releasing strategic petroleum. And that's fine, but when you quit doing it, what happens then? And that's the problem. We're down to a 40-year low in our amount of it now, and now the markets are going back up. OPEC announced this week they were cutting production 2 million barrels a day. So what's the good president going to do? And they can say they're fighting inflation. The transportation cost, gasoline, is the number one thing driving that across the board because it hits everybody.
Well, and for those of you that are going to government schools where you're not learning these things about supply and demand, but you sure are learning, about climate change and all the different gender,
whatever month it is,
right, and LGBTQ sexual education. Those of you that are not being taught this, see what happened here is our president had a oil reserve. So when the prices skyrocketed to the point that everybody was ready to throw him out of office, he went over there and got more oil and put it into the market, which took the price down, but he's not drilling to keep that reserve filling. Yeah. So when it runs out, then we'll be back to not enough supply again versus demand, and the price will go back up. So he's already proven to you that putting oil into the market drives the price
down. Yeah. Right.
So just learn that. It's really basic stuff.
And the strategic oil reserve, Rick, is not for the president to put his finger on the scale of the open market. It's actually so that our military will have gas and oil in the case we're in a world war and our supplies cut off.
And there it is. Biden also warns us that the world is facing the prospect of Armageddon.
Oh, yeah.
For the first time since the Cuban Missile Crisis, saying that Putin is deadly serious about using tactical nukes in Ukraine. The president lets us know he's not joking.
My only question here is how that's going to play out. Now, is Putin losing that war? Yes. Is it embarrassing? Yes. But where is he going to actually use nuclear weapons, even a small, what they call tactical, be a small one? If he nukes this area they're fighting in, they're not going to be able to use it for a long time. And isn't that what he's wanting to do, is to go back in and reclaim that?
Yeah.
Plus, if he launches one, I think it'll be...
It kind of messes up the land you just bought, doesn't it?
Well, it does. It does. And, David Petraeus said earlier this week, our plan when he was in there was that if they used a tactical nuclear weapon, that we would destroy all of their conventional weapons with our tactical nukes in that theater. Not in Russia, but in that theater.
Not trying to give the Biden administration any pointers because I don't want him to be reelected. But I don't think this is a smart play with the way he's wandering around not knowing where he is. What you don't want to tell America, who needs to vote for you again in the condition you're in, or vote for your people at the midterms, is that between us and Armageddon is you. I don't think that's a big play. I think I would be trying to act like everything's fine. There's no need to worry. Because if you think you're facing a Russia that's going to start using tactical nuclear weapons, and that's your commander-in-chief, I don't think that's the that's the propaganda or the promotional campaign you're looking for.
Look, I hope and pray somebody in Russia that's close to Putin knows not to let this happen.
We'll be back. We'll take your phone calls next.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Tough guy men, and
Right.
we went into the
Yeah.
to the sensitive stuff.
Do you grow
the
corn?
deeper stuff.
Do you grow corn?
Did we grow corn?
Yeah,
at lunch.
No, in your farm. In your farm.
The transition there.
Boy, that was a hell of a.
You got
I literally thought he said to me, "Did you grow corn at your table when you had lunch with Rick yesterday?" And I'm going,
We were only there an hour and 15 minutes.
"Did I miss something here? Do people grow corn at lunch? You grow your own corn? I've heard of cooking at your table, but here we grow our own corn. Here you go. Here's some seeds.
It's got to be real
Hopefully
good
by
dirt.
the end of your meal, it'll be a nice little crop of corn a cob."
I understood you ordered skillet corn. What's this dirt about? What's the dirt?
You know, we had a great conversation. It was a deep conversation. We really enjoyed spending time. Did you grow corn?
Did you grow any corn?
You got to have several conversations going.
Yeah.
You're becoming like my grandmother. and she was a pothead. She used to come at me with the pot.
Come on, Craig. Do a little reefer with your grandmother. Come on, you're 12, you wussy. Come over here. Let me give you a shotgun.
She was losing her brain cells like you.
She would just say random things like,
"Oh yeah, random things."
Hamster nipples.
It would just come out of nowhere. Just out of nowhere.
So I take that as a no on the corn.
No, I do not grow corn in my garden in Los Angeles. No, I do
All right,
not.
let's say this. A lot of people, they're starting.
basil, big into the basil and the tomato.
They're starting to call now. So you're going to hit 3 southern cities. In Nashville, calling that southern now is a bit of a stretch, a little bit. But Birmingham, got all the southern food you could ever stand. Huntsville will continue that with a few rocket scientists sprinkled in.
Yeah.
And then Nashville, has gotten a little.
You got to go outside the city.
Yeah, you have a lot of move in there. It's kind
Get
of
out in the ring.
Nashville's slowly becoming like Atlanta. It acts like it's not in the South, like it's above that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you have to show them the map. But anyway, but Birmingham and Huntsville, you should. People
I'm going to go back home. My wife's going to suspect me. She's gonna smell me, and she's gonna smell
grease
beef.
on you. She can smell grease on you.
Most women are worried they smell their guy's breath if he's been at the bar. My wife's going, "I think you're a little fillet."
Did I smell A1?
This is a very little one. How did you smell that, honey?
But you know what you do then? Quickly transition off. They go, "Let's grow corn."
Yeah. Honey, we need to plant some corn. How about some Silver Queen?
You know what? I swear to you, I am growing it when I get back. Just so I can answer that in the affirmative and try to ask it, though, when it's really appropriate.
And get you some better...
And within the conversation, it's in the moment.
And get Better Boy tomatoes.
I wish you could see Craig's face during all this.
Craig Shoemaker, Birmingham tonight, Huntsville tomorrow, Nashville Thursday. Details at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Kirk Cameron, welcome back to the Rick and Bubba Show.
Hey, man, how you doing?
Good.
We're great.
I don't know what's going on. Every time that we were trying to ring your room, it would hang up.
I don't know why. You know what? It's probably because, I don't know, the hotel operator was probably eating a fried bologna sandwich.
There it is.
They forgot to cut it, so it lay down.
And
so they were wrestling with that thing and just kept hanging up on you.
And she had pink eye while she was trying to do it.
Yeah, I think she did.
Gosh, it's so sad that our first ever meeting involved fried bologna and pink eye.
Yep.
It did, but I'll never forget it.
No, I won't either. I hope you're still eating your fried bologna when you can.
Oh, man, my favorite.
Let's talk a little bit. Revive Us 2. Now, this is going to be a national broadcast. We're all excited about the Museum of the Bible. Oh, gosh, this thing is just mind-blowing, the quality and the money that has gone in this. This is not a small operation by any stretch. They're in Washington, D.C. So tell us a little bit about what's going to be happening with Revive Us 2. I know it's an event. There's opportunities for people to be part of it. There's going to be theaters involved in it. So just kind of lay out Revive Us 2 for the audience so they can start preparing.
Yeah, love to. So if you're like me, you're just buried under a flood of negativity. You turn on your phone in the morning, and all you get is, man, we're divided about everything. Look what he said. Look what's going on over there in California. And it's like race, religion, politics, gender, choice, money, everything is falling apart. Now the NFL is dividing us. We got everything working against us. And you know what? I'm putting together an event that is going to give you more hope and more courage than you ever thought possible. I'm bringing together the people that inspire me. And Ravi Zacharias will be with me, Dr. Ben Carson, Johnny Erickson Tada, filmmakers Alex and Stephen Kendrick from Fireproof and War Room. And we're meeting at the Museum of the Bible and broadcasting for 2 hours into movie theaters all across the country. So you get tickets, you go to the movie theater for Revive Us 2, and together, simultaneously, we're connected by satellites, and we will worship and pray together.
We got probably half the lines available, half are ready to go. 866-WE-BE-BIG if you want to join us. Any topic that you want to talk about, and we'll start rolling through those calls. But first, golden ticket seats today, Chuck and Betty Cantrell. Where's Chuck and Betty? Right here they are. Omar Avila. Is that right? Avila? Avila. Is that close? Is that Avila? So it's close. Also, Jamie is here today. Jamie Telecki right there. Joseph Telecki also here, all the way from Pennsylvania. Amy Brennan is here with us today. All in the golden ticket seats. Bubba, give me a number between 1 and 6.
Oh, 1 and 6. What about, let's say, for Brett Favre, number 4?
Number 4, Jamie Telecki. $50 for Jamie. She gets a $50 American Express card from Dr. Dudney for Fun Zone Friday.
And I know she will manage it well.
There it is, right
Rick,
there.
what you were looking for? Avila.
Avila.
Ooh, I like that.
Omar Avila.
I like
I see what you're saying. You just have the
I
letter
didn't-
V.
This is Blazing Silverman's way of doing that. He doesn't know you as well as the other guys.
I'll tell you one thing.
so-
If I get a VEE right there,
I
would have had it perfect.
And that's what I would have given.
Yeah,
you.
so
but
there it
that's
is.
experience.
Yeah.
He's lacking a little bit of that, and he'll gain it.
That's fine. Omar also
Comes with
brought
time.
me a belated birthday gift that I love it. Thank you for doing that. Very kind. And the rest of you didn't bring me anything. I mean, it's no big deal. It was
A lot of good food
It was
today,
all the way
too.
back on the 3rd.
Oh,
a lot
man.
of food, yeah. So
Lot of
here's
good
the American
food.
Express gift card for you, and that goes to Jamie. And so lunch is on Jamie today, Dad. She's got it covered. American Express card from Dr. Dudney. To the phones we go. If you want to join us on an upcoming show, just watch for the golden ticket seats to be available. They're free, but they do need to be reserved. Terry, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Good morning.
Hey.
Hey, Terry.
I hope my phone's not breaking up.
No, go ahead.
We actually hear you fine.
Candace Owens spoke in Montgomery last night to an audience of over 2,300, and she was wonderful. The first thing she got into was the story behind the shirts.
Yes.
Oh,
And
Candace
what
Owens?
she said was basically,
Yeah, who did you say spoke?
Yeah,
Candace Owens? Yeah.
Candace Owens.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
And she basically said that Kanye's point was all those people who promoted Black Lives Matter are total hypocrites.
Apparently, the more we find out about them and the more we see the different scams that were going on, it doesn't seem like that they practice what they portray. And I think both of them are trying to show the hypocrisy of that. So, Terry, thanks. I'm glad you got to go, and I'm sure that was a great event. Let's go to Trent in Gadsden, listening to Z93. Trent, go ahead.
I'm Lucky Grass and Green Acres.
Thank you, Trent.
Buddy.
Thank you, sir.
Go ahead.
Hey, I was listening to yesterday's podcast, and I heard Adler was up all night with Ruby. I was wondering why he was taking care of Bubba's dog.
That's good.
Well
ugly.
done.
It's good.
Bubba named his dog Ruby for people that don't understand.
Yes,
Right.
that was good.
Sorry about
That's
that.
a good
It's
one.
okay.
Mitchell, Starkville, 96.1. Mitchell, go ahead.
What's going on, guys? I called a few weeks ago about my sister-in-law having a baby. I got in trouble because I said Will Rogers was more important than that whole situation.
I remember that.
learn from that. Will Rogers is not more important than the birth of a child. But very importantly, Will Rogers, quarterback, Mississippi State University, this weekend, he's going to have another record-breaking weekend. The Dogs are still undefeated under Leach when scoring at least 30 points. Look for a huge win in Starkville. Keep the momentum going.
Who they play this weekend?
They host Arkansas.
Arkansas.
Big game.
Yeah.
Big game.
You know what? If I probably would win a lot of games if my offense scored 30 points.
Yeah,
that does help.
Statistically, Rick, you should win your games when you score 30.
Unless you have a horrible defense.
Hey, we're undefeated and we score lots of points. I bet you are. So there you go. We continue. Todd.
Yeah, Todd.
Out of Montgomery. Todd, go ahead.
Hey, guys, it's Todd.
Hey, Todd.
Guys, it's Todd here. Hey, guys. Hey, so me and my wife, we just got back from a trip from Chicago. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
Congratulations, you survived.
Yeah, exactly. Right. So we're going through Chicago thinking that I'm like, how am I not going to be able to take my gun? I can't do any of this stuff. So we're worried about this. We get there, and we're living downtown, or we're staying downtown at the Holiday Inn. It is the cleanest city. It is no vagrancy whatsoever. So I have to think to myself that where all the upper echelon people are living in Chicago, the people who make the decisions, the people who, I guess, quote unquote, count, their part of the city is extremely well policed. Yeah. And the people who are, I guess you'd say, common people, they're living in the dangerous part.
Yeah.
Well, that's how
didn't make it to the south side, did you?
No. Yeah, that's how social. That's how social.
Brown lives.
Yeah, that's where socialism. That's how it works. The ruling class, they're fine. Yeah. The ruling class, they have security, they have guns, they have access to everything. It's those that are being
TikTok
ruled.
raps.
Yeah, that have to pay the price for their horrible policies.
One more thing. So you go to Millennium Park where the Bean is. That's one of the things you want to go see. So we pull up to the Bean, to that beautiful park, and they have those security barriers. You see that park, like when they have a parade?
Yeah.
They have that completely surrounding the park. So you can only go into this humongous park with 2 locations, and they actually think that that's going to keep people out from passing a gun over or whatever. And I was like, that is just crazy, thinking that is actually an effective fence.
Well,
I didn't understand it.
How dare them even put a fence up? I thought we're supposed to have open borders.
Yeah.
Love.
Why are we limiting access to the park?
Kyle in Birmingham, listening on ZZK. Kyle, go ahead.
Hey, guys. Hey, going back to the Pat McAfee thing?
Yes.
You know, he was an announcer on WWE as well. I think he still does it. Yeah, he's
Rick,
an announcer on WWE.
He's done everything.
WWE.
He's like a time traveler. He's on every show, every broadcast. He does everything.
Yeah. What is he, the modern day Dick Clark?
Yeah,
I mean,
he really
Ryan
is.
Seacrest? What is he? Is he Ryan Seacrest in a tank top? What is this?
With a gold chain.
Let's go to Lawana. Lawana in Montgomery. Go ahead.
Yes, I have a suggestion for the Rick and Bubba team.
Okay.
You need to make a video, and it's going to be like the last scene in season 2 of The Chosen, where Jesus and the apostles, were coming down the hill and they're playing Trouble.
Yes.
And the perfect Jesus is on your team.
Yep.
There he is.
Wow.
I like it.
Look at it.
I think the only thing about that suggestion that makes any sense is you play the song Trouble when you see us.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
And we're led by Mini Jesus.
Yeah. Ruby's daddy looks like Jesus. Mini Jesus. Hey, little Jesus.
I love it. All right. Well, thanks for being with us. If that wraps up the week, we've enjoyed it. If the way you're consuming the content today provides you more Rick and Bubba stuff, then stick around and that will come your way. How do I get all the content, Rick, on my time?
How?
RickandBubba.com's got all the ways you do it. Thanks for being with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.